Peas, Carrots, and Lessons in Life, the Peas and Carrots Series, Book 4, written by Hannah Lynn, narrated by Rafe Beckler. Chapter 1. Eric was prepared. They'd performed 2 dry runs to ensure they could get the timing right, 3 sets of instructions, one for Yvette, one for Abi to take to school, and his own miniature wallet-sized set had been laminated and distributed accordingly. Tupperware had been bought, labelled, and filled with nutritionally balanced snacks. No one could possibly be more prepared for what today was about to entail. He had everything covered. Unfortunately, he was also knackered. Since Mabel's arrival a year and a half earlier, living in a state of unfeasible tiredness had become the norm for Eric. Learning to be a new dad again after such a long hiatus had been a steep curve. There was also the added factor that this time there was no Susie to rely on. He was the one in charge. Throw into this the fact that for several months his house had once more been a building site, as work on Yvette's granny annex overran by first one week, then another, and it was no wonder that his morning routine included 3 shots of espresso before he even contemplated taking Lulu out for her morning run or making a start on the sandwiches for the day. However, with work on Yvette's flat finally complete, Mabel's adoption finalized, and a successful, albeit emotional, family Christmas navigated, for the first time in a long time, Eric was starting to feel ready to take on a new challenge. Then last night happened. It was like everyone in the world had known how much he needed a solid night's sleep and decided to do everything in their power to stop him achieving that. First was Mabel. She'd been sleeping through the night for well over 6 months, but last night she had Eric up and down on 3 separate occasions. The first time she was after a little more milk, but the remaining 2 occasions were clearly just to stop him getting some sleep. "It's going to be fine," he assured her. "You're going to love nursery, and Granny will pick you up after lunch." She tugged at his now lengthy beard and said a few unconnected words. Abi was also restless. 2 terms, she said as Eric went to turn out the lights. "That's all I've got left. I don't understand where the time has gone. I want to stay in year 6. I'm not ready to move up to big school yet." "You don't have to be ready." Eric tucked the corners of her duvet underneath her. "You still have another 2 terms. You said it yourself. Then you'll be ready to leave." "But what if I'm not?" "Then we have 8 months before we need to talk about it." While Abi pouted, Lulu grunted as she leapt onto the bed and curled up by Abi's feet. The red setter was officially past puppy stage, yet still insisted on tucking up each night between Abi and her soft toys. For a while, Eric had tried to protest the habit, particularly considering what he had seen Lulu eat when they were out on their walks, but Lulu had been one of the few things that had brought Abi any joy after Susie passed away. As much as he hated to admit it, he owed that dog a lot. Even with the girls in bed, Eric failed to get any quiet. "Yoo-hoo, only me." Yvette let herself in through the front door. "How are you doing? All planned for tomorrow?" Eric took 2 glasses from the cabinet, then changed his mind and put one back. He poured a long glass of wine for his mother-in-law. "I don't need to be planned," he reminded her. "It's an inset day, so I won't have any classes. I won't even find out what classes I've got until tomorrow." "Well, it doesn't hurt to be prepared. Have you got a pencil sorted?" "I'm sure they have pens and pencils I can use at the school." "But what if they don't? You know what they've been saying about the budget cuts recently. Teachers are having to buy everything themselves, even paper. You don't want to turn up and be the only teacher who doesn't have a pencil case." Eric rolled his eyes. "Fine, I shall make sure I have a pencil tomorrow." "And what about a packed lunch?" In truth, Eric was grateful for his mother-in-law's interventions, and by this point couldn't imagine life without them. Yvette's unofficial moving into their house had happened before Susie's death, due to the rather acrimonious separation from her husband. At the time, Eric had resented her presence in his home more than a little. However, after Susie's death, when life had sent him tumbling down what could have been a very long and tumultuous path, Yvette had been there, day in, day out. Even now, he shuddered to think of how things could have ended if she hadn't been there to pull him out of his self-inflicted abyss. And once again, as he prepared to embark on a new chapter of his life, Yvette was right there to support him in any way she could. While a large chunk of the money Eric had received from the sale of Sally, his vintage Aston Martin, went straight into Yvette's granny annex and paying off the mortgage, there was still plenty left. The lawyers and adoption fees had all been cleared, and Eric had even treated himself to a new second-hand car, leaving the bright orange Beetle at Yvette's disposal. Even after all that, there was still enough left in the bank that he could have gone a little longer without rushing back to work. But while part of him relished the thought of lazy days at home with Mabel, making Play-Doh out of salt and flour and handprint cards to give to all the adopted aunts and uncles, he knew that at some point it would have to end. Now that Mabel was fully settled and the adoption process finalized, it felt important that their lives progressed to a deeper sense of normality, and that normality, for Eric, meant getting a job. "Are you sure you can do that?" Yvette had asked 100 times when Eric informed her of his possible new venture. "The school seems to think I can. They're the ones who should know." "But you're not a qualified teacher. You don't have any training." "They train me on the job," Eric said. "That's the way it works." "It doesn't sound like a very good way." "I'll be sure to pass that information on to my new employers," he said curtly. Yvette grunted in response. Eric had never really considered teaching as a career option. Sure, the holidays were appealing, but that was about it. The pay was barely a fraction of what he had earned when he started out in London, and his final salary there made his current one look like pocket money. But he was only starting part-time, and 3 mornings a week teaching maths felt like the ideal introduction. If he didn't enjoy it, it was hardly enough hours to take over his life, and if he did, then maybe he could go full-time when Mabel started at school. It had been Hank who had brought the job to his attention. "They asked me," Hank said while digging up his potatoes one day at the allotment, "but I'm too old to try something new like that myself. I thought it might be something that would fit in well with you and the girls, though." "Thank you," Eric replied, taking the number from Hank while deciding what time of day would be best to ring and inquire. "Why did they contact you about it? You're not a teacher, are you?" "They said something about my military experience being beneficial." Eric frowned. The surprisingly large secondary school on the outskirts of town served as the main school for both Burlam and the dozen outlying villages in the area. It really didn't seem likely to be a war zone, but even if it was, after managing a newborn, Susie's grieving daughter and mother, a red setter puppy, and his father-in-law's ex-mistress all in his house at the same time, he felt he could manage anything. And so, after a holiday filled with chocolate reindeers and endless toys, that morning marked the first day of term. As the vacancy had come up over the Christmas holiday, Eric wasn't going to get quite as long an induction as if he had started at the beginning of the school year. Fortunately, today was an inset day, meaning he at least got a slight opportunity to familiarize himself with his surroundings before the children came back. Not to mention the fact that he needed to find out exactly what he was teaching. By 7 o'clock, Abi and Mabel were sitting downstairs, with Mabel's porridge smeared mostly over the high chair and herself, and Abi grumbling about the early morning after 2 weeks of lie-ins and late nights. Yvette busied herself between them, wiping down the table and taking a brush to Abi's hair. "Now, don't forget you pick Mabel up at 12 on a Monday," Eric pointed to his laminated sheet. "It's 3 on the other days, but 12 on a Monday." "I haven't forgotten," Yvette said as she moved the brush to Mabel. "You have reminded me several times." "And you won't forget to bring the letter home telling us how much she's eaten." "Eric?" Her tone was warning. I know. Only we'd arranged for you to be here by 6:50 this morning and you were closer to 6:55. I just don't want there to be any more mishaps." With a glare narrow enough to thread the eye of a needle, Yvette dropped a plate of avocado and toast next to where Abi was sitting. Eric picked up a slice and took a bite. "I'm just nervous," he said, as he paced from one side of the kitchen to the other. "Really?" Yvette remarked. "I would never have guessed." After all the trauma it had endured, the kitchen was now among Eric's favourite rooms in the house, with its light green walls, cream cabinets and a marble island that filled the space in the middle. A new, solid wood table had replaced the old one, although Eric was under no illusions. Mabel had already started showing a fondness for Abby's crayons. She would just have to do it on other tables in the house and not this one, he had warned her. "Just run me through your day once more," Eric said, having devoured the toast in 3 mouthfuls, "so I can relax a little." Rolling her eyes, Yvette took his plate from the table and stacked it in the dishwasher. Then she returned to the table and placed both hands against the top before inhaling deeply. "When you've left for school, I'll take Mabel upstairs and change her nappy and dress her, while Abby checks her school bag. No later than 7:20, I will leave the house, buckle Mabel into the car seat securely, and leave to take her to nursery. On my way back, I'll drop Abby at school, parking the car outside the gym and allowing her to walk the distance, but making sure I watch her until she is inside the gate. I'll then teach my morning dance classes. At 11:50, I'll drive my car to the nursery to pick up Mabel." "Where?" "Where I'll ensure I take her snack list from her teachers. After that, Mabel and I will come back here, probably play with some kitchen knives and a bottle of bleach until you come home, grab Lulu and Mabel and take them both down to school to pick up Abby. It's really not that complicated." Eric smacked his tongue against the roof of his mouth. No, of course it's not. You're right," he said, although he couldn't help but feel she'd been a little facetious with some of her remarks. Oh, God, what he wouldn't give for a G&T right now, although he expected drinking first thing in the morning before starting a job that involved an enhanced criminal record check was not a good idea. "Water," he blurted out, his mind still racing through all the possible catastrophes that could occur in his absence. "What about it?" Yvette's eyes rolled for the 100th time. "We need to make sure they have enough water. I don't want them getting dehydrated." "Their schools have taps, Eric, and it's January in Burlam, not midsummer in the Sahara. Please, stop fussing." "It's only—" "Go." Her hand flew into the air. "I've got this. We are all set. But go." Scouring the room, Eric racked his mind for anything he could have forgotten. "We are all set," Yvette repeated. "Now good luck and break a leg." With her first indication of life all morning, Abby's head popped up from her cereal. "Don't break a leg, Daddy," she said, a look of worry on her face. "Not again. It was bad enough with the ribs." Eric picked up his laptop bag from the floor and kissed both of his daughters on the forehead. "Don't worry. The only things I'm going to break from now on are children's spirits." He laughed. The deadpan expressions of Abi and Yvette met him stone cold across the table. "Tough audience," he muttered to himself. Chapter 2. 10 minutes in, and approximately 30 faces had already introduced themselves to Eric, each with a handshake, a smile, and some supposedly witty little anecdote that was meant to ensure he remembered them. "Well, I'm sure I'll see you about, and don't let the buggers grind you down." A podgy hand, belonging to a man who was either called Clint or Stephen, grasped Eric's, shaking it firmly before disappearing into the mass of coffee-slurping staff. "I'm sure you will," Eric said quietly to himself. Perhaps it was the number of people, or the diversity, or simply the fact that after closing the door on his secondary school education at the age of 18, Eric had never in all his life anticipated being back in a room with so many teachers. But whatever the reason, Eric felt well and truly out of his depth. He stepped a little further towards the edge of the room and continued his furtive people-watching. Kissed cheeks and whoops of "You look fabulous" were interspersed with shaking heads and more somber comments. "I heard, wasn't it terrible? I can't believe he even came back. I guess it could have been worse. Have you heard what happened in Chelmsford?" as the staff milled about, catching up with their colleagues after the break. Among the masses, Eric quickly identified some of the more dominant cliques. The PE staff, clearly indicated by their matching short-sleeved T-shirts, all embroidered with the school's crest and motto of support, strive, and soar, were high-fiving each other near the window, while those Eric suspected were the higher flyers, with waistcoats on, iPads in their hands and stylus pens at the ready, had taken the uncomfortable-looking straight-back seats at the front of the room. There were the young staff, men and women who barely looked old enough to be out of a classroom themselves, but were dressed professionally in two-piece suits or modern jackets. And then there were the old-timers. They'd formed a circle out of well-worn armchairs and kept their heads firmly down, focusing on their newspapers. With their hands wrapped around their coffee cups, they struggled to keep their eyes open and offered indifferent grunts to anyone who approached them. Eric watched on, his eyes forcibly drawn to them. These men and women, most with a slightly unkempt look about them, seemed about as interested in their colleagues' holiday adventures as Eric was in knowing who won the latest round of Britain's Got Talent. Apathetics, Eric considered. The type who'd been in the job too long, probably. It was a shame, but every school most likely had them. Drawing his eyes away from the group, Eric searched among the crowd for any other possible newbies. Out of all the people there, he only saw one other person, a man of around half his age, who he felt had a similar look of shell shock on his face. With a deep breath, Eric began to muster the courage to go and speak to someone. Picking up his bag, he stepped into the center of the room. Unfortunately, at just that moment, the staff room doors swung open and a sudden hush descended the room. In less than a heartbeat, the head teacher, who had been instrumental in the hiring of Eric, materialized through the doors. Eric glanced around the room. His stomach lurched. All the bodies, who only moments ago had been standing up, chatting away, had suddenly managed to find themselves places to sit. Even the other newbie face that Eric had looked to only moments ago was positioned in a chair. In fact, the only person in the room still standing, besides Eric, was the head teacher. As subtly as he could, Eric shuffled back towards the walls, where he crouched his body down to a seated height. "So," the head began once he had painfully watched the entirety of Eric's less-than-stealthy retreat. While Eric estimated that his new employer, Roger Fleming, was at the most 3 or 4 years older than he was, the bags under his eyes and the 5 o'clock shadow darkening his chin did not reflect a man who had just had a 2-week holiday. "I trust you all had an enjoyable holiday. Now let's dive right in. We've got a busy 2 terms ahead of us." The word busy was said on an exhale, indicating that busyness wasn't something that Roger Fleming looked forward to. His eyes flicked down to his iPad. When they came back up, 5 hands had already sprung up, almost all from the group Eric had dubbed the High Flyers. "Now," Roger's jaw tightened, "before you start badgering me with questions, yes, I too am aware that 1 or 2 of the classrooms are rather cold at the minute. I'm on the phone with a couple of companies who might be able to loan us some heaters until this spell is over, but until then, let's do what we can. No windows left open, please. If you've got a spare coat you can use as a draft excluder, then please do." One hand went down. "And yes," Roger continued, "I'm aware the girls' toilet on the 2nd floor is still flooding. Unfortunately, it's not a small job and it wasn't in last year's budget, so the girls will still have to use the ladies' toilet down the corridor until we get a more permanent solution." 2 more hands dropped. 2 were still holding firm. "And yes, I know there is a series of giant penises drawn on the football pitch. Jimmy Drake apparently learned an alternative use for weed killer before seeing out his time with us. I've been assured the grass will grow over by the end of the month." Only 1 hand remained. Roger ignored it. "I'm aware that last term was long and tough, but if we could hold off for 24 hours before making me aware of anything unless it's an absolute emergency, that would be great." Despite the clear request from the head, Eric was surprised to find that 1 hand was still in the air. One from the circle of apathy, an old-timer. Roger rolled his eyes. "Yes, George," he asked with a sigh. "Is it true that you're removing our coffee machine at the end of the month?" A series of outraged gasps peppered the room. Open-mouthed looks of horror were exchanged, while those with mugs in their hands gripped a little tighter around their beverages. Thank you all." Roger lowered the volume of the room with a slight raise of his hand. "The coffee machine is being taken for a service at the end of the month." "How long will it take?" someone shouted out from the PE corner of the room. The bags under Roger's eyes seemed to get bigger by the second. "I've been told it will take about a fortnight, but—" Roger raised his hands before the uproar started to swell again. "I'll provide an alternative solution, a suitable alternative solution." After the teachers had been appeased with the promise of cafetières and freshly ground coffee until the machine was fixed, talk went to matters of specific students along with pedagogy and practice. The air around Eric became thick with 3, 4, and 5-letter acronyms. The staff nodded away knowledgeably. Eric, however, attempted to scribble down notes. EAL, SOW, AFL, the American Football League. That couldn't be right. Balancing his notepad on his knees, he scrawled down the letters, trying to focus on what was being said while crouching in the most ridiculous position of all time and doing his best to ignore the searing heat that was starting to burn through his thighs. It reminded him of a time he and Susie had gone to Bangkok on holiday and they'd decided to leave the hotel to check out one of the local food markets. The effects of the fermented shrimp paste had come on so fast he'd had no choice but to dash to the nearest squat toilet and wait for the episode to pass, all the time trying not to pass out from the smell. After that, it was a wonder he still ate Thai food at all. "All right, then." Roger handed his iPad to one of the waistcoats beside him, who clutched it like it was a newborn. "As you see, we've got a couple of new faces among us, if I could do some quick introductions." Eyes flitted excitedly. Even one or two of the apathetics lifted their chins a little. "Hillary, if you could stand, please." A grey-haired woman with severe glasses and a strong dousing of chin hair stood up at one end of the room. "Many of you may remember Hillary. She left us a couple of years ago to work on her quilting company, but has kindly agreed to come back and help out with the geography classes in the wake of Mr. Simmons's sudden departure. Thank you for that, Hillary." A small round of applause rippled through the room, while a few knowledgeable smiles glanced her way. "Next up, we have Bruce." Bruce was broad-shouldered with impressive sideburns and the tail end of a tattoo peeking out the neck of his PE top. He lifted his hand to the room. "Bruce has come to us from Southend. He's coming in as our new PE development coordinator." Another small round of applause. "And Kevin. Where are you, Kevin?" The man Eric had picked out earlier as looking as terrified as he had felt tentatively rose to his feet. "Kevin is an NQT in the science department. I'm sure you'll all make him feel welcome." Eric's muscles began to tremble from a combination of the crouch and the nerves. "Last, but by no means least, Eric." Eric had assumed that by the time he had reached his 40s, which he now undeniably had, he would have felt less awkward about standing in front of a room of new people. He had done it frequently when he worked in recruitment, but this, he realized, was the first time he had stood in front of a crowd of unknowns in nearly 20 years. While his legs continued to tremble from the sudden influx of oxygen to the muscles, his stomach churned with butterflies. He forced his lips into what he hoped was a friendly, welcoming smile, but suspected looked more like constipation. "Eric's coming in part-time," Roger started his introduction. "He lives locally and has kindly agreed to take on our ENC class for 6 hours a week." ENC? Eric frowned at yet another acronym, one he was sure he hadn't heard before. Perhaps extra nasty calculus, he thought with a gulp. He had assumed, due to lack of experience, that he would be taking the lower years. Anything more than that would require some brushing up in the evenings. Flexing his ankles a little as he stood, he was even more relieved he had made the decision to only start out part-time. As Eric's own small round of applause rattled around the room, Roger lowered his hand, forcing Eric to return to crouching. He shifted his shoulders. Next time, he would be in a chair from the moment the meeting started. There was no chance he was falling for this again. "Okay, then." Roger spoke in a tone that indicated he was drawing his comments to a close. "I know you all need this morning's department time to get yourselves sorted, so check the bulletin online for the rest of the notices. Those of you who need to complete the safeguarding course, please make sure you respond to that email, and those of you with professional development targets still hanging over from last term need to make sure that they're emailed to Simon by the end of the week." Eric jotted what he thought were the final comments down in his pad. "Also, we have external trainers coming in for moderation for all NVQ subjects, so please can you check the calendar for your dates, and those teaching GCSEs, you need to be aware that there has been some change to coursework and exam deadlines this week, so liaise with your heads of department on how to best fit those in. We've got a briefing as normal tomorrow, and don't forget the dates of the parents' evening meetings, the PTA coffee morning, and the LEA twilight sessions are already on the calendar. Let's hit the ground running, everyone." With that, he turned to leave. An instant crescendo in volume struck Eric's already frazzled brain. LEA, NVQ. By the sounds of it, he would need to invest in an encyclopedia of teaching terms if he was to make it past the first week. Apparently, even his subject was an acronym, one he had zero idea what it meant. A cold chill of dread rolled in his gut. "Roger. Sorry, Roger." Eric fought his way through the crowd, his quivering legs slowly recovering from the deoxygenating effects of crouching. "Do you have a second? Sorry, Roger." It was like being in the center of a rugby scrum as half the staff vied for Roger's attention. 2 waistcoated teachers had already bookended the head teacher, leaving him very little room to move, while another, rather robust PE teacher was waving his hand at him from across the room. Eric tried a little louder, feeling like some teenager attempting to get the attention of their favorite musician after a concert. "Sorry," he said. "If you just have a minute, Roger. Sorry, I just don't really know what I'm supposed to be teaching. I thought I was in the maths department." There was a sudden halt to the movement as Roger stopped, elbowing one of the waistcoats in the process. He twisted his neck, looked at Eric, and frowned. "Maths?" he said. "You said I was teaching ENC," Eric panted as he reminded him. "When you introduced me, you said I was teaching ENC, but I thought I was teaching maths." A confused expression graced Roger's face for a second, before clearing. Oh, yes, you were, sorry. No, you're with the extended nurture class now. You don't mind, do you? I remember you saying you were flexible." "Well, of course, but—" "And you'll be doing maths as well, I suspect. Of sorts. Maths, English." "Sorry." Eric shook his head, still struggling to make sense of what he was hearing. "I don't mean to sound rude, but what is this extended nurture class? I don't think I've been told about it before." Roger held Eric's gaze with a firm and unfaltering resolution, but Eric was sure he saw Roger's lips twitch just a little. "They're a very small class," he told Eric. "Only 6 in the group, 7 maybe. Lots of time together to build up really firm relationships. A great way to really get to know the students. Let me introduce you to Donna. She's in charge. Fantastic woman. Fabulous. She'll answer any of your questions and get you all sorted. Donna!" Shuffling his elbows to make room around him, he lifted his hand and waved it across the room. "Donna, if you have a minute." Eric followed Roger's line of sight across the room until he found who he was looking at. Donna, Eric discovered, was on the table of apathetics. She lifted her head only enough to indicate that she'd heard Roger before moving her gaze across to Eric. "Donna, this is Eric. He'll be one of your new teachers. Part-time." "They're all part-time," she responded. Roger's smile broadened and tightened. "She'll show you the ropes," he replied, making no attempt to take the introduction any further. Eric looked again at the woman. Her eyes were still down, staring into the coffee, and what looked like a pool of saliva was making its way from her bottom lip down to her mug. He had seen unconscious people more animated. "Well," Roger said, bringing Eric away from his staring, "like I said, she's a fantastic teacher. She'll teach you everything you need to know, so I hope the first week goes okay." With that, he waltzed off down the hallway before Eric could say another word. For over a minute, Eric hovered. While he was certain that Donna had assimilated the purpose of Roger's brief, long-range introduction, She had so far made no attempt to move towards him or show any indication of further acknowledgement whatsoever. In fact, none of the apathetic armchair crew had moved. While the rest of the staff room had begun to disperse, these particular 6 remained in absolute stoic silence. Perhaps it was some kind of meditative circle, Eric wondered briefly. He had read that mindfulness was all the rage at schools. Perhaps this few minutes of contemplative silence was purposefully put in place to help them be better prepared for the day ahead. Feeling the ball of his foot begin to tap against the ground, Eric glanced at his watch. His current contract was for 6 hours a week, 2 hours each on a Monday, Wednesday and Friday, and while he was happy to work more than that where needed, he would rather that time wasn't spent standing around doing nothing. Another 2 minutes passed, after which he could wait no longer. "Excuse me." Eric approached the table with his broadest smile. "I'm Eric."
"I heard."
Eric reached out his hand. However, it was Donna's mouth that responded, stretching wide as she yawned and exposed a mouthful of metal fillings.
"Sorry."
She covered her mouth with the impetus of a sloth.
"Give me a minute. Just need to let the caffeine kick in. I'll be with you in a sec."
Eric smiled. Of course, no problem. He backed away by a few steps, trying to look the least needy and pestering as possible. Only there wasn't much else for him to do. He had switched off his phone for fear of Yvette ringing every 5 minutes to see if he had found the canteen yet, or whether there were any teachers there who wanted dance classes. He didn't really want to switch it on again. Instead, he flicked open the paper planner which had been waiting for him in his pigeonhole when he arrived. Every page was empty, and he had no idea what he would even write in it, but at least it made him feel like he was doing something. A minute later, and one by one the armchair apathetics began to disperse. When only one other person was left, Donna pressed her hands down on the arms of the chair, heaved herself up to standing, and then flicked her glasses down from the top of her head and over her eyes.
"I'll just grab myself another cuppa before we get going,"
she said, and walked directly to the coffee machine.
"So,"
she said 5 minutes later when she and Eric had finally left the staff room,
"you got much teaching experience?"
"Well," Eric felt a lump building in his throat. "Not experience as such, but I'm a quick learner."
"You're going to need to be. What about biscuits?"
"Biscuits?"
"If I'm going to help you, I'm going to need biscuits. We're all going to need biscuits. Sugar, caffeine, and a moderate alcohol problem. If you ain't got experience, they're going to be the only things to get you through this."
If nothing else, Eric felt sure he had 2 of the 3 sorted. Chapter 3. "She was an absolute star, according to the nursery teacher," Yvette said, passing Mabel over to Eric for a well-needed squeeze. "She did some painting and played with the blocks, and then after I picked her up, we went and fed the ducks. Didn't we, Mabely Moo?"
"Da, da, da, da."
Mabel waved her hands excitedly.
"Da, da."
"And she drank plenty of water?"
"She did."
"And they know which days she's going?" Eric checked, wiping unidentifiable green gloop from around Mabel's lips.
"It's all sorted, but if she's sick or not going in one day, you need to ring them before 8, or you'll still get charged for her morning snacks, which she ate all of today, didn't you, my little superstar?"
Yvette reached over to tickle her tummy, giving Eric the opportunity to pass her back. He would play with Mabel properly in a bit. What he needed right now was a couple of minutes quiet to get his head straight.
"So?"
Yvette put Mabel down on the ground, at which point Lulu began to lick the remaining green goo residue from the baby's face.
"How did it go?"
A short pause followed. "I'm not sure," Eric said, massaging his temples in an attempt to help digest everything he had been told over the previous 7 hours. "It sounds good. I've got this extended nurture group, so the class is really small, but the other teacher didn't seem that concerned about what I was teaching."
"Did you not ask?"
"Of course I did. She said it was all very flexible. Maybe that's what it's like now. Maybe I'm free to experiment and take them wherever their educational journey leads them." That was the way Eric had interpreted what Donna said to him. Her actual words were, "As long as there's some data on the spreadsheet and I don't have to fill out any incident forms, I don't care what you do with them." Eric had followed her around the 10-foot square room that was the ENC office. "Do I not have to worry about targets? I know my daughter, Abi—"
"0 incidents," Donna repeated. "That's your target."
The churning that had been present all morning was intensifying with every sentence Donna spoke, almost as if someone had snuck fermented shrimp paste into his coffee. "What about the rest of the department?" Eric asked. "Roger said I was joining the department." The twist on Donna's lips was all he needed to confirm her response wasn't going to be a good one. "Well—" Donna opened a cupboard, from which she pulled out a packet of jammy Dodgers, then took a seat at the table in the centre of the room and emptied the packet into a colourful biscuit tin.
2 years ago, there were 4 of us full-time. It worked well, actually. A good bunch. Qualified, and passionate about the job. Excellent fat Friday cakes each week, too."
Her eyes lowered to the jammy Dodgers with a sad, nostalgic gaze, as if once they had been something so much greater.
"Anyway," she continued, "when Barry retired halfway through the school year, they just decided to put our classes together and not replace him."
"Ouch," Eric said, although he had a sneaking suspicion that Donna was nowhere near finished yet. He was right.
"It stretched us a little, but we managed. Then, the start of school 3 years ago, there were supposed to be 3 of us full-time. That lasted 4 weeks, until one of the maths department went on long-term sick, and Judith had to split her time between here and there. Absolute cruelty it was. And of course they gave her examination class, and they take up even more time."
"So now?" Eric hoped there was some form of silver lining.
"So now Judith is head of maths. I'm still here, and Darren and Enid from the English team take 2 lessons a week. At the beginning of the year, we also had an LEA specialist reviewer join us, supposedly to help us move up to the next level. Well, he didn't even last the term. Add to that the fact he managed to balls up all the assessments and groupings too, so we've had to redo the class sets for this term, which was not a small job. Trust me, I know. I'm the one who had to do it. We'll have 2 TAs, thankfully, although they'll be part-time too."
She paused. Eric thought she was going to head for another biscuit, but from the look on her face, it appeared that even a top-rate jammy Dodger couldn't solve this problem.
"And now there's you, too, someone with no qualifications who's our second most full-time member of staff in the department."
She didn't make it sound like a positive. "On the plus side," Eric said to Yvette as he fixed himself a drink, then topped up Lulu's water bowl, "there are only 11 of them, which means very little marking, although apparently I also have to teach geography, history, and if possible a modern foreign language."
"Do you speak a foreign language?"
Yvette asked. "Je ne sais pas." Eric shrugged his shoulders.
"What about a computer? You said you were going to get a computer. Is all that sorted?"
Eric shook his head. The IT department were all out fixing the interactive whiteboards that had stopped working over the holiday. I'll get in early tomorrow and get it sorted." A small muscle twitched along Yvette's jawline.
"I thought you didn't work Tuesdays,"
she said. "I don't, but I want to go in and observe Donna. That's not going to be an issue, is it? I'll only be gone for a couple of hours after I've dropped Abi at school. I can ask Hank or Cynthia to have Mabel if it's a problem."
"Don't be so silly. You're not pawning my grandchild off to someone else, thank you very much. I take my grandparenting duties extremely seriously."
A slight pause filled the air between them, which expanded as Eric shifted his feet from side to side. He opened his mouth a quarter-inch before closing it again. It was things like this, slight comments, entirely innocuous in their meaning, that would come out of nowhere and render him crippled with guilt. Yvette looked at him with increasing bemusement.
"I should let you get on,"
she said after a pause. A second later, the front door slammed, the sound of which was followed by the exceptionally close opening and closing of her granny-flat front door, only 6 feet away. Yawning, Eric crouched down, making a space between Lulu and Mabel. "What do you think?" he said to neither one of them in particular. "Am I getting this all wrong?" This job would be a good distraction, he thought as Lulu nuzzled her nose into his palm. It was a signifier Normality at last, after all they'd been through. His mind flitted through the last year and a half. Susie's death, Mabel's arrival. Then there was the plastic tag he'd found hidden in one of Susie's drawers while Mabel's biological mother, Katrina, had been living with them. The little hospital label had thrown everything he thought he had known about his wife and their marriage up in the air. She'd had another baby, Eric had discovered, when she was just a child herself, and the only person who knew anything about it was Lydia, Susie's sister, and she was refusing to even discuss the matter. She'd insisted more than once that the child had been hers, but Eric knew better. And she knew he knew. It was a stalemate, and poor, unknowing Yvette had been caught right in the middle of it. For over a month he had tried to pursue the issue. After all, if Abi had a half-brother out there, then surely she had a right to know. But according to his solicitor, Christian Eves, Eric's hypothetical friend had no legal standing. Even birth parents, he discovered, have no standing once they place their child up for adoption. The widower of a mother, who hadn't even known about the baby while his wife was still alive, definitely had no standing. With any straightforward legal avenue impossible, Eric had considered pursuing his own lines of investigation. Scores of online agencies offered databases of information where children could search for their parents and vice versa. He'd clicked on a few of them multiple times and even got as far as filling in some of the data questions, but he never pressed send. Every time a site asked for him to confirm his email or verify with a credit card, the same thing stopped him. Yvette. Whenever his mother-in-law had looked at him during those first few months after the discovery, the surges of guilt that coursed through Eric's veins had been enough to make him leave the room. He stopped being able to make eye contact with her. He could barely stand being in the same house. Every word she spoke to him had him doubled over with shame. Yes, Susie had betrayed Eric's trust by not telling him about the child, but that was nothing compared to the betrayal Yvette would have felt had she found out the truth. Both her daughters lying to her for over 2 decades. After everything she had suffered with Philip, Katrina, and the baby, there was no way she would ever get past this. Her world would be broken. That last glimmer of the old Yvette that she'd fought so desperately for would be gone. And so, despite every fibre of his being desperately yearning to know the truth, Eric had vowed to himself not to pursue the matter. Not for now. He had plenty of time left. Perhaps when Abi was an adult and Yvette no longer lived with him, then he would consider starting up the hunt in earnest. For now, he had decided nothing would be gained from pursuing the matter. But that didn't stop it hurting now and again. "Well," he said, pushing himself up from the ground while hooking an arm around Mabel to bring her with him. "I guess we'd better go and get your sister. I have a feeling these days are going to go pretty fast now. Daddy the school teacher. Who'd have thought?" Chapter 4. While Eric wasn't timetabled to come in on Tuesdays, it felt wrong not to be there given that it was the day the students arrived back, particularly as he was taking the extended nurture class. The name said it all, he'd thought that night as he made Abi's sandwiches for the following day. The students were bound to be apprehensive, nervous of what lay ahead now they had a new teacher to get used to. It was far better if he was there to ease their transitions.
"They'll be with their tutors for the first lesson,"
Donna said. She flicked the kettle on, then sat down at the small table in the ENC office.
"Coffee?"
she asked. Eric shook his head. "No, thank you. I'm trying to cut down on my caffeine." A semi-grunted response that could well have been a laugh caught in her throat.
"Have a custard cream, then," she said. "You'll need something."
Eric took one from the tin, nibbling at the corner, his stomach uncharacteristically turbulent.
"You might have a bit of a mix-up with timetables,"
Donna told him, reaching for her second biscuit, while her first had only just made it to her mouth.
"Some smart suit decided to upgrade the system over Christmas. Now they've got to reload all the servers and they've lost half the data. Should be sorted by the time you start tomorrow, though."
"That's good to know."
And I've been warned we might have 1 or 2 new kids, so make sure you have a skim over their IEPs.
IEPs? Eric was wondering if acronym allergy was a genuine condition.
Individual education plans, Donna said with a slight softening. Don't worry, I'll show you where they all are when you've got your laptop sorted. And don't worry about your first lesson too much. It's all about laying your ground rules, she continued. No gum, no phones, and if you lend one of them a pen, make sure you take a shoe off them first.
A shoe? Eric frowned, not sure that he had heard correctly.
Yep, get 'em to give you a shoe. They ain't going to run off with your pens that way.
Oh. Leaving the biscuits, she moved over to the kettle and heaped 3 spoonfuls of instant coffee into her mug.
Don't turn your back on them either, not even to write on the board.
How do I write on the board without turning my back on them?
Practice, she answered succinctly, and if you can get through until Easter without smiling, you'll be doing yourself a favour.
OK. Eric recalled the list aloud in an attempt to ensure he hadn't missed anything. No gum or phones, take shoes, don't smile, don't turn your back on them. While Eric didn't believe he was currently in a position to question Donna's professionalism, her advice seemed a little far-fetched in comparison to all the educational literature he'd been reading since accepting the position. No doubt it was down to the children's self-esteem issues, he mused. Nurture groups probably felt the stress of situations more keenly than the average student. These jovial little oddities were likely to make them feel more at ease.
Just phone home the moment they so much as sneeze in the wrong direction. Honestly, don't give them an inch.
As she glanced at her watch, a look of resignation came over her face.
Well, I've got to go see the head of year about the weed killer penis issue. They're thinking about turning it into a flower display. Seriously, how do they find these people? You're welcome to wait in the office, up to you.
I need to go to IT, Eric said. Get my computer sorted before I start.
Good luck with that.
Another short and quite possibly condescending laugh crackled in Donna's throat as she filled her coffee and took a sip, gulping back the tar-thick beverage while it still steamed.
You know where you're going?
The 2nd floor?
Yep. And don't believe there's no one in just because they don't answer the door. You keep ringing that bell. Someone's in there. Trust me.
It took more time than anticipated, trawling the corridors and unlabelled rooms, before Eric finally found stairs up to the 2nd floor and the IT office, which was, he discovered, the only door in the building he had seen with a doorbell. He rang said doorbell once and waited. A minute passed, after which he tried again. After 3 short rings, there was still no reply. Given that he didn't actually hear the doorbell when he pressed it, he knocked on the glass instead. Perhaps there was a chance that the ring wasn't working, he thought, and then, with that in mind, pressed the bell again, this time holding it for a full 3 seconds. A moment later, the door swung open.
What?
A short man in an ill-fitting polo shirt snapped as he opened the door. Sorry, Eric's sudden loss for words came not only from being shouted at like a small child, but also the fact that such reprimand came from someone who looked like he was playing tribute to Danny DeVito.
What do you want? Ringing on the bell like that, worse than the bloody kids.
Sorry, Eric stuttered. I wasn't sure anyone was in. I had tried quite a few times.
Yes, well, we were working. We have jobs, you know. Our sole purpose isn't to be on call for you bloody teachers every time you lock yourselves out of your computers.
Eric cleared his throat and attempted to reset the situation. He stretched out his hand and smiled a little. Eric Sibley, he said. I'll be working part-time with the ENC. Not even an eyelash flickered on the man's stony face. Eric lowered his hand. Well, yes, he continued. I was told you would be able to sort out a laptop for me. A snort gurgled in the man's throat.
Today? You want me to sort a computer for you today?
Well, I only started this term. The tightening in Eric's throat was increasing at approximately the same pace Danny DeVito's face was reddening.
And you didn't think of coming to me yesterday about this? You thought you'd wait for today, when all the kids are back in and the server is down? I suppose you want it now, right? Honestly, no bloody idea. He turned his back and walked through a narrow hallway. The static hum of electricity buzzed around them, while various red and green lights blinked. Eric wasn't sure whether the man's movements were an indication for him to follow, but given that he needed a computer, he felt there wasn't much choice. I don't need it until tomorrow. Eric tried to make the situation a fraction more positive. I actually don't have any lessons today. The man harumphed as he sat down at a computer and began to flick through various folders on his screen. And what did you say your name was? Eric Sibley, in the EN. Yeah, I heard you the first time. As a great believer in personal space, hovering was not a position that Eric found particularly comfortable. However, in the cramped office space, with a floor covered in electrical leads and computer monitors, he found he had little choice. Two other pairs of hands were tapping away at their computers, and judging from the way their fingers flitted across the keyboards and their eyes stayed very much focused on the screen, Eric guessed they weren't going to jump up and volunteer their help any time soon. The condition was made all the worse by the motes of dust swimming around the air, tickling his nose. It was no wonder they all looked so pale, working in such a poorly lit room and apparently without any proper ventilation. Eric fought back a sneeze. In such a small area, it didn't seem like the politest thing to do. Still, the action of trying not to sneeze was causing a breakout of sweat to form along his collar. Without warning, Danny pushed his wheelie chair back and looked up at Eric. Done, he said. Done? Eric asked. You can come and collect it tomorrow morning, he said. You've got all your login details? The sweat pooled into his shirt. No. Exaggerated eye-rolling was followed by a heavy sigh that Eric was certain had been dramatized for the sole purpose of making him feel as stupid as possible. What about a photo? Photo? Huffing to himself, the man waddled over to the corner of the room where, with a few non-directed expletives, he bent down onto his hands and knees and cleared a patch of the carpet beside the window, sending even more dust up into the air. Once finished, he pulled down the blind, turning the already dim room into a dungeon. Stand there. He pointed to the patch he'd just cleared. Should I check I look? Eric stopped himself. The simple act of speaking was worsening the tickling in his nose. Yes, of course. Combing his fingers through his hair and trying to ensure his tie was straight, Eric slipped into position beside the blind. The tickling in his nose worsened, creeping its way up to his sinuses. He planted his feet on the ground, ready for his photo, when just as the camera flashed in his direction, he let out an almighty sneeze. Thankfully, his hand flew to his mouth just in time. Done, Danny said, reaching across Eric to release the blind. But I just sneezed. Danny looked at the screen on the back of the camera. Looks fine, he shrugged. Can I see? Eric asked. Ignoring Eric's comment, Danny grunted as he removed the memory card from the camera and slipped it into an external computer drive. I'll give you your login details when you collect the laptop tomorrow, he said. Sweat reformed on the back of Eric's neck. And the photo? Your ID card gets printed externally, should have it in a week. And that's all it's used for? Eric asked. My ID card? And the system's just school stuff. No attempt at eye contact was made while he spoke. Wondering if perhaps he should demand to be shown the photo, given that it was to be used on official items, Eric waited, although less than a minute later, with a small grunt, Danny rolled his wheelie chair back under his desk and began to start typing. Oh well, Eric thought on his way out. It was just a photo. It wasn't like it actually mattered. Chapter 5. Just 2 minutes after Eric had found his way back to the office and decided to reward himself with a biscuit from the tin, Donna appeared, an empty coffee cup in her hand, laptop under her arm, and a decidedly heavy-looking blue canvas tote over her shoulder. She slumped down in her chair and took the biscuit tin straight out of Eric's hands. Do you want the good news or the bad news?
Eric considered the proposal. Back when she'd been alive, Susie had a rule. Bad news first, that way you always had something to cheer you up at the end. Eric disagreed. You could only really appreciate the good thing if it didn't have the gloom of the bad news lingering over you. Good news first, Eric replied. I like to try to be positive.
That's excellent, then. She looked up over the tin. Because there is no good news. We've lost Tammy, our TA. She's discovered she can make more stacking shelves at the supermarket than she does here. That means you'll have no support in any of your lessons.
A feeling of dread cascaded in Eric's stomach. But Donna wasn't done.
Apparently, they've decided mainstream English is too tricky for most of the children here, so our classes have nearly doubled. Not that the registers are working for us to see that. Then, to top it all off, leadership are insisting that I head up the budding businesses activity this year as part of my professional development.
Budding businesses? Donna's eyebrows rose in a manner implying it was not something they were going to discuss at length. Not now, at least.
Look.
She pushed her glasses to the top of her head.
Don't feel like you have to stay the whole lesson. Honestly, just go whenever you've had enough. Enjoy your last free day.
It's fine, Eric assured her. I want to meet the children.
Yeah, that's what you think now. I guess we'd better move to the classroom. They'll be here soon.
A few minutes later in the classroom, and the first student arrived to class, a full 5 minutes early. Hey, miss, she said, removing her rucksack from her shoulders and placing it neatly down on the floor by one of her chairs. Donna shifted her laptop to the side and leaned forward across the desk as she spoke to the student. Eric hovered, yet again, unsure whether he should introduce himself or wait for Donna to do so.
Hi, Melissa. Did you have a good holiday?
Donna's attention was focused on the student. Yes, thank you, Miss Strong.
Did you get anything nice for Christmas?
She shook her head. No, Dad still hasn't found another job since they closed the factory, so things were a little tight. She made the comment matter-of-factly, rather the same way Eric had seen Abi do most recently when people asked her about her mum, but Eric could see the twinge of worry in her eyes, as, he could tell, did Donna.
Don't worry, she said. Something will turn up soon, I'm sure of it. And, she paused, I stocked up the bag. Here.
She lifted the blue canvas tote off the ground. A spark glinted in Melissa's eyes. I shouldn't really, she said. Dad says I'm meant to be cutting down on sweets.
I won't tell if you don't.
With a tight-lipped smile, Melissa's hand dove into the tote bag, returning seconds later clasping a bag of jelly sweets.
Right, now put it away before the others arrive, or they'll all start wanting them.
Still grinning, Melissa pocketed the treat and returned to her table to unpack her rucksack. Next, a group of 3 bundled through in one mass. While these ladies were once again dressed in the school uniform, they all had a colourful array of bracelets jangling on their wrists, and their skirts had all been visibly rolled up at the waistline to reveal extensively laddered tights.
Miss, who's he?
They'd barely stepped in the door when one of the girls pointed a finger at Eric.
Casey, this is Mr. Sibley. Mr. Sibley will be taking some of your classes this term.
Is he any good? Another said.
Yes.
Donna spoke without even batting her eyelids.
Mr. Sibley is an excellent teacher.
The knots in Eric's stomach deepened while the girl continued to eye him suspiciously.
He looks like Mr. Cooper, the third of them said.
No, he don't.
Yes, he does. Sir, are you Mr. Cooper's brother?
I can't say I know who Mr. Cooper is. The girls simultaneously rolled their eyes before taking seats at the back of the class. 2 boys followed next, although Eric had a hard time telling whether they'd actually arrived together or merely arrived at the same time. Each of their faces was absorbed in the screen of a phone, and Eric considered it a miracle that they weren't tripping over things left, right, and centre.
Miss.
One raised his head from his screen for a millisecond as he nodded towards Donna.
Jordan,
she said to the other boy.
Morning,
he grunted back without taking his eyes off the screen. Donna spoke to the top of his head.
Do you need me to take your phone off you to remind you that you're not allowed them during lesson time?
A series of huffs and puffs followed, although Eric was unable to decipher whether any actual words were said due to the commotion caused by the next student who arrived. Unlike the other children, who had swaggered into the room at nonchalant paces, this student marched straight up to Donna's desk, hands on yet another rolled-up waistband.
"Sorry, miss, but this is well shit." "Rosie, what's your language, please?" "No, miss, this is shit. I shouldn't be in this class. These are all fickies. They're all dense as
She caught herself and reddened.
"No one in this class is thick, Rosie."
Donna's voice was calm, but unnaturally so.
"Everybody has their own unique way of learning, and in this class you get a little more time to do it, that's all. And you already know that. You were in the ENC last year." "Yeah, and I got better in all the tests. I got better in English and in science, and in maths I got higher than Harris Street, and he's in the second set, and I'm still doing good in the class. Mrs. Farrell said there was no way she'd move me out again. Lying bitch." "Rosie."
The calm in Donna's voice had developed an edge which caused the hair to rise on the back of Eric's neck.
"I think you need to sit down. Now."
A tangible silence filled the air in the moment of hesitation, after which, with her bottom lip protruding in much the same way Abby's used to when she was stumbling out of toddlerhood, Rosie stormed across to a seat.
"This ain't fair,"
she continued to mutter to herself.
"Jordan's so thick he thought that worms had legs."
Within a second, Jordan was on his feet. "What did you say?" He slammed his hands against her desk.
"I said, you're so thick you thought worms had legs."
"I did not," Jordan spat, his face only inches from hers.
"You did too. Martin Downs was saying how millipedes have 1,000,000 legs and centipedes have 1,000 legs, and then you said worms had 10 legs."
"Did not."
"Did too. Martin told me."
"Martin's a fucking liar."
"Enough,"
said Donna with a quiet yet forceful tone. Eric and the children snapped their eyes to Donna. A thin vein was protruding ever so slightly from her forehead. Even Eric took a step back. With the class in silence, Donna's words reverberated around the room.
"That's enough. Rosie, sit down and stop talking. Jordan, go back to your seat. It looks like legs of insects is something we could all use a little bit of revision on."
A hand sprang up from the seat at the front. Attached to it was a small boy who Eric assumed had entered during the altercation. He had round Harry Potter-style glasses.
"Yes, Trent?"
Donna asked.
"Worms aren't actually insects, miss," he said, pushing his glasses back towards the bridge of his nose. "Neither are millipedes nor centipedes. Insects only have 6 legs. Millipedes are arthropods, like insects, though, but worms are actually—" "Thank you, Trent. I'll make sure I brush up on my invertebrate classification before our next lesson on it."
Across the room, Rosie and Jordan continued to stand and shoot daggers at each other. With a heavy sigh, Donna moved herself around her desk and positioned herself between them.
"Just because it's the first day of term, don't think I'm going to be nice here. It'll be after-school detention for the pair of you if you're not in your seat in the next 5 seconds."
"What did I do?" Rosie's hands were up in the air, outraged.
"He's the one who swore, and you're the one who provoked an argument. 5, 4,
grumbling ensued.
3, 2.
The pair dropped down into their seats, still griping.
"Thank you."
The tension eased a little around Donna's jaw and forehead.
"You know I hate filling out all the detention paperwork."
When Eric glanced up at the clock, he was amazed to find that they were only 2 minutes into the lesson, and that an altercation could arise, peak, and disperse in that time. He was even more surprised to find more children leisurely ambling their way into the room, as if the start time of lessons stated on timetables was merely a guideline. So far, the class was up to 9, with another pupil skulking through the door.
"If we can get seated as quickly as possible."
Donna was frowning.
"Are you sure you're all meant to be here? I thought I was only meant to have 8 or 9 of you."
A boy plucked a crumpled-up piece of paper out of his pocket and handed it to Donna. A second did the same.
"I guess if your timetable says you're meant to be here, then you're meant to be here," she said.
15 minutes into the lesson, Donna glanced up at the clock. It had been a while since any more students had arrived. The class size currently sat at 15, nearly double what Eric had expected.
These better be all we're going to get, Donna said. And don't get too comfy either. I think there might have been some mix-ups on the timetabling for one or two of you. See, I told you I wasn't fit, Rosie. Donna caught the student before another tirade could begin. Can you go down to reception for me and pick up a paper register? Why can't you do it on the computer? Rosie snapped back. Eric flinched. A bit of grumbling and complaining he was expecting, but outright questioning the teacher for a perfectly normal request wasn't something he was going to abide in his class. Donna, however, seemed unaffected by the remark. I can't use the computer register because the system is not working, she replied, as cool and smooth as a cucumber sorbet. So why does it have to be me that goes? Rosie continued to question. I'm comfy. Besides, I might miss something important. I might fall behind in my work. Donna rolled her eyes. It's you because I've asked you to go, Rosie. Have you forgotten my warning earlier this lesson? The young girl's jaw locked. Donna's, by contrast, lifted in a smile. Under other circumstances, Eric would have considered offering to go and get the register himself, but even he could see from the battle of wills taking place that it wouldn't be a great idea. Besides, Donna continued with her smile in place, after your earlier comments, I'm sure you'll have no trouble catching up the 2 minutes work you'll miss. It's your choice. Either you follow my request and go now, or you spend the first day of term in after-school detention for refusing to cooperate. Donna held the child's gaze until eventually Rosie pushed herself off her chair and sashayed out of the door. Okay. With the register issue seemingly dealt with, Donna addressed the rest of the class. Time to get to work. We're going to start the term with a quick 20-minute writing task. A series of groans rang out from the classroom. It's fine. No one will see them except me. I will not give the work a grade. I won't even mark it for spellings. That's not what it's about. All I want is for you to write 10 lines on the best thing that happened during the holiday. It could be anything. It could be going away. It could be a day spent with your friends. It could be the food you ate on Christmas Day or your presents under the tree. Whatever the best thing was, I want to hear about it. A hand went up at the back of the room. Yes, William. What if our holiday was all crap, miss? Then just tell me something you did. What if we didn't do nothing? Nothing? Donna's eyebrows rose. You did nothing all holiday? I'm just saying. So you did absolutely nothing for the entire 2 weeks? No, I was just saying, what if somebody didn't do nothing all holiday, then what would they write about? With a retightening of her jaw, Donna inhaled sharply. Did anybody in the class not do anything all holiday? 14 pairs of eyes looked intently at her, everyone unblinking as their heads shook from side to side. Great, she said, her smile back on the original questioner. We seem to have diverted any major concerns there, so you can all get started. William's head went down. And William? Yes, miss? It is, I didn't do anything, or I did nothing. If you didn't do nothing, then you must have done something. Okay? William put his head back down. Whatever. Donna moved to the back of the room where Eric was standing. Don't worry, I'll go to Roger as soon as the lesson ends. Does this every term, tries to up my class size and thinks I won't notice. Well, not without any TAs in here he won't. Eric nodded along in what he hoped was a supportive manner. Also, Donna continued, I had a look at our timetables yesterday. I have a couple of free periods when you're teaching at the beginning of the week, so I'm happy to drop in if you want. Well, Eric's natural instinct was to decline the offer. After all, he could already see how stretched she was. The last thing he wanted was to become another burden on her. But at the same time, the longer he stood there, the more he realized he had no idea what he was doing. Perhaps if you could just stay within earshot, he asked. She smiled sympathetically. I'm sure I can manage that. Don't be fooled by this, by the way. She gestured to the class, who were currently quiet, scribbling on their pages. They're always perfect for the first lesson. A yelp sprang into the room as one of the students thumped another on the arm. Well, almost perfect, Donna amended. You'll see the real them soon enough. Halfway through the 20-minute writing activity, a hand went up in the middle of the room. Yes, Katisha, what is it? Donna left Eric to cross towards the student. Are you already done? You can write about more than one thing if you want, or read through carefully and double-check for any spelling or punctuation mistakes. Nah, miss, I haven't started writing yet. I just wanted to say that Rosie ain't back yet. She should be back by now, right?
Eric glanced at the clock on the wall. Over 10 minutes had passed. Even at a slow pace, the girl should have been back from reception by now. Evidently, Donna thought the same.
Okay, I need someone to go and chase up on Rosie, please.
Half the class leapt to their feet, hands waving in the air.
Sit down, the lot of you. Stanley, can you go, please? Do I have to?
Stanley, a small boy with tightly curled hair and a hefty set of braces, complained at the exact moment Katisha also voiced her opinion.
Why does he get to go? I'm the one who told you about it. Yes, thank you for that, but you've not yet got anything on your page other than hearts and squiggles. Stanley's already written half a page.
But I'm not done yet, the boy protested as Katisha reddened and attempted to cover her page from the rest of the class.
Then run, Donna advised him. That way you'll still have another 5 minutes to finish it off. But we're not allowed to run in the corridors, miss. You're allowed to now. You have my permission.
With a grin on his face, Stanley was out of his seat. 2 paces later, and he had already banged into several of the desks and the door frame.
Maybe just run a little more carefully, Donna called after him.
With a gentle nattering, the class fell back into a low-level hum, broken only when Katisha's hand was back in the air less than 5 minutes later.
Yes, Katisha,
Donna rolled her eyes.
They still ain't back, miss, neither of them. I'm sure they're fine. Just saying, that's all.
2 minutes later, when Katisha's hand sprang into the air for the 3rd time, Eric, and he suspected the rest of the class, already knew what was coming next.
This is serious now, miss.
Katisha didn't need to clarify as to what she was referring to.
What if something's happened? Someone should go and check. I'm sure there's just a backlog at the printer in reception.
Donna continued her sweep of the room, not even breaking her step to acknowledge Katisha's woes.
Seriously, miss, I read this book about this boy who was at school and went to the toilet and just disappeared. All they found was a pool of blood in the bogs. Then I'm not going to send another one of you, am I? Donna replied. What happens if they disappear too? You're right,
a voice piped up from the seat next to the empty place where Stanley had previously been sitting.
You should probably send 3 of us.
This time Donna looked up.
What? 3 of you? Why on earth would I do that?
Eric was glad to see he wasn't the only one having problems following the logic.
They're right, miss.
Yet another student abandoned their work to join the discussion.
There might be something out there abducting students. When they go to get the register, exactly. And you can't send one person on their own, they'll just get taken too. That's why you should always send 3. You know, like when we went on the school trip, we're told we ain't allowed to go in pairs.
Like when we went to the science museum,
Melissa offered her addition to the conversation.
Yeah, and Jeff Cotton got dragged out by the security guard for mooning at the cavemen.
A chorus of giggles littered the discussion.
Yeah, that was well stupid. He thought they were real people and everything. But the security didn't even notice when Harry Waleford showed the giant dolphin his Thank you for the vivid memories,
Donna cut in.
You see,
they were back to the boy who had started the discussion as he sought to regain control of the conversation.
You have to send people in threes. That way one person can stay with the one who's been abducted and the other one can come back for help. How can you stay with someone if they've been abducted? Someone else asked. And what happens if the one who comes back gets abducted because they're on their own? Surely you need 4 people to go. But then you'll have 2 abducted and 2 on their own, someone else piped in. So they'll both get abducted.
Eric's head was starting to spin. All thought of work had gone out of the window as children got up from their seats, debating what number of people should ideally be grouped together, as well as what possible aliens, terrorist or USA-based border control police could be responsible for the abductions. With each passing minute, the conversation got more and more heated.
It can't be aliens,
said the small boy with the Harry Potter glasses on the front table as he twisted himself around to face the rest of the class.
An alien wouldn't be able to abduct someone from a building with ceilings and a roof in the way.
Of course they can. They have the technology for that type of thing.
The person had just hit the roof. A transporter beam can't beam you through a roof. Yes, it can. They'll vaporize you first. Haven't you seen Star Trek? They're not vaporized, you idiot. Vaporized would mean they were dead. Well, what would you call it? Obviously, they...
Enough!
The booming voice thunderclapped through the room, rendering everyone silent. Eric's jaw dropped. He thought he could shout. He had certainly given Abi a fair few bellows in his time, but Donna's lungs sounded titanium-enforced. First! Her glasses were on the end of her nose and her hands pressed against her hips.
No one has been abducted. No one. Not by aliens or terrorists or otherwise. And don't worry, I'm not going to send any other students out.
A chorus of grumbles rumbled around the room.
Second, Mr. Sibley.
Her eyes turned to Eric.
Do you think you can go and find out where our 2 missing students are while the rest of the class focus on their task?
Gladly, he said, and he meant it. All that chattering was starting to get into his head. Surely 5 was the optimal number of people to send. Chapter 6. Eric sighed, exhaling the air from his lungs in a long, drawn-out stream. Stepping out of the classroom was like stepping into a cold shower after a sweaty walk with Lulu, one where Abi had talked incessantly at him while Mabel shouted non-stop from her baby carrier. It was the same type of full senses attack, like his eardrums had been bombarded by the sound from a dozen assault rifles, and he had only been observing. His extremely minimal 6 hours a week was looking significantly longer than he had first thought. After another moment's pause, and far from confident that he knew the direction, Eric started towards the reception. Fortunately for Eric and the school, it did not take long to confirm that neither of the missing students had been abducted, unless said abduction involved gathering a massive group of children outside a group of lockers. "Rosie," Eric said, hoping that he had picked the correct scowling student with laddered tights and sarcastic look on her face. "What are you doing? You need to get back to class."
2 minutes, sir, honestly. They're going to get him out now.
Get who out? Eric peered over the mass of heads to find several teachers were also in the gathering, 2 crouched down by the lockers, 1 more standing and trying to keep control of the crowd.
It's Billy Gordon.
A boy, Eric suspected could have been Stanley from his class, sidled up beside him.
Jabe Willis in Year 11 bet him 3 ciggies that he couldn't shut himself into one of the Year 7 lockers, but he did it. He's been in there nearly 25 minutes.
What? Eric peered again at the scene. It was apparent now that one of the crouching teachers was Roger, whose balding head was dappled with beads of sweat. Why haven't they got him out?
Mr. Parker reckons it's the gum.
Another student, who Eric equally thought could be Stanley, joined in their little discussion.
The door's jammed and they reckon it could be the gum.
Chewing gum?
Yep, like cement apparently.
Eric turned back to the scene. He wasn't entirely sure how much he believed in the cement properties of chewing gum, but currently couldn't see anything to discredit the fact. The teachers were certainly taking the situation seriously. "Why don't they force it open?" he asked, noticing a crowbar on the ground by Roger's feet. Both possible Stanleys shook their heads.
"Health and safety," one sighed. "They've been trying to decide if it will be worth it for the school's reputation if he suffocates in there, which they don't think will be likely due to the non-air tightness, or if they end up stabbing him with a crowbar or toppling the whole thing over as they try to get him out, causing a concussion or brain damage or something. That one could crush someone else too. Probably one of the teachers," said the other Stanley.
Surely that wouldn't happen. Eric was starting to feel a little concerned. There was no denying it was compelling viewing. Every wobble of the locker caused the crowd to ooh and ah and grab each other in response, while the teachers on the ground were joined frequently by new intrigued onlookers. "All right, you 2. Eric pointed at the exact point in between the 2 possible Stanleys in the hope that the correct one would assume he was talking to him. "We need to get back to the classroom."
"But sir, he's nearly—"
"Now, or my first job here will be putting you straight into detention."
"But we won't know what happened."
"Half the people here are videoing it," Eric pointed out.
Either you come with me now, or I go back and tell Ms. Strong that you refused to come back with me when I asked. Now, I don't know her that well, but I'm guessing she wouldn't be too happy about that." With one final glance towards the locker and the cordless drill that was currently being placed to the hinges of it, Rosie and the boy Eric now knew to be the real Stanley mumbled under their breath as they turned down the corridor and headed back to the classroom. A small flicker graced the corners of Eric's mouth. Maybe this teaching thing wouldn't be so hard after all. That evening, over jacket potatoes, beans and cheese, Eric recounted the highlights of his morning to Abi and Yvette. Well, when we got back to the classroom, it turned out that the register was completely wrong anyway. They'd got 17 down for the class. Donna was furious. "We had a Billy Gordon in my school last year," Abi said thoughtfully. "He brought ice cream into school one day for snack, only he forgot about it and it ended up melting over all his bag." "Sounds like it could be the same kid," Eric replied. "How did they get him out?" "They took the door off its hinges." The rest of the evening went as fast as always. Abi needed help with her maths homework, long division and multiplying out brackets, both of which made Eric rather nervous about the secondary school level he would be teaching, although that was delayed on account of discovering an unusually quiet Mabel had silently pilfered one of Yvette's lipsticks from out of her handbag and proceeded to smear it across her mouth and cheeks. "It's not a bad go for her first attempt," Yvette commented, at which point Eric suggested it might be a good idea if she went back to her granny flat that they'd recently finished for her, only to remember he needed her help. He had a lot of work to do before his first lesson in the morning. Nerves were rife in Eric's belly the next morning, and even an extra early start to the day hadn't helped. By 7 o'clock, both children were fully dressed, with Yvette taking over the helm for breakfast. By 7:15, he had triple-checked his bag, double-kissed the children, and ummed and ahed over whether a suit jacket was too much. By 7:30, Eric was already at school, ready to make his first port of call of the day, the IT office. The school had an eerie sense of quiet at that time, with barely any teachers or children present. The corridors, if possible, felt even longer and broader, while a nostalgic aroma of school dinners wafted lightly in the air. Standing outside the IT office, Eric took a moment to listen to the buzz of the servers. The low hum, he considered, was not unlike the continual buzz of nerves currently causing knots in his stomach. "Deep breath," he told himself. "You've still got half an hour until lessons start, and you're sorted. You are completely sorted." Eric rang the bell to the IT office, aware of the wait he was expecting. Once nothing happened, he tried again, then shortly after, once more, each time keeping the rings as short as possible, given the previous incident. Still, despite his best intentions, after his 12th short ring had made no difference, he held his thumb firmly down on the buzzer for a full 5 seconds, waited for over a minute, which he counted on his watch so was certain, then rang again. "They don't come in until 8:30, a passing teacher commented, strolling by with books in their arms. Eric blinked as he realized the comment was directed at him. "But my lesson starts at 8, Eric replied. "How do I do the register if I don't have my computer?" "Just send one of the kids to get a paper register. That didn't work so well last time." The teacher frowned. "Yeah, they were a bit screwed yesterday. You could always get the kids to write their names down on a bit of paper and take it to reception after the lesson. That normally works. What year have you got?" "Year 9. "Yeah, that should be fine then." With an encouraging nod, the man disappeared down the hall. With no other option than leaving empty-handed, Eric hastened back to the department. What did it really matter if he didn't have a computer, he tried to tell himself. After all, none of his lesson plans needed a computer. But it had messed up his day right from the off, and that meant putting him out of sorts. As such, it was a relief to find Donna with her hands wrapped around a mug of coffee in the ENC office, staring into space. "Do you have a minute?" he asked.
"No, not really."
Her eyes remained focused on the air in front of her. "Oh, okay then." Eric began to back away.
"I'm joking,"
Donna groaned, lifting her head just a fraction.
"Well, Half joking. Do you have chocolate?
Chocolate? Should I have some?
If you want me to answer your questions, you should.
A series of knots constricted around Eric's throat as he attempted to figure out how to reply. He had grown used to the peculiar sense of humour of Burlamites on a social level, but this was a professional setting, and he was already far more stressed than he wanted to be. Sensing his discomfort, Donna placed her mug down on the table and turned to face him.
It's fine. Shoot, what is it you want?
As quickly as possible, Eric recounted the issue with the computer and the passing teacher's suggestion that he get all the children to write their names down on a piece of paper instead.
Sounds like a good idea, Donna agreed. Honestly, yesterday was a complete shit show regarding the class setting. It only got worse after you left.
Eric assumed from the force with which she gripped her mug that she was not impressed by the matter.
Don't worry,
she continued after a slurp of coffee.
I saw Roger. I told him if any more than 10 children appeared in the classroom, I'm going to send in an anonymous tip that there's suspected asbestos in the ceiling. See how easy he'll find running a school when they're pulling up every roof tile in the place.
Eric chuckled nervously and made a mental note to never, at any point, cross Donna.
Are you all prepared?
She asked, an expression of genuine interest and concern on her face. Don't smile. Don't turn your back on them. No gum, no phones, and take their shoes. Yes, he said. I believe I am. After deciding that he would play to his strengths and teach maths for his first lesson of the year, or ever for that matter, he had been up all night laminating coloured number cards in preparation. Times tables, square roots, number lines, everything the internet had to offer was printed out with colour-coded borders ready and waiting for him. Annoyingly, the cutting out had taken far longer than he had imagined. Halfway through, he considered stopping altogether, but Yvette was there to help, and besides, by that point he was committed. By 12:30, he not only had a full set of laminated squares and a selection of differentiated worksheets, but also a new-found awe for the mass of hand-cut paraphernalia that he had previously considered trash that Abi brought home from school each week. From now on, he would be certain to hold on to it all for at least a fortnight before condemning it to the bin. Chapter 7. Deciding whether to sit or stand when the class arrived caused Eric far more anxiety than he would have expected. When he sat down, he felt too relaxed, like one of those teachers you frequently see on American TV shows who sat with their feet up on the desk, mug in hand, flicking through their paper or else watching Netflix under the guise of work and barely lifting their eyes up to see if their class had arrived. But standing up felt equally uncomfortable, like he was trying to assert his authority over them, which of course he was. Donna's words from the previous day floated to the front of his mind. Don't give them an inch. Phone home at the first sign of trouble. He inhaled deeply. His heart was drumming and his pulse racing. How much trouble could a small class get into, really? At least there wouldn't be too many names to remember. And hopefully at least some of the students were the same. Melissa and Jordan, and Rosie, of course. It was good to have at least a few names under his belt. The shrill bell echoed in the corridor outside, and Eric felt a not insubstantial jolt in the bottom of his stomach. Here goes, he told himself. Bracing himself, Eric forced his cheeks up in a broad, confident smile as the sounds of children chattering grew closer and closer to his room. Melissa. He breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of a familiar face. Excellent, great. How was your evening? Did you have a good evening? My little sister brought knits back from play school. Oh, Eric replied. We all had the knit shampoo. Eric's throat was beginning to tighten. Oh, well, I guess that's not ideal. Dad's asthma gets bad with the shampoo, so I had to do it. Have you ever had to use that knit shampoo, sir? Well, It's meant for children, right? So why does it need to smell so bad? When I go to university, that's what I'm going to do. Invent a knit shampoo that doesn't stink or give people asthma. Well, yes, I can see that would be a very worthwhile cause, Eric said, not exactly sure how long this conversation on knits was going to last. Next into the room was the group of boys, which Eric now recognized as having Jordan at the center. Fantastic. Eric turned to greet them all at the door, liberating himself from the head lice-centric conversation. Boys, if you want to grab a seat, you'll see that the work's already on the table for you.
We can sit anywhere.
Yes, Eric said.
Great.
The boys grinned as they moved to the very back of the room. Just make sure you've all got one of the worksheets. Oh, Eric stopped. Actually, you need that one, he added as the students dumped their bags 2 foot from their chairs, slumped themselves down in their seats, and pushed all of Eric's neatly arranged worksheets into the middle of the table. I guess we can sort all of that out later, Eric commented. Eric continued with his broad smile greetings, desperately trying to look like he knew what he was doing as more and more bodies filled the rooms. They hadn't seemed so big yesterday, Eric thought, as he watched them wander in, faces glued to their phones. But now that he was up close talking to them, it was clear that half the boys were already approaching 6 foot. By contrast, the other half seemed yet to make it past the 5 foot mark. Gradually, the flow of students stemmed until he felt it safe to assume he had all he was going to get. "Where's Rosie?" he said, realizing he had just lost 1/3 of his knowledge about the class. "I thought she would be here too."
She got moved yesterday, someone replied. She's going up to the other set.
"It's silly, really," Melissa added. "She'd have a much better teacher-to-student ratio if she'd stayed in this class. Oh well, her loss is our gain, right, sir?" She grinned up at him from her desk. Around the room, eyes rolled. Eric was willing to bet Melissa didn't have too many friends. "So, welcome everybody," Eric said, deciding it was time to get going with the lesson. "As you may remember, I'm Mr. Sibley, and I'm going to be—"
"Why ain't we got Miss Strong?"
a girl on the front row spoke. Eric paused. "Well, you do still have Miss Strong for some lessons, and for a couple of lessons in the week, you'll have me."
"But ain't we meant to have Miss Strong all the time? Ain't that the point of this group, that we have the same teacher for all our ENC lessons?" "Yeah, that's the whole point of us being in this thicky group."
"Not all of us here are thickies, as you put it." Melissa cleared her throat with a shoulder shimmy.
"No, some of us just have social issues,"
a boy added, using air quotes to reinforce his point. Melissa's cheeks coloured scarlet. "Sorry." Eric rose his hands and voice, his pulse already above resting rate. "If we could just get back on track. As I was saying, I'm here 3 days a week to take a couple of your classes. Now, what I thought we could start with—" Eric stopped mid-sentence, his attention alerted by the sight of a girl with a bottle of nail polish. "Excuse me," Eric walked over to her. "I don't think you should be doing that in the lesson." She offered him a sideways glance.
"Well, I can't stop now, can I? I've already done 2.
She lifted up her left hand. The index and middle finger were now a lurid green.
"She's right, ain't she?" one of her friends joined in. "She'll look well stupid if she stopped now."
Eric's mind floundered. There was no denying having 2 nails painted like that did look ridiculous, and he couldn't remember Donna or Roger mentioning anything about nail varnish in the rules. "I suppose so," he frowned, "but 2 minutes and they need to be done." With the girls sharing sly grins across the table, Eric went back to the front of the classroom, his train of thought utterly derailed. "Right, so yes," he stuttered, trying to get himself back on track. "As I was saying, you'll see there's lots of work already on the table in front of you. Now, if you could all take a look at the first question." A series of grumbles rattled out from the room.
"Maths? Why are we starting with maths?"
"Well, Jordan," Eric said, relieved he could use a student's name to address them. "We'll be doing lots of different topics this term, but I thought maths would be a good place to start." He felt more confident at the thought of starting them on an actual task. "Now, all the questions are fairly straightforward. Just some nice starters on division to get you warmed up. Give them all a go if you can, and remember I'm here to help." Casting a perusing glance across the tables, Eric gave a small inward smile of satisfaction at his vibrant, colourful worksheets. Pictures of fruit and shopping baskets, and everything explained in terms of real-life situations. Division using apples, multiplication using boxes of cornflakes. It was a far cry from the dull black and white pages of text he had been given as a student. Less than a minute after setting the task, a hand went up in the air. For once, it was not Melissa, although it was the only child on the same table as her, a small boy with oversized glasses, who had spread the entire contents of his pencil case over his desk. "Yes," Eric said, before adding, "Sorry, what's your name?" "Trenton Isaac Thornton," the boy answered formally, "although you can call me Trent." Eric suppressed his smile. "Thank you, Trent. What's your question?" "My question?" "Yes, you put up your hand." The boy frowned. "Oh, yes, I wanted to know where we should write our answers. We don't have maths books yet." "You don't?" "Nope." "Well, what did you write in yesterday with Ms. Strong?" "We wrote in our class book," Melissa answered for him, "but we didn't bring those today because it's not Ms. Strong's class." "Okay, hang on a second." Eric's quickening pulse throbbed in his head. It was only a few feet down the corridor to the ENC office, but Donna's words of not ever turning his back on them led him to assume that leaving the classroom altogether wouldn't be a good idea. He would have to find a solution in the room. A short rummage on the back shelves confirmed that all the books from yesterday had either been handed out or used somewhere else. Thankfully, he did manage to find a half-full pad of A4 paper. "Just use this for now. I'll get books for next lesson." With the paper handed out, the students finally got started on their initial task of the lesson. This time they lasted almost a minute before a hand was up in the air. "Sir?" It was one of the girls next to the nail painter. "Yes?" Eric shot across the room. "How can I help?" "This don't make sense." "Oh." Eric squinted at the questions. He had scrutinized them thoroughly last night and was almost positive there were no grammatical errors or typos. The maths he had also double-checked, although only in his head. None of it seemed tough enough to warrant a calculator. "What doesn't make sense?" he asked, when a minute later he had still failed to spot the mistake. "Well, it says here that she had £25.80 before she went shopping, and she has 11 quid 30 left afterwards, but then it asks us how much she spent in the supermarket." "Yes?" Eric was still failing to find the source of confusion. "Well, how am I meant to know that?" Eric scratched his temple, certain he was missing a key point to the child's narrative. "It's just a simple subtraction," he explained. "But it don't make sense." "Why not?" The girl looked up at him, an expression of pure exasperation on her face, leading Eric to believe he really was the one losing the plot in this situation. "Well, 'cause, what about parking?" "Parking?" "Yeah, like maybe she'd spend money on parking or the bus, right?" Eric considered the genuineness of the girl's question. "Well, I don't. And what if it was one of those places where you put a quid in the trolley and she forgot to get it out?" "I hadn't really considered that," Eric admitted. "And what if all her money wasn't in her purse?" "Yeah," someone else on another table joined in. "What if she had some coupons and she paid for some of it with them?" "Exactly." The girl threw up her hands in relief that somebody finally understood where she was coming from. "It's like my mum, see? She shoves the money in the bottom of her bag so it don't even go in her purse afterwards. Then it falls to the bottom with all her lipsticks and stuff, and that wouldn't work in this question, would it? Because it says she has £11.30 in her purse, but it don't ask about any other change she's got in the bottom of her bag, does it?" "Yes, sir, this question doesn't work." The ripples of complaints rose throughout the room. "And why is there a woman in the question? Men do shopping too, it's sexist." "She could put it in her bra, sir," the owner of a hand said. No, there is definitely no money in her bra," Eric insisted. "How do you know?" The boys started giggling. "All these questions are just straightforward maths, nothing else. She drove to the supermarket, didn't pay for parking or petrol, didn't leave her pound in the trolley, she didn't have any coupons, and she was always very careful about keeping all her money in her purse. Oh yes, and the computer system was down, so she wasn't able to use her contactless card. So, with all of that covered, could we please get back to our work?" A dozen pairs of eyes stared back up at him. "I mean it." Eric refused to blink. A few mouths opened by an inch, but closed again before any words escaped them. One by one, the heads went down, only for Eric to notice that the nail polish had moved 3 spaces across the table. "I thought I said you had to put that away when you were done," he said to the girl in question.
"No, you told Casey she had to. Anyway, I can't stop now. I've already done one."
With a smugly satisfied grin, she lifted up her hand to show him her middle finger. Eric gritted his teeth. He wasn't going to fall for that again. Chapter 8. The remainder of the lesson went surprisingly well. Eric kept his eye on the nail polish. The moment its current user had finished, he swooped in and swiped it off the table.
"Oi, that's mine!"
the original wannabe beautician protested. "Then you can get it back at the end of the lesson," Eric said, "and I don't want to see it here again." He remembered Donna's comment about not smiling until Easter and adopted his most surly expression. "Just because I'm new doesn't mean I'm a pushover." She grumbled something and for a second looked like she might protest, but Eric deepened his glower, and in less than a minute she was back to her work. Donna was right. You couldn't give them an inch. There was a strange satisfaction to the moment Eric found as he dropped the nail varnish down onto the top of his desk and lifted his head back up to the class. The children were working. He was on track. All the butterflies that had invaded his insides over the last few weeks now felt quite unnecessary. As the lesson went on, Eric pulled out various worksheets and activities. He leaned over their shoulders, correcting errors in their answers, or placing large red ticks on their paper next to the right ones. 10 minutes before the end of the lesson, he deemed it was time to try his hand at his first plenary. He had watched several YouTube videos on fun games to make lessons more enjoyable and ways to ensure the last 10 minutes were as productive a learning opportunity as possible. With that in mind, he decided to try something referred to online as Splat. Said game involved writing a series of numbers on the boards. Following this, he would ask the students questions and then, after completing some quick mental arithmetic, 2 students would race to find the corresponding answer on his whiteboard. "Okay." Eric clapped his hands to gather the attention of the class, a few of whom had begun folding their answers into paper aeroplanes and lobbing them across the room. "If we can put all of our equipment away now, please. We only have 10 minutes left." A whoop of delight rose from the class. Eric ignored it. "And we'll have a quick game to finish off." With no indication of excitement at the proposed game, his students reached for their bags and coats and proceeded to stuff their sheets in without a second thought. Confident that it would only take a couple of short minutes to populate the whiteboard, Eric turned his back to the class and began to write a series of numbers across the length of it. Nothing too tricky, he thought as he wrote. From what he had seen, some of his students were having difficulties with any multiplications more complex than 2s, 5s, and 10s. Still, he made sure there was some challenging questions for the more able students too. 6 times table should be okay, he pondered, and definitely 1 or 2 7s. The morning light was filtering its way through the blinds which, due to the lopsidedness of the shades, cast an interesting pattern of crisscrosses across the board. Eric took a moment to observe them before he carried on adding more numbers.
"What are you doing? Get away from me, you freak!"
Eric jumped back around to face the class. "What's going on? What's going on here?" One of the nail polish girls was up in arms, her friends holding her back by the elbows.
"He was looking at me funny, sir. He's sick."
"Was not." A boy continued to nonchalantly pack his bag.
"Were too."
"Was not."
"He's a freak, sir. He was looking at me well funny. I shouldn't have to be in a lesson like this. He violated my human rights."
The boy in question had been sitting next to Jordan on the back table. He wasn't one who commented on the feasibility of the shopping question, or the absence of Donna, or anything else that Eric could recall. While his complexion generally tended towards the paler end of things, at that precise moment his cheeks were deepening towards a darker shade of red.
"She's talking bullshit." "Then what were you doing? You're a freak. No wonder your parents don't want you to live with them." "You need to shut your fucking mouth, Kaylee."
In a split second, the boy had gone from passively sitting and responding to the girl to standing only inches away from her, fist raised, knuckles white. Enough! Eric jumped in between the pair. The girl, who Eric, due to the outburst, now knew the name of, continued to be held back as she hissed, firing her venomous glares at the boy. But her reaction was nothing compared to his. The boy's body quivered with rage, fist balled, jaw locked so tightly that a vein bulged across his forehead. "You should shut your gob." "That language will not be tolerated," Eric said, surprised to be afflicted by his own quiver of nervousness and rage. "We do not speak like that in this classroom." For a brief moment, the boy's eyes flickered. The tremble from his hands moved up to his lips as they parted, baring his teeth. "Freak," one of the other girls muttered under her breath. "You guys don't know fucking shit." Grabbing the nearest chair to him, the boy threw it across the room, where it collided with one of the bookshelves. "I said enough!" Eric's hand came down on the desk in front of him, the quiver of the table stunning the room into silence. "That language is not acceptable. That behavior is not acceptable. What is your name?" Silence followed. The boy's scowl only tightened. "Did you hear me?" Eric said, a surge of heat blistering its way through him. "I said, what is your name?" A long moment passed as the boy's jaw locked, then rolled, clicking as it went from one side to the next. "Well?" Eric pressed. "It's Peter Clark," he whispered eventually. A few sniggers rose up from the back of the room. "Well, Peter Clark, I will be ringing your parents this afternoon and inviting them in for a meeting. That language is absolutely unacceptable, as is your behavior, and—" Eric felt like he should keep going for a little bit longer. "I'll be placing you in detention this afternoon." "There is no detention this afternoon, sir," one of the students said, breaking his speech. Eric glowed with heat. "Fine, then. I'll be placing you on Friday detention." "Whatever," the child he now knew to be Peter Clark replied. At the exact point of Eric offering his loudest and most indignant huff, the school bell rang out, announcing the end of the lesson. Only as the entire class swept in a wave towards the door did Eric remember the importance of names. "Shit," he said under his breath as he lunged for a piece of paper from his desk. "Everyone needs to write their name down." He moved to block the doorway. "No one is allowed to leave this room until their name is on this piece of paper. Just make sure I can read it," he said, attempting to hurry them along with multiple hand movements. "No need for middle names. Is that KC, as in your initials?" "That's how you spell my name," the girl snarled. "Oh, KC, that's your name? All right, okay then." The last person to leave the room was Peter Clark. Dragging his feet on the tiled floor, Eric assumed he had hung about to offer an explanation or apology. Puffing out his chest, Eric pushed back his shoulders and waited. Without so much as a glance in Eric's direction, the child scribbled his name at the bottom of the page in clear block letters and continued to drag his feet down the corridor to his next lesson. Rubbing at the tension that gripped his shoulders and neck, Eric collapsed down into his chair. A minute later, he changed his mind, forced himself to stand, and promptly followed Peter Clark's example and dragged his heels across the corridor and into the ENC office. "So, how did it go?" Donna momentarily lifted her gaze from the computer while her hand reached for a packet of open custard creams. "I heard some excitement at the end." Eric rolled his eyes. "Just a bit," he said. "To be fair, you did well to last that long. I expected rioting in the first 10 minutes. "Thanks for the vote of confidence," Eric pouted, helping himself to 2 custard creams at once. "Don't take it personally." Donna sat back and looked at him properly. "You just get used to it here. What happened?" "I turned my back on them." Donna smiled. "I did warn you. Any black eyes?" "No, just some swearing and throwing a chair. I should ring home, right?" "Bad swearing?" He nodded. There wasn't much worse it could get, really. "Then it's probably best to get started on the right foot.
Why don't you go get your computer and I'll show you how to search for a kid? I've not got another lesson until after break.
That would be great. The sooner I get this sorted, the better. Eric was still grumbling to himself as he sauntered over to the IT department. This time, when he reached the door, he didn't hesitate at holding his finger on the buzzer for a full 20 seconds. He wasn't in the mood for people pretending they couldn't hear him. The face that greeted him was red and puffing and clearly unimpressed, although Eric was in no mood for apologizing. What was it with IT departments, he thought, thinking they control the entire company? I've come for my logins on the post-it. The man thrust the computer into Eric's hand and slammed the door shut. Charming, Eric responded. Back in the office, and he was surprised to find that Donna was no longer alone.
Eric, have you met Graham?
She said, gesturing to the portly man who sat at the spare desk, cheeks flushed and sweat pouring down his forehead despite the freezing weather. His unique look consisted of balding hair bleached to white, a series of hoops up his ears, and a paisley shirt where it looked like the buttons were having difficulty holding on. I don't think so, Eric said, suspecting that even his poor short-term memory skills would have a difficult time forgetting someone who looked like an aged Keith Flint with a donut problem. Eric Sibley. Eric stretched out his hand.
Graham.
He gave no surname.
Trying to get the bloody Wi-Fi working in my room is like trying to piss out a 2-inch kidney stone. Graham's the head of art.
For my sins.
I'm bloody good at it.
Oh, you flatter me, Graham replied with a coquettish flick of the wrist, the flamboyance of which almost immediately disappeared as he turned his attention back to Eric. You'd think, with me being as marvellous as I am and getting the best results in the school for the last, 8 years, that I'd at least have working internet in the art room.
Think yourself lucky. At least it stops them playing Fortnite during your lessons.
True.
He's also helping me with the budding businesses activity this year.
Apparently. His eye roll was even more impressive than when Donna mentioned the activity. What is this activity? Eric said, growing more and more intrigued by the clear abhorrence people felt towards it. It sounds interesting.
Aye, like doing mushrooms sounds quite interesting if they only tell you about the hallucinating fairies part,
Graham responded. With a laugh, Donna took a seat at the table.
It's a nationwide thing, she said. Basically, the children have to set up businesses.
What type of businesses? Eric cursed himself for being the newbie with all the questions.
Whatever they fancy, Donna answered obligingly. Online craft shops, car washing, dog washing, it doesn't matter. The idea is that they set up a business and try to run it as professionally as possible. They have to keep the books, work out the marketing, that type of thing. It's meant to teach them how to manage finances, work as a manager, and be responsible.
It sounds like a great idea, Eric said, thinking back to his days at school. He would have loved to have been involved in something like that, although what his business would have been, he wasn't sure. All the years tending to Sally had made him an expert car washer, but he was certain he could think of something a little more imaginative given some time. It would have to have been something manual, though. Crafts were definitely not his forte. I'm guessing you don't think it's such a great idea? He asked, as he interpreted the looks on both Donna and Graham's faces.
Oh, I think it's a great idea.
She took a bite out of a bourbon.
I do. But why the budget will stretch to this and not a TA for our department is what I have an issue with. That and the kids.
The kids? Eric was confused. From what he had seen, the children were at the very heart of what Donna did.
These things aren't designed for the type of kids we teach. Last year's winner set up an online language tutoring company.
What a great idea, Eric said, jealous that some 16-year-old had already managed to be more creative than him. Although, he continued to mull, possibly he would have done something to do with bicycles. Maybe he'd have set up a tyre-changing business. That would have been original. He would have been able to use all the gear in his dad's garage, too. It wouldn't have cost him a thing.
Oh, it's brilliant if you speak French, Donna agreed. It was a fantastic business model, only Michael Davies, who I teach in Year 8, spelled his surname wrong in his spelling test yesterday. What the hell's he going to come up with? We should be finding things that lift all of the kids up. Besides," she paused and took a bite of her biscuit, "the fact Roger comes to me with this each year when he's got 3 bloody business studies teachers pisses me off."
"Why don't they do it then?" Eric asked, aware he was about to tip himself into a well of rants, but still keen to hear the answer. "Oh, you know," Graham took up the mantle for Donna, "the pressure of exam classes, more students than everyone else."
"Besides," Donna added, "I ran a business before I became a teacher too, so that's the angle Roger uses each time."
"What type of business?" Eric's interest piqued further. "Was it successful?"
"If it was, do you think I'd be slogging my guts out with these idiots all day?"
Donna shook her head in an attempt to backtrack.
"It wasn't that. My heart wasn't in it, not really. And I love my job now, I do. I love the kids and the teaching, even when they are little shits. But it's all this other bullshit they pile on top of it, really it is. And this. Honestly, I'm expected to stay at school late every Thursday because one of them will see it through and set up a bicycle tyre exchange workshop in their dad's garage."
Eric tried not to choke on his mouthful of coffee. So much for an original idea. While Eric looked through his plans and Donna flicked through a book, Graham typed away for another minute before closing his laptop and standing. "Well, no rest for the wicked." He turned to Eric. "I'm sure I'll be seeing you about. And remember, if you ever need anything at all, find someone else to ask." With that, he flounced out the door, chuckling to himself.
"He's joking, of course," Donna said, taking a place back at the table. "I've run some great projects with him at the department. You might want to consider it."
"Do you let the children near paint?"
"Sometimes."
"Then I'm probably going to give it a miss. I'd hate to see how the lesson ended if the kids threw any of that." She laughed sympathetically.
"Right, let's get your computer sorted, shall we?"
Donna guided him through the login, giving him a brief overview of the hundreds of different systems he would need.
"You've got one for your registers, one for logging behaviour, and one where you can update other teachers on the children's work habits. Also, if you're running an extracurricular activity or detention, you'll need to get the software for that register installed. Any forms you might need for absences or professional development will be in the whole school shared drive, along with all the policy handbooks, but you won't be able to log on to these if you've got any of your other registers open, and you have to have logged out of the behaviour system too."
"Why's that?" Eric asked.
"No bloody idea," she replied. "I wouldn't worry about it all too much. No doubt they'll have something else they want us all to use next month. So this—"
She moved her hand across the touchpad and clicked a few buttons too fast for Eric to make note of.
"is where you will find your register. Yours from this morning is still red. If you forget to do them too often, you'll get shitty emails from Henry on reception, then he'll put you on all the crappy cover lessons and give you the shittiest duties. It's worth getting them in on time just for that. Also, it's a legal thing."
She clicked another icon on the corner and a list popped up in front of him.
"Does this look right?"
Eric scanned his eyes down the list. "No," he said, noticing that both Melissa's and Peter's name were absent, while Rosie's was still at the top. KC, he discovered, was genuinely written KC. "That's not right."
"It'll take a couple of days. Just take the paper one to Henry. Now, if you want to know a kid's details—"
She closed down the one window and opened up another using a different icon.
"You just click in the search bar and type in their first name. Who was the little shit that was swearing?"
"Peter," Eric said. A crease formed between Donna's eyebrows as she began to type the name into the computer.
"What did he look like?"
"Pasty, white, sullen." She shrugged.
"Sounds like most of them. And he definitely said Peter."
"Yep, Peter Eric was cut short by a knock on the door, and Donna stopped typing on the second E. She sighed.
"If this is about Kenneth and that bloody interactive whiteboard again, I'm going to take it out and replace it with a blackboard. 4 times I had to go into his bloody room and sort it out yesterday, and he's only had 2 bleeding lessons."
Bracing herself with a deep breath, she called out with a much more teacher-appropriate voice,
"Come in."
A creak of the door was followed by a girl's head peering around the corner.
"Sorry to disturb you, miss." "No problem, Haley. What is it?" "Mr. Mack says can you come and fix his whiteboard for him? It's gone all blinky."
A line of tension stretched along Donna's cheekbones.
Has he tried turning it on and off?
Her words were punctuated with the slow pauses of a patience already tested.
Yep. And he's made sure it's actually plugged into his computer this time and not the stereo? Yep, I told him to check that too.
Donna sighed heavily.
Tell him I'll be there in a minute. Oh, and Haley,
she added as the student turned to go,
just make sure there are no permanent markers near him, will you? I would love it if we could keep this interactive board working for at least a couple of weeks.
The girl turned and left, and another, even deeper sigh rolled its way out from Donna's lungs.
Right, where were we? Home telephone numbers.
It's fine, Eric said, suddenly starting to understand the haggard weariness that had been overshadowing Donna since he'd met her. That and the need to keep herself going with custard creams. You go and deal with that.
It'll take me 2 seconds.
I've got it, honestly, Eric said. I type in Peter, a list of names come up, and I click on my one, right?
Pretty much.
Donna agreed. I have it, honestly. You've shown me the tricky part. I've got this. A look of appreciation rippled across Donna's face.
Thank you,
she said, heaving herself out of her seat.
That man. Honestly, if we get through the first term without him ruining my entire IT budget, it'll be a miracle. Just use the phone in the corner when you've got the number. Press 9 for an outside line and wait until you hear the tone change. Otherwise, I can always wait if you...
It's fine. Eric waved her away with his hand. Go sort out the whiteboard. It'll be fine. And to his surprise, it was. Pressing enter on the name gave him a list of Peters within the school, of which there were 16. His Peter, Peter Clark, was third down. He tapped the student's name with the cursor and waited for the number to appear on his screen. Peter Clark, Eric said out loud. I've got you. Chapter 9. Eric held the phone in his hand. When he'd worked for Nelson and Hartley, he'd spent half of his day picking up the phone, dialing one important person and then another. Company CEOs, millionaires, it had all been part and parcel of the job. So much so, he couldn't even remember the last time he was nervous to make a call. And yet here he was, struggling to dial a number to tell a parent about their child's misbehavior. Perhaps it was being a parent himself, he considered. He recalled the way his heart pummeled his ribs whenever Abby's school rang. Not that she'd been in any trouble recently. Not after that last suspension, anyway. It didn't help that a niggling feeling was chewing away at the back of his mind, too. Something Keisha, or was it KC, had said about Peter's parents. He couldn't remember what it was exactly, though, and as his mother was listed as primary contact person, it couldn't have been that big a deal. Shaking his head clear, he addressed the task in hand. Doing anything for the first time was tough, he reminded himself. Better to get it over and done with. The next time would be far easier, he was certain. Assuming there would be a next time. He took another deep breath, held it in his lungs for a moment, and lifted up the phone. In less than 2 rings, the owner picked up.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Clark.
Speaking.
Hello, Mrs. Clark. Eric coughed, attempting to avert the slight tickle forming around his larynx. My name's Eric Sibley. I teach your son, Peter, at the Riverside Academy. Oh. Her voice registered a slight hitch of surprise.
How can I help you? I hope Peter's getting on all right. He was ever so much looking forward to going back to school after the Christmas holiday. He gets along so well. Such a lovely bunch of friends he's got there.
Eric coughed again, the slight tickle now replaced by a frog that had securely wedged its way into his throat. Well, actually, Mrs. Clark, I'm afraid I'm calling about an incident involving Peter at school today.
An incident?
Her voice tightened. Yes.
What type of incident? Is everything okay? Is he hurt? Do I need to come to school? I'm at work, but if...
No, it's all right. He's fine. Eric cut in before the mother hyperventilated on the end of the line. No, he's perfectly well, or at least he was when I last saw him. Her relief flurried down to him in a heavy exhale.
Thank goodness.
How can I help you, Mr. Sibley? Eric corrected. I'm afraid it was a behaviour incident. Peter was using highly inappropriate language in class today. Silence proceeded, which was quickly followed by more silence. Eric checked the telephone. Nothing appeared to have stopped working. Mrs. Clark, he said, starting to wonder if she'd left. Yes, sorry, Mr. What did you say your name was again? Mr. Sibley. Yes, sorry, Mr. Sibley. You're saying that Peter used bad language in class? You mean swearing? I do. At another student. The F word, he added tentatively. He also threw a chair. A small gasp made its way to Eric's ear. Well, I am very disappointed. This is not like Peter. Not like Peter at all. Perhaps you would be free to discuss this matter tomorrow morning before school, she said. Then we can hear what he has to say for himself. It was Eric's turn to pause. Thursday, like Tuesday, was supposed to be his day off, but the last thing he wanted was for the parents not to think he was committed. Before school would be excellent, he said. While every part of Eric's mind understood it was only the first Thursday morning back after the Christmas holidays, it felt like he and Abi had been back at school for at least 3 weeks. I need to be dressed as a character from Greek mythology tomorrow, she had told Eric casually as he tucked her in the previous evening. What? You do? Why? I didn't read anything about that. It's read-a-book day. Eric had frowned. I thought book day was in March. He'd cast his mind back, certain it was March, or maybe April last year, when he had spent far too many hours and rolls of packing tape creating the perfect U wand, not to mention the small fortune he had had to pay for a Gryffindor scarf so that Abi could go to school dressed as Ginny Weasley. That's World Book Day, Abi had said as she proceeded to plait her hair and tie up the bottom with a band. This is Read-a-Book Day. That's why we have to go as someone from ancient Greece, because that's what we're reading. Eric had hurried to catch up to what she was saying. You're reading ancient Greek. We're reading about it, Abi had replied condescendingly. Eric had bit his tongue and wondered when exactly his daughter became such a smartass. Well, do you have any idea who you want to go as? He'd said. Actually, I think I do. While Eric had been rather receptive to Abi's choice of dress-up, a role model who turned men to stone when they looked at her seemed a perfectly fitting message to send out there with his 10-year-old daughter. The night, from that point, was flung into unmitigated chaos as he rang around anyone he could think of who may possess an excessive amount of toy snakes. A couple of mums from Mabel's toddler group came up trumps, as, for some reason, did resident allotment gossip Janice. Why didn't they give us a bit of warning about this? Eric huffed as he rummaged through Abi's junk drawer to see what other paraphernalia could be put to use. They did. They sent an email about it in the holiday, Abi had explained, now out of bed and helping Eric. Schools and emails, Eric wondered to himself. What he wouldn't give to regress back to the days of crumpled notes stuck in the bottom of lunch bags. At least that way you could pretend the child was at fault for not passing it on to you. With emails, that was not such an easy excuse. Even when they'd managed to secure a substantial collection of passable snakes, the stress had only just begun. The only thing that really matters is your hair, Eric said over breakfast that morning, having risen half an hour earlier to make a start on the costume. This will do. You'll have to just wear a dress and some sandals. That doesn't sound very mythological, Abi responded. Do you want me to do your hair or not? I don't see why you don't just ring Granny to come and do it. Eric stayed silent. It was a very good point. Normally, the first thing he would have done in a situation like this was to call on Yvette, but over recent months he had become more aware of a pattern in their relationship, one where he called upon her every time they needed her, and she dropped whatever she was doing to come and help. It wasn't just the issue of not being able to look her in the eye every time she mentioned Susie or grandchildren, but if she was ever to move on with her life fully, Eric knew his only option was to try to loosen those ties, even just a little bit. Besides, a Medusa costume was hardly the pinnacle of fine art. All it was going to take was a bit of pinning up, sticking in snakes and plaits. It couldn't possibly be that difficult. 30 minutes later, and Abi looked like a cross between Emmett Brown from Back to the Future and the landlady at the Sailboat Pub, who frequently came downstairs with her hair in rollers as a subtle hint to all the patrons that it was past last orders and time they left. "Dad?" He could hear the quiver of uncertainty in Abi's voice. "I'm not sure Medusa looked like this." "Of course she did. It's perfect. You just need a couple more pipe cleaner snakes, that's all." "I think you got glue in my hair." "Don't worry, it'll wash out," Eric said with a false confidence. A further 5 minutes, and several pipe cleaner stabs to Abi's head later, he stepped back and surveyed his handiwork. "I think we ought to call your grandmother," he conceded. By the time she was ready for school, Abi had been transformed. With the help of a gold belt and some clip-on earrings, not to mention a solid brushing on the most severely glued-together patches of hair, and Abi looked every bit the part. "Thank you," Eric said to Yvette, feeling all the more guilty that he had to take even more of her time up with Mabel while he went into school to deal with Peter Clark's mother. "I don't know how I'm going to repay you for this one." "Well," something twinkled in Yvette's eyes, "there is something you can do for me, actually. What are your plans on Friday night?" Yvette hadn't gone into details about what she needed him for the next day. He hadn't had the time. Instead, he had hastily agreed before grabbing his laptop bag and running for the door. The escapade with his pint-sized Medusa meant that he would have far less time to get his head straight before his meeting with Mrs. Clark than he hoped. As it was, his exact memories of the situation were already starting to cloud a little. He was having a tough time recalling the exact turn of phrase Peter had used, and the comment that had sparked Peter's eruption was still eluding him. He should have written it all down, he realized in hindsight. Not that it helped now. Rolling possible permutations of the conversation in his head, he paced back and forth in reception. It wasn't the quietest place to think. Every minute the door swung open, then promptly slammed shut as one student, then another, pestered the receptionist about the whereabouts of a lost gym bag or timetables or younger siblings. The phone, with a shrill volume twice that of any normal house phone, was ringing off the hook, while now and then a teacher would march in proclaiming some disaster or another going on in their room, for which they needed the maintenance staff immediately. The sole receptionist, who was so far managing phone calls, emails, visitors, students and staff all simultaneously, was also attempting to drink his tea. Every time he would reach for his mug, the telephone would ring or another person would appear at the little window in front of his desk. Eric paused to wonder why he had even bothered making the drink in the first place, or how, for that matter. They'd arranged to meet at 7:45, and according to the oversized clock on the wall, it was currently 17 minutes to. Knots tightened in Eric's stomach as he glanced through the window. The car park was full of people, children with their ties already loosened despite having not yet set foot in school, parents kissing some of the younger children goodbye. But which one was for him, he had no idea. "Excuse me?" Eric's eyes were drawn away from the poster by a well-dressed lady in a knee-length coat and brown boots. "Are you Mr. Sibley? I'm here to see you about my son, Peter." "Yes." Eric's eyes widened as he reached out his hand to greet the woman. He had made a concerted effort since moving to Burlam not to judge people before knowing them. The allotment crew were a prime example of this. But on seeing Mrs. Clark, it was quite apparent that, on a subconscious level at least, he made a fair number of assumptions before even meeting her. Perhaps it was Peter's foul mouth, or simply the scruffy, unkempt look about him. But the last thing he had expected was the perfectly immaculate lady who stood in front of him. "Ah, hello. Thank you ever so much for coming in. If you'd like to come with me through to the office, it's just this way, we can have a little chat there." Mrs. Clark's eyes shifted out to the car park. "Peter's just coming. Should we wait for him?" Eric's throat tightened. For some reason, he'd forgotten that they'd agreed to Peter being there. He couldn't help but feel the situation was only going to be worse with a moody teenager glowering at him from across the table.
Well, I can send him along when he comes.
The voice came from the man behind the reception. His mug was once again perched by his lips as he included eavesdropping into the list of his multitasking skills. Eric hesitated. "That would be great," he said after a pause. "Yes, thank you. If you could send him to the ENC offices, Peter Clark." A minute later, Eric found himself walking down the corridor of Riverside Academy with Mrs. Clark close on his heels as he desperately tried not to get lost. "Unusually pleasant weather we've been having, isn't it?" Eric cursed himself at his sudden inability at small talk. "Yes, it's very mild. Apparently it's going to hit nearly 20 again this week. Unheard of, isn't it, for January? I hope this means we've missed the worst of winter." "Yes, it's always great when people see a positive side to the catastrophic effects of global warming," Mrs. Clark replied. Eric decided he should probably stop talking. Fortunately, Eric's directions through the school had, for once, been spot on, and they reached the ENC office before he'd been forced to discuss any more British conversation staples, such as roadworks on the A1 or the new housing development they were planning on building on the outskirts of town. "Thank you for coming in," Eric said, closing the door behind him and gesticulating to the table and chairs in the centre of the room. He waited until Mrs. Clark was sitting down before taking his place opposite. Feeling a fraction more relaxed now that he had her in there, it was just like any other business meeting. People talking to people in a professional, respectful manner. "As I mentioned on the phone," Eric got stuck straight in. "There was a bit of an incident yesterday during his maths lesson." Mrs. Clark nodded. "Before you go any further, I must say I mentioned your phone call to Peter, and he outright denies any such event happened." Eric nodded slowly. Of course he did, the little shit, he thought to himself, although he phrased it slightly more diplomatically with Mrs. Clark. "Yes, well, we know what children are like. They tend to have selective memories when it comes to these sorts of things. I was a teenage boy myself once, of course." He chuckled and paused, hoping the laugh would be reciprocated. It wasn't. "Well, yes," he carried on, breezing over his laughter with a serious expression. "It was at the end of the lesson, and I'm afraid the language he used was quite unacceptable, swearing at another member of his class." The skin around Mrs. Clark's lips pulled taut. "There must have been something that provoked him. It's so unlike Peter." "There was a slight altercation," Eric replied, "but I have to say—" A knock interrupted the conversation. "I'm sorry," he said to Mrs. Clark before turning his head to the door. "Come in," he called. The door opened by half a foot, and a sandy-haired child with a pock-marked face and greasy hair poked his head through the gap. "Hello, I was told—" "Were you after Ms. Strong?" Eric preempted the request for Donna before it came. "I think she may be in her classroom." "No, it's only—" "She has a lesson first period, so you can probably catch her before if it's urgent." Mrs. Clark cleared her throat. Eric shot her a quick, sympathetic smile, raising his hand when she opened her mouth as if to speak. The boy remained in the doorway. "Actually, I'm sorry," Eric said. "We're in the middle of a private meeting right now." "Mr. Sibley," Mrs. Clark interrupted. "I'm very sorry about this." Eric turned momentarily back to her before returning his attention to the boy. "Like I said, your best bet is to try her classroom." Despite his best and politest efforts, the boy still refused to move. The corners of Eric's mouth began to twitch. "Mr. Sibley, I understand, Mrs. Clark. Just one moment." He cleared his throat with a little more force, pushing his shoulders back and preparing to harness his best and strictest teacher voice. Clearly, simple English was beyond this child's comprehension. "If you could—" "I'm after my mum," the boy said. "Your mum?" "Yes." Mrs. Clark was on her feet. "Mr. Sibley, this is Peter, my son, the reason you've called me in here." Eric looked at the boy. His face was plastered with embarrassment, his buck teeth barely held in with metal braces. "Sorry," Eric frowned. "This is—" "My son, Peter, the one who swore in your class yesterday, the reason we're in here." A sticky heat wrapped its way around Eric's neck as the collar of his shirt constricted. He coughed, clearing his throat as he swallowed. "I think there may have been a bit of a misunderstanding," he said. Chapter 10. It was humiliating, absolutely mortifying. If they'd got the photos up on the system already, this would never have happened. Bloody useless IT department. Eric hadn't stopped pacing since he arrived home. Having found the house empty, he had stomped up the stairs to Yvette's flat, where he found Mabel and his mother-in-law engrossed in tower building. He relayed the scene to Yvette, the humiliation growing deeper and deeper with each word of the retelling.
"Who was the child who swore if it wasn't this Peter boy?"
Yvette said, balancing a purple arch expertly on top of their monolith. "I've no idea. Not a bloody clue." He clenched and unclenched his fist repeatedly. "He's a little shit, though, I know that much, and when I find him next lesson I'm going to... What exactly he was going to do, he had very little idea, but it was going to be something spectacular, that was for sure.
"Did you try looking for him?"
Yvette handed Mabel another brick to place on the tower. "Of course I did. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. There are over 100 children in his year alone."
"What are you going to do?"
With a groan which sounded halfway between resignation and defeat, Eric dropped down onto the floor next to Mabel. Obviously, I apologized profusely, but the mum would be fully within her rights to make a formal complaint. As for the kid, Donna's going to help me figure out who he is and what to do when I go in tomorrow. He clenched his jaw, hating what he was going to have to say next. "The thing is, it means I need to go in extra early in the morning, and I know that—"
"It's fine."
Yvette waved his apologies away.
"Just make sure you keep the evening free, all right?"
Eric glanced down at the tower just as Mabel swung her hands at it. Bricks toppled every which way, clattering to the ground and rolling across the carpet. "That's exactly how I feel," Eric said. "Perhaps I'm just not cut out for teaching," Eric said as he dug his fork into his raised beds and pulled out a moulding parsnip. He'd not lost as many as last year, but it still wasn't great to see his hard work reduced to rotting veg. "Perhaps it's just better if I hand him my notice now. I mean, if I can't even get a simple thing like ringing a parent right, am I really cut out to do this?" "Bollocks," Hank replied succinctly. "It was your first day. What did you expect? I swear, if a new teacher wasn't crying on the first day at school when we were kids, the whole class felt like utter failures." "Well, you and I obviously went to different types of school." Hank laughed in agreement, although Eric hadn't meant the comment as a joke. "Honestly, when I get my hands on that little shit, I'm going to give him a right what for." Cocking his head, Hank focused his gaze a little more intently. "I wouldn't," he said. "They never listen if you shout. They find it funny. If any of our teachers shouted, we just tried to piss them off more, see how much we could rattle them. You're better off just boring him into submission. Give him lines or something. Knowing kids today, they'll just cut and paste them 1,000 times on the computer and say they're done. Besides, are you even allowed to do that? I'm pretty sure there are all these rules about what counts as unfair treatment nowadays. What about scrubbing desks? Rub off all their witty cock drawings. Or chewing gum? I bet there's chewing gum. They could clear that up." Eric pursed his lips. "I definitely don't think you're allowed that one," he replied. "Health and safety. Other people's saliva. I'm sure I saw a newspaper article about it a couple of years back. Good God, it's no wonder they're all little pansies nowadays. What about pencil sharpening? You can't tell me they're not allowed to sharpen pencils." "Maybe," Eric said. "School policy says it's detention first, so I guess that's where I'll start." That evening, while still wallowing in a bog of self-pity, Eric's mood was brightened slightly upon hearing that Abby's Medusa costume had been a success. "Sarah Jackson came as Medusa too," Abby told them over a mouthful of pasta, "but she had jelly snakes in her hair, and then at break time all the other children started chasing her around trying to eat them, and then a seagull dived in and picked her up by the hair, and the teachers had to hold on to her legs to stop her being carried away by them." "Really?" Eric asked. That sounds unlikely. It makes a much better story, though, doesn't it? It sounds just like something your mother would have made up, Eric replied. Abi beamed.
Abi, darling.
Yvette dropped another spoonful of pasta onto her plate.
I've arranged for you to have a sleepover tomorrow at Cynthia's.
You have? Abi and Eric spoke simultaneously. Why? Eric added.
You and I are going out, remember? And I was thinking.
She turned back to Eric.
Perhaps you could wear that checked shirt, the one I got you for Christmas.
Why? What about Pizza and Film Friday? Asked Abi.
We can move it to Saturday.
But it's always on a Friday.
You can have stuffed crust.
Abi paused for a minute. What about Mabel? She said, apparently satisfied with a calorific compromise. Who's going to look after Mabel?
Oh, she'll be going to Cynthia's for a bit too. At least until I get back.
Sorry, get back from where? Eric tried to make his voice heard. So why am I staying over when she's not?
Do you not want to stay over?
I just want to know why we won't be together. She can sleep in bed with me. Sorry, am I missing something here? With a slight huff, Yvette turned to Eric.
No, you're not missing anything. Just make sure you're ready to go at 7, and we'll be eating out.
Where? What about me? Will I be eating out too? Abi asked.
Well, I guess that will depend.
Sighing, Eric stabbed a piece of pasta with his fork, switching off from the prattle around him. He had lost control of his own life long ago. There was little point trying to claim any back now. Above his head, 2 pigeons were arguing noisily. Bits of moss and debris fell from the roof onto him and Donna as they waited in the cover of the alcove. Slender rays of sun were beginning to splinter into the sky, but despite the mild winter weather, Eric had put on his insulating coat and thermal socks for the early morning stakeout. What a great little place this is, he said, scanning his eyes around the tiny balcony area that gave them a perfect panoramic view of the school gates below, while being almost entirely hidden themselves. I'm surprised you don't get kids sneaking up here.
You did. Prime smoking spot. That's why they blocked off the other entrance. Now the only way up here is past Roger's office, and even our kids aren't stupid enough to try that one.
Down below, a 6th former was trying to remove his jacket without first removing the rucksack that was strapped to his back. Eric couldn't help but doubt the validity of Donna's comment. Thank you ever so much for doing this, he said, scanning the view yet again. I know you're busy.
You promised biscuits,
Donna replied without so much as batting an eyelid.
A lot of biscuits.
Don't worry, he assured her. The tin will be well and truly replenished by the end of the day.
It better be, or you're getting no more favours from me.
Her face was deadpan as she spoke, leaving Eric unsure whether she was joking or not. As the time approached 7:45, the number of children in the courtyard increased rapidly. Hundreds of little people were greeting each other while waving goodbye to the car or person that had dropped them off. Initially, Eric had thought he would have no difficulty identifying the false Peter. After all, he had spotted Melissa and Trent the moment they stepped out of the car doors, yet there was still no sign of the lying delinquent who he was determined to make pay for his embarrassment. Not since the time that Greg, his old colleague in London, had thought it would be fun to pin up photoshopped images of Eric wearing a thong on the inside of the cupboards in the staff kitchen had he been so humiliated in his job. But look at the arse I stuck you on, Greg had commented. You should take it as a compliment. I could have given you a flat arse instead, or a saggy one. That is a great arse, a proper grab hold and squeeze arse. Eric did not take it as a compliment, particularly not when he discovered that the image Greg had used to Photoshop his head on was one of the new girls in accounting who Greg had had a 2-week fling with before promptly being dumped on the account that she discovered he was, before he married and settled down at least, a complete and utter sleaze. Cue Eric stuck in hour-long meetings with HR to explain that he was in no way responsible and had not, at any point, seen any versions of the original photo.
One of those, maybe.
Donna pointed to a group of lads, shirts untucked, loitering by the entrance.
There are a lot of your usual suspects in there, and no matter what they try to pull on you, they're not allowed to smoke during the school day, even if they're over 16.
Squinting, Eric studied the group. Nope, he said. He was smaller than that lot.
Over there then, maybe, with the goth group?
Eric shook his head, only needing a cursory glance to know he wouldn't be there. Definitely not a goth. He wasn't one of those. For 10 more minutes, Donna continued to point out possible suspects, none of which fitted the person who had been in Eric's lesson. At 2 minutes to 8, as the bell was due to ring, a deflated feeling seeped through him. "I'll just have to wait until this afternoon," he said. "Damn it, I really wanted to get it sorted out before then. I hate the little shit thinking he's pulled one over on me." Donna sucked on her bottom lip thoughtfully.
"We'll get him."
She turned back towards the door.
"We can go through the year group photos at break time. They're normally a couple of years out of date."
Eric followed suit, before casting one final glance back over his shoulder. "There," he pointed excitedly, squinting yet again, trying to make sure he was certain. Donna came up beside him. "There," Eric said again, "with the red rucksack." Eric watched as Donna followed his line of sight, his pulse trembling in anticipation of a name. In complete silence, her lips tightened, then pursed, then tightened again. "Ah, shit," she said. Chapter 11. Donna had retrieved the biscuit tin from the top shelf and placed it in the centre of the table. The custard, creams, and jammy dodgers had been finished off, leaving only rich tea and nice biscuits, neither of which Eric fancied at that precise moment.
"I didn't realise he'd come back,"
Donna said, dunking a biscuit in her tea.
"Bloody senior leadership. You'd think they'd tell you something like that. Sorry, Eric. I would have warned you if I'd have known about it."
"Who is he?"
"Callum Brown."
Donna spoke the name as though it were an answer in itself. No doubt Eric's blank response was a clear reminder of his newness.
"Do you remember last year a couple of kids turned the graveyard on Eastminster Road into a skate park?"
"Maybe," Eric replied. "I think I read about it in the newspaper."
"Well, Callum was behind that. He was also behind the impromptu repainting of the canteen with a series of vulgarities in glow-in-the-dark paint, the newly enforced rule about motorbikes on school property and, rumour has it, the resignation of 3 teachers in the last 2.5 years.
"Good God, what did he do?"
What didn't he do?"
she sighed as she held a biscuit in her tea, her eyes momentarily glazing. Upon retrieval, she discovered she'd exceeded the optimum dunking time. The soggy biscuit fell back into the mug.
"Vandalism, swearing, generally not too much of a bully unless you consider the fact that most of the school, including the teachers, were too terrified to disagree with anything he said. Halfway through the year he was excluded, sent elsewhere, Chelmsford, I think."
"So why's he back?"
"I don't know. The thing is,"
she carried on, still unperturbed by the loss of her snack into her beverage,
"he used to be an all-right kid."
Eric raised an eyebrow.
"No, really, he was. Smart, too. That's probably why he's back. He was in Roger's tutor group in Year 7 before Roger got promoted. He's always been too sentimental. No doubt deep down he remembers the good old Callum."
"So what happened? What made him change?" A heavy weight of sadness invaded the room as a weary glaze shadowed Donna's face.
"Same old story."
"Which is?"
"He's just not wanted. That's the truth of it. Mum moved to Cornwall at the start of Year 8, and Dad's just not an ideal candidate for parenting, really."
"So who does he live with?"
"Used to be his nan," Donna said, "although there are a couple of uncles who live just outside the village, too. She means well, she does. She's just too soft on him. The poor old woman's getting on a bit, too. She shouldn't be looking after a teenage boy at her age."
For the first time all morning, Eric's mind wandered to his own life. Yvette would be in her 80s by the time Mabel was a teenager. Already he thought he was asking too much of her, yet how he would cope on his own was another matter altogether.
I can come into your lesson if you want.
Donna said, now drinking the tea biscuit solution without the slightest hint of concern.
Make sure he knows you've got my support.
Thanks, but I think I need to do this on my own. Don't worry, Callum Brown is not going to be the student who makes me quit. Donna smiled.
That's the spirit.
With Eric's second lesson approaching, he had decided that telling Callum about his upcoming detention would happen at the end of the period. Perhaps that way, Eric had considered, he would be able to have a little one-on-one time with the child and gain a better understanding of him. From what Donna had said, he was clearly lacking a male role model, and wasn't that the reason behind Eric accepting the job in the first place? To help disillusioned youths? A mixture of concern and optimism mingled through him. He was going to help Callum Brown return to his former self. He could feel it. Do I need to let home know about the detention? Eric asked Donna after making her a fresh, biscuit-free cup of tea. They might worry about where he is otherwise. Donna snorted.
You can try, but I'll bet you a fiver they won't pick up.
She was right. 8 attempts later, and the phone had rung dead each time.
Don't worry about it,
she said as Eric picked up the phone for the 9th time.
Half of them have the school number blocked so they don't go through. The rest just see the name and ignore it.
But won't she be concerned?
You've left a voicemail, haven't you?
3.
There you go then. Honestly, don't worry. You should go make sure you're prepared for this afternoon.
Eric sucked on his lip, looking at the receiver in his hand. Donna was right, he realized. While his first lesson on maths had not been entirely disastrous, Eric was acutely aware that he had been employed to teach a fully integrated curriculum to the ENC group, and as such, decided to try his hand at an English lesson. It was only fair, he had deliberated with himself for some time, that he covered a range of subjects in the first few weeks so that he could better understand the children's strengths and weaknesses, not to mention his own. So, for his introduction into English literature, Eric had decided to study the book Of Mice and Men. It was a classic, a stalwart beauty of a book. He had studied it at school himself, and even now could recall the way his body had shut down at the ending, mouth open, breath held as he let the tragedy sink in. His memories of that feeling, combined with the fact that there were a dozen copies in the ENC office with only minimal graffiti, seemed as good a reason as any to choose the book. "Why are we reading a book about mice?" was the first comment he received. "It's not about mice," Eric began. "It says it's about mice, of mice and men. See, that's what it says. Are there mice in it?" "Well, I suppose that there are rabbits in it. It says on page 5, see? If we could just hold off a minute before we start reading ahead," Eric attempted to rein the chatter in. "Mrs. Chard in biology had mice." "Yeah," another child commented, "but then they got out and one went into the snake's cage." Eric could feel the room slipping away. "Well, I'm sure," he tried to resume some sense of order. "Yeah." Jordan was in on the talking now. "And then the snake got out too and they still ain't caught it. It was before the summer. Jimmy Dooch said he saw it eating his nan's cat." "That's bullshit." Students were piping up from all over the room. "It couldn't have eaten a cat, it wasn't big enough." "Not when it escaped, but it was only a baby then. It was one of the Burmese." "Okay." Eric clapped his hands together hard enough to make the skin sting. The majority of heads turned towards him. "Thank you. Now I'm very sad to hear that Mrs. Chard's Burmese python escaped, but, sir, it weren't. But what I would like to focus on now is the book in front of you." A scattering of chatter continued to pepper the room. He ignored it. "So, if you could all turn to chapter 1. Do I have any volunteers to read the first page?" Melissa's hand sprang straight into the air. Eric waited a moment to see if there were any more volunteers waiting to come forward. After a few moments of seat shuffling, it became apparent that there were not. "Melissa, fantastic. If you can start us off, please." "A few miles south of Soledad," Melissa began. "Where's Soledad?" Eric gritted his teeth. They hadn't even reached the end of the first sentence yet, and the lesson time was slipping away. "Soledad is in America," he said, his cheeks straining to keep a smile in place. "Whereabouts?" Near California, I think. That's where Disneyland is, ain't it, sir? Keisha commented. Possibly. Eric's temperature was rising. Now, if we could get back to reading. Melissa? Clearing her throat, Melissa started again. This time, she only got 3 words in. A few miles. Nah, Disneyland is in Florida. We went last summer. There's more than one Disneyland, you idiot, like the one in France. Can you use dollars at that one, too? Eric's head was swimming with the babbling nonsense that surrounded him. Of course you can. Disneyland's its own country, like the Vatican. The what? The Vatican. You know, where the Pope lives. Okay. With the same volume level and a tinge of panic he used when calling Lulu back as she chased hares across the marshes, Eric thrust his voice into the centre of the class. Back to the reading, and if we haven't finished Chapter 1 by the end of the lesson, we'll be staying after school until we have. You can't do that. The deluge of outrage began. Actually, I can, Eric said. So, if you want to see whether I'll stick to my word or not, I guess you should just keep talking. One by one, the voices fell to a low-level grumble. When they were as quiet as he thought they were going to get, he signalled to Melissa to start reading again. A few miles south of Soledad. 3rd time lucky, thought Eric. The children remained quiet, eyes down, some droopingly so. After the first page and a half, the story came to a natural break. Fantastic reading, Melissa, thank you, he said. Now, who's next? A wave of silence billowed across the room. Jordan, Eric asked, how about you? Actually, sir, I don't really like reading. Okay, then. Keisha. He went to a person he knew had a voice on them. Why don't you take off where Melissa finished? Sorry, sir. She sat back in her chair. I ain't got my reading glasses with me. The other 2 girls on her table sniggered. I can always carry on reading if you like, sir, Melissa said, her eager eyes open wide. I don't mind. Eric scanned the room to see every other pair of eyes otherwise diverted. Thank you, Melissa, he said. Let's see how far we can get. At the end of the lesson, Melissa had still been the only child to read. Of the remainder, half the children had their heads on the tables, eyes closed. For the last 15 minutes, Eric had been torn. He suspected at least 80% of those with their heads down were asleep, but sleeping and quiet felt infinitely better than awake and disruptive, and so he had let them stay that way. Time to pack away now, Eric called. Heads remained down. Eric clapped his hands. Lesson's over, people. Time to head home. Still, the hardcore sleepers remained. Trent, Jordan. The bell cut through his speech, although annoyance at being interrupted was trumped by the satisfaction of seeing the deepest sleepers jump out of their skins, eyes wide and confused. Take the books with you, Eric called over the groggy murmurings. But you will need them for next lesson, so please don't forget to bring them with you. Callum, Eric said as the child slung his rucksack over his shoulder. Not you. Gradually, even the groggiest of children managed to gather their things and head out, until only Eric and the boy remained. Given the tales Donna had told him about Callum's attitude in class, Eric had assumed he would have to deal with some kind of backlash. However, rather than kicking off, Callum dropped back into his seat with a sense of resignation and took out his phone. The unexpected reaction placed Eric on an uneven footing. Callum, if you could put that away, please, I think we need to have a word. I don't. The boy continued to stare at his screen. Yes, well, Eric shifted on the spot. I do. Eric waited, but the only movement Callum offered was the continual swipe of his fingers. Callum, I'm listening, he grunted. You need to put your phone away when I'm talking to you. Don't you think you're in enough trouble already? Eric could hear his pitch rising. Nerves fluttered as he attempted to swallow them back down. Slowly, as if he had all the time in the world, Callum placed his phone beside him on the desk and turned his head to face Eric. Thank you, Eric said. His words were met by a continual scowl which Eric attempted to ignore as he spoke. "As I'm sure you realize, your amusing little prank did not go unnoticed." Callum's lips twitched. Eric refused to bite. "As such, you have been placed in detention this afternoon. I tried ringing home to inform, ain't nobody at home." "I realize that," Eric continued, "but I've left voicemail messages on their mobiles so your family know where you are. You will need to be in the library at 3:30. "I know how detention works. I've been here longer than you." The pressure of his back molars grinding together was beginning to press on Eric. Callum was a hard child to like. "Of course. Great." He coerced an understanding expression onto his face. "So you've got 10 minutes now if you want to grab yourself a drink or a snack or what?" Eric's stomach twisted. Callum's hands were already twitching for his phone. It was clear he didn't give a damn what Eric was saying. Still, he had to try. "We could talk?" A tangible silence twisted in the air. A discursive grunt matched the sneer that coiled Callum's lips. "Whatever." He picked up his phone and bag and strode towards the door. "Excuse me, I hadn't finished speaking," Eric said, chasing after him only to stumble over one of the chairs, much the same way Stanley always seemed to on both entering and exiting the classroom. "Yeah, you have. You said I should get a snack." Callum didn't look back as he spoke. "Yes, but you've got to make sure you get to your detention." "I know where it is." With a dismissive wave, he turned the corner and disappeared out of sight. "I'm entering your name into the system," Eric called after him. "Getting a snack," Callum called back. Eric sighed. 2 lessons, and the only thing he knew for sure was that this child wasn't going to make it easy for him. Chapter 12. Eric didn't have to attend the Friday detention. He had already well exceeded his contracted hours with his stalking reconnaissance mission that morning, and he had no responsibility to oversee any of the students. Yet still, Eric felt, he had a duty to ensure that Callum had at least turned up. He was still mulling over his decision not to chase after him half an hour earlier. Had he been more on the ball, he would have stopped him in his tracks and walked him to the library there and then. Only how? How did you physically stop a child who didn't want to be stopped? He only hoped that today's reprimand didn't lead to even more trouble after the weekend. The aroma in the library was of fresh paint and less fresh children. Large posters and colourful displays shared this month's Teacher's Pick and new releases. While most of the room was filled with fully stacked shelves, one corner was separated off into a classroom with computers around the edge and chairs and desks set up in the middle. Half a dozen children had already taken their places. While none of them looked happy about the fact, they silently squirreled away on pads of paper, with 1 or 2 printing in the corner. Callum was not among them. Sitting at the front, with his laptop open and typing away, was one of the eager and efficient young teachers Eric had dubbed the waistcoaters in the Monday briefing. "Hi," Eric said, leaning in and whispering to him. "Callum Brown. Has he turned up yet? I just wanted to make sure he's got plenty to do. He should be on the list." The teacher swiped his screen across to a series of spreadsheets. He scrolled across until he found what he was looking for. "Callum Brown. Yep, he's on there. No sign of him yet, though. You want me to give him something specific to do when he gets here?" "No, it's fine. I'll wait and see that he gets here first." At 3:55, Eric headed out of the small room and into the library. He was about to go and check the corridors when the library door swung open and Callum stepped through, a bottle of fizzy drink held to his mouth. The second he saw Eric, his face hardened. "What are you doing here?" He lowered the bottle, scowling with every muscle he possibly could. "You don't run this." "No," Eric said, "I don't. I just came here to check you had turned up." "I said I would, didn't I?" "Yes," Eric said, "but you'll have to excuse me for not trusting your word. You've not proved yourself to be the most trustworthy student to date." The scowl deepened. "Yeah, like I care what you think." He pushed past Eric, shoving him in the shoulder as he went. It was a throwaway comment, a flippant movement, but it was the last straw in a long day. A surge of anger flashed through Eric. "If you don't find yourself some manners quickly, you're going to find yourself in Friday detention for the next month." Callum stopped and turned. He scoffed derisively. "Fine," he said. "See if I care." Eric had known the children would answer back to some degree. After all, he had seen it with Donna, and she had far more standing at that school than he did. Yet there was something about the tone in which the boy spoke to Eric which caused his outrage to grow exponentially. "That's it, detention for 2 weeks. I thought you said a month," Callum goaded. Eric's jaw pushed forwards. A burning heat surged through his veins. "You're in here until the end of term," he said, "and if you try this again, it'll be the end of the year, and every lunchtime and break you have for the rest of your school life. Do you hear me?" "Whatever." Callum leisurely strolled through to the back room, where he waved his hand to the teacher in acknowledgement of his arrival. "Is it all right if I use the computer, sir?" he said, not even bothering to glance at Eric as he spoke. "I've got some printing I need to do."
So what did you do?
Yvette asked as she fetched him his shirt, which she'd insisted on re-ironing after he first put it on.
You didn't just let him get away with speaking like that.
"I don't know what I was supposed to do," Eric said. "He was in detention. I'll send an email on Monday, though, putting him in there for the rest of the month. Maybe that'll be enough to sort out some of his attitude. Honestly, how someone has not lamped that kid before now is a mystery to me."
"Perhaps they have,"
Yvette replied.
"Perhaps that's the whole problem."
The comment lingered, sparking a feeling of disquiet, which Eric quashed as quickly as possible. "Remind me why I need to look like this again?" Eric said, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt and trying to detract from the swirly feeling of discomfort that was grappling his conscience. "I thought we were just going to the Queen's Head."
"We are,"
Yvette told him, now brushing down his back.
"But it's been refurbished, and it's quite swanky now. Besides, it doesn't hurt to make an effort now and again, does it?"
Eric untucked his shirt. "And we're going out because—"
"Because it's your first week at your new job, and you need to get out more, socialize."
"With my mother-in-law?"
"Well, I'm sure I won't be the only person there," she said.
The refurbishment at the Queen's Head was notable, if not a little garish. Sleek, lime-green settees and armchairs were set around glass-top tables, and the menu, which had previously been classic pub fare of scampi, sausage, or chicken in a basket, all accompanied by fat chips, now contained such gourmet delights as wild boar pâté on toast and crayfish tail tacos with a tarragon foam. Eric couldn't help but question the validity of foam as a menu item. Thankfully, it still had his favourite craft beer on tap. Nothing like a pint of goat's horn.
"Why don't you go and take the table in the corner?"
Yvette pointed to a tiny alcove with a round table. "It's rather dark," Eric said.
"It's perfect,"
Yvette said, pushing him into the corner.
"Now I'll go fetch the drinks. What do you think? A bottle of rosé?"
"I'm fine with just a beer."
"White. White is probably better, isn't it?"
"Better for what?" Eric didn't get to find out. Without waiting for a reply, Yvette disappeared off to the bar. After clicking his neck from side to side, Eric reached in his pocket and dug out his phone. Cynthia had already sent 2 photos of Abi and Mabel, in which they were helping her complete a jigsaw. While Abi was intently sorting through the pieces, Mabel's idea of help was to chew on the corner of the box. He should have warned Cynthia before. It appeared that Mabel had developed a taste for inedible objects recently. After a peruse through his various emails and a quick nose on social media, he lifted his head up and scanned the room for Yvette to see if she needed any help. Frowning, he swept his gaze from one end of the bar to the other. Then, still failing to see where she'd gone to, he rose to standing and craned his neck to see around the bar into the next room, before eventually deciding that she must have gone to the toilet.
Eric, excellent, you're still there.
Yvette bounded across from by the front door. Where else would I have been? And where are the drinks? Yvette was grinning maniacally. Stepping backwards and around as if it were part of one of her dance routines, Yvette lifted her hand and revealed the immaculately dressed woman behind her.
Eric, this is Frances. She's been attending my dance classes the last few months. Ever so talented, very agile, she stressed.
Feeling like something had changed, but not entirely sure what, Eric hesitantly went in for a handshake. Hi, I'm a hugger. Without warning, the young woman wrapped her arms around him and squeezed with the force of a juvenile boa constrictor. Eric gasped in surprise, inhaling a lungful of liberally applied perfume. When she finally released him, Eric rolled his shoulders, checking whether anything had been dislocated. So much better than handshakes, aren't they? Hugs, that is. I mean, you never know where people's hands have been. I know what I do with my fingers for a start, she laughed. It was an abrasive sound that seemed to contradict enormously with her outward appearance. As much as he hated himself for it, Eric could feel his inner snob raising its hackles at the sound of Frances's voice. Eric laughed nervously, an insurmountable feeling of dread siphoning into him.
Frances works at the dentist,
Yvette continued. You're a dentist? Eric asked. Dental hygienist? Frances corrected, with a broad smile that displayed perfectly straight and glistening white teeth, as if she were a walking, talking advocacy for the importance of good dental health. Oh, well, I'm sure that's fun. An awkward silence began to bloom.
Well, silly me, I forgot to order.
Yvette jumped in before it could get even more embarrassing.
Why don't I go and get the drinks? What do you fancy, Frances? Rosé or white?
All rosé would be lovely. Yvette grinned.
I knew I should have trusted my gut. You look like a rosé girl.
Before Eric had a chance to realize what was going on, Frances had slipped down into the seat opposite him. Yvette's told me so much about you. She reached across the table, a series of frown lines furrowed between her brows. You're so brave, raising your kids on your own like that. That's the sign of a real man, if you ask me. None of this tattoo and beard nonsense. Oh, well, it's like my dad, see? My mum died when I was little, so he had to raise me and my brother on his own. He was even the one who had to teach me about periods, like. Oh, I'm sorry, Eric said, wondering how his evening had suddenly been hijacked and what had happened to the etiquette of saving personal information for people you personally knew. Yeah, it weren't a great time or anything, but he held us together, you know? A family. I was well lucky, really. Eric nodded, trying to maintain eye contact while subtly glancing at the bar to find out what the hell had happened to Yvette. It's why Yvette knew we'd get on so well, you know, because we've both lost people we love. In the silence that followed, Eric became acutely aware of the fact that her hands, with excessively long nails, were now wrapped around his, and that her gaze, which was no longer furrowed, was trying to stare directly into his eyes. I should probably find out what's happened to Yvette, he said, shifting back and releasing his hands at the exact same moment that Yvette bounded back up to the table.
I'm ever so sorry.
She placed the bottle of wine down on the table.
I just had to take a call from Cynthia. I need to go and pick up the kids.
You do? Eric swiped at his phone and jumped to standing at the same time. What happened? She hasn't called me. Are they okay? Is it Mabel? Did she swallow one of the jigsaw pieces?
No.
Yvette waved away his concerns.
It's just Cynthia's bad back playing up again.
I didn't know she had a bad back, Eric replied.
Did you not? Well, anyway, I don't want her to suffer. I'm going to head straight off.
But you haven't even had a glass of wine, Eric responded, noticing that she'd only placed 2 glasses down on the table and not 3.
I'm sure you 2 young'uns won't have a problem getting through that, will you? And don't worry about being late back, she called from halfway out the door. You stay out as long as you want.
A mixture of anger, hopelessness, and downright annoyance at his own naivety washed through Eric as he turned back to the woman he now realized was his date.
I guess it's just you and me then, he said. Chapter 13. Eric had barely removed his coat before the ambush started.
So, what did you think?
Yvette said, before frowning as she looked at the clock. About
The girl, and it's only 8:30. Why are you back so early?
I'm back, Eric placed his coat on the hook, because we finished the wine.
That quickly?
She likes her wine.
Well then, you could have bought another bottle. What about food? Did you not want to get a meal? I thought you'd be hungry. You didn't have much for dinner.
I got a kebab on the way back.
You didn't.
I did. I like kebabs.
What about Frances?
Who?
Frances, the dental hygienist. Where was she?
Trying to give himself a wide berth from the questioning, Eric moved through to the kitchen and flicked on the kettle. She's still at the pub, I think, although she did mention something about jumping on a train and going to a club somewhere.
Then why didn't you go with her? You could go clubbing too. You're not that old.
Thank you for the vote of confidence. Did the girls go down to sleep all right? He asked. Any problems?
As good as gold.
And Cynthia's back? Is that okay? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Yvette pinched her lips together.
You probably don't want to bring it up with her. She's a bit sensitive about it.
With a weary sigh, Eric placed his hands on his mother-in-law's shoulders. I know what you're trying to do, I do, and it's very sweet, but it's not necessary, and I've got enough going on with the new job and the girls to even contemplate dating again. Besides, I like my life very much. I don't need anyone else.
Everyone needs someone now and then, Eric. You especially.
And what about you? He said. I don't see you going out every weekend. You and Philip have been separated a while now. Yvette shimmied haughtily out from under Eric's hand and moved across to the kettle.
Well, that's an entirely different situation, she said.
Following her, Eric collected 2 mugs from the cupboard and placed them down ready to fill. How about this? He said, squaring his body to match hers. I'll consider dating again when you consider dating again. While the kettle bubbled away beside them, Yvette chewed Eric's question over with a visible movement of her cheeks.
I'll think about it, she said.
Oh, and Yvette, Eric said, meaning to make one last thing clear, having had his Friday night utterly hijacked. Don't make me miss pizza and film Friday again. Despite the general warm spell affecting the country, both Saturday and Sunday in Burlam were complete washouts. While Abi had group dance classes with Yvette until lunchtime on Saturday, Eric was still required to find wet weather activities for both Saturday afternoon and the whole of Sunday. 2 hours soft play, 3 hours of arts and crafts, and an hour of Mabel-y modified Uno were made all the worse by an unexpected visitor. Lydia. Eric's jaw dropped at the sight of his sister-in-law. What are you doing here?
Oh.
Lydia pushed her way into the house, reminding Eric that she was far more similar to Yvette than she liked to admit, and took off her coat.
Well, Tom and the boys were on a scavenger hunt, and I found myself at a bit of a loose end, so I started thinking how long it had been since I saw you and the girls.
Well? Eric knew he had no choice but to say the words he was about to, even though he desperately wished he didn't have to. I've done a roast for lunch. It'll be about half an hour still, but you're welcome to stay if you want to.
A roast sounds perfect, she said, but just the veg, obviously.
Obviously. Your mum will be coming down too, Eric added, in hope that it might prove a deterrent to her staying.
Great. I feel like I haven't seen Mum for ages either.
As Lydia walked past Eric and through to the back of the house, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath in. He could do this. There were undoubted positives to having Lydia drop in. She took over crafting, where Abi and Mabel were making coloured spinners from bottle tops, and made a much better job of actually making them spin than Eric would have done. She also cleared the table, laid the places, cut Mabel's food into toddler-sized chunks and, due to the sudden extra person the food had to stretch between,
stopped Eric from gorging himself into a comatose state. However, none of that was worth the agony of seeing her sitting at his table over Sunday lunch.
"Well, let me know when you can close the dance school for a couple of days,"
she was saying to her mother, pouring more gravy than even Eric thought necessary on her Yorkshire puddings.
"We don't have to go away for the whole week. Just a long weekend would be wonderful. After all, you do have 2 other grandchildren, remember?"
"Just 2, Eric muttered under his breath. Lydia shot him a look that could have curdled the bread sauce.
"Well,"
Yvette said, too busy fussing over Mabel to notice anything was amiss,
"I've signed a couple of the young girls up for a group competition in Chelmsford in April, but after that I should be a little more flexible." "Great. Well, we can talk about it nearer the time."
Lydia broke off from glaring at Eric to smile broadly at her mother.
"I'm sure we'll manage to sort something out."
It wasn't as if she did anything in particular, only her very presence in the house had set him on edge. Every time she asked Yvette a question, or smiled at one of her comments, or simply breathed, Eric would feel the same heat begin to needle at his insides.
"Oh, and before I forget, Mum, I got you these."
In a manner that would have left Lydia furious with Eric, she got up and left the table, only to appear a minute later with a small package in her hand.
"Sorry, I shouldn't do this now, but I didn't want to go off with them still in my bag."
Lydia passed the package over to Yvette, who tilted her head quizzically.
"What are they?"
she asked.
"Open it up and see."
Despite the fact that Yvette had been a highly established dancer and performer, her facial reactions when receiving gifts were far from subtle. As such, the expressions she offered upon opening Lydia's gifts were usually somewhere between shock, horror, and complete and utter bemusement, meaning Eric was both intrigued and terrified to know the contents of this gift.
"Well, these are... Did you make these, dear?"
Yvette's jaw tightened in an exceptionally uncomfortably looking smile as she handed the top part of the pile to Eric.
"They're certainly unique."
Eric took the item offered to him. His head jolted back. "Oh!" His eyes met Yvette's across the table, each of them as hopelessly lost for words as the other. "Yes, they are. Very, very... unique."
"They're gift cards,"
Lydia said, as if that were the part that needed explanation.
"The envelopes are in there with them, and the insides are blank, so you can send them to anyone. And they're all hand-painted. Watercolors. My friend has started a business."
"The insides are blank," Eric started, feeling he needed a little confirmation on the next part. "But the outsides, they're all—"
"Vulvas,"
Lydia said without even a flinch.
"They're all watercolor paintings depicting vulvas."
"What's a vulva?" Abi asked across the table. "Isn't that a car? They don't look like cars." She took one of the cards from Eric's hand. "Is it meant to be this way up?" She turned it. Eric snatched the card back.
"The vulva is part of a woman's body,"
Lydia explained. Abi's eyes went back to the images. "I don't think any part of me is purple," she said.
"No. Well, it's abstract art. It's not meant to look exactly the same."
During the brief conversation, Yvette, Eric noticed, had downed and refilled her wineglass and was already making good headway with the second one.
"Well, that's a very thoughtful
gift," she choked out. Lydia smiled her normal smug grin.
"Well, her business is only in the early stages, but she is selling them online on all sorts of craft sites, and she's had an amazing response, and it's not hard to see why. She's highly talented. She's had a full art exhibition in Walthamstow of these exact images." The vagina ones?" Yvette stuttered. "Maybe I can take you next time," Lydia said. "A proper girl's day out."
"Well—" Across the table, following Yvette's lead, Eric poured himself another glass of wine. It was best to keep his mouth closed. There were too many holes to dig himself into. When the meal was finished, Yvette took Mabel up for her nap while Lydia began to stack the plates and move them across to the dishwasher. "Don't worry about that," Eric told her, taking the pile of plates and placing it down by the sink. "You should probably be thinking about getting off." "Can't Auntie Lydia stay a bit longer?" Abi asked, sitting back at the table with a second helping of ice cream. "I wanted to show her my new routine." "Oh, I'm sure I can—" "No," Eric's tone was insistent. "Auntie Lydia needs to get home." His conviction wavered slightly at the look of sadness in both their eyes. Turning to avoid them both, Eric headed to the hallway and picked up Lydia's coat. "It really was lovely that you dropped in," he said in an overly loud voice to ensure Yvette and Abi could hear exactly how amiable he was. "Sorry you had to rush off." Lydia's eyes narrowed. Her voice dropped to a low hiss. "This isn't fair, Eric. You playing your silly, childish little games. It isn't fair on me, or Mum, or your girls, or my boys for that matter. They miss seeing their cousins." "You know what else isn't fair?" Eric said, leaning in to ensure she could hear every word. "Being lied to. Being lied to for years and not even knowing." "Susie didn't lie to you," Lydia hissed. "I know. I'm not talking about her, and I'm not talking about me." He stepped back and opened the door. "How about I stop playing my game when you stop playing yours?" The colour drained from her cheeks. "What difference does it make, Eric? Truthfully, what difference does it make right now?" The hiss in her voice had been replaced by a quiet desperation. "It's in the past. We can't change anything that happened. What's the point of digging it all up when it's only going to cause more pain?" Eric knew she was right, but it didn't make any difference. So what if Lydia wanted to preserve Susie's memory, free from the burden of mistakes? The child was gone, no matter who the mother was, and it wasn't like Eric was even related to him. But then he hadn't been related to Mabel either. "It makes a difference to me," he said. The door clicked shut just as Yvette's head appeared at the top of the staircase. "Was that Lydia? She hasn't gone already, has she? I was going to show her the new poncho I bought." "She had to rush," Eric said, bringing his eyes up from the ground to meet hers. "She said she'd ring you to catch up later in the week." Then, before Yvette could question him any further, Eric decided that Abi wasn't the only one who needed a second helping of ice cream and scurried back into the kitchen. Throughout the weekend, between the disastrous matchmaking, Lydia's unexpected arrival, and the additional issue of finding her damn vagina gift cards littered around the house, Yvette's comment about Callum had rattled around in Eric's mind. It was true. He knew nothing about the child other than what he saw in the classroom. Who was to say that his dad didn't beat him? Who was to say that his current actions weren't simply a retaliation against the hardships he had gone through before, that Eric was simply getting the brunt for no other reason than he was the person there to take it out on? He certainly wasn't the only teacher who had had problems with the boy. Donna had assured him of that, and it was difficult to forget the way Abi had acted up after Susie died. This was far more deeply rooted than simply a dislike for the new teacher, Eric realized. As such, by the time Monday rolled around, he was in a far more forgiving mindset. He had already emailed the teacher in charge of detention to say that Callum would only need to be placed on one extra Friday detention for his insolence instead of the 2 months he had previously suggested. Hopefully, he would find a time to talk to the lad instead and see if he couldn't help resolve the situation on a deeper level. That was how Eric felt at 7:20 when he stepped out of his car ready to start his second week of lessons. However, the minute he walked through reception and stepped into the school corridor, that feeling began to dim. "Look, there he is. Whoever did it is a legend." Several children had already arrived at school early, and all eyes were on Eric as he pushed through the first set of double doors into the start of the classrooms. He had been used to the occasional look and stare last week. He was, after all, one of only 3 new teachers to start at the midpoint through the year. But this was different. Eyes followed him, mouths covered as they smothered laughter. Whispers bounced around the walls and into one another's ear, but all of it faded before it could reach him clearly enough to decipher. Feeling like he was the butt of a joke he knew nothing about, Eric trod slowly towards the ENC office. When he turned into the corridor, he came to an abrupt halt. "That little shit," Eric said out loud. In a mad dash, Eric stripped the corridor of as many of the posters as he could find. With each one, he shuddered and cringed and occasionally let out a little whimper of shock, humiliation, and surprise at the excellent photoshopping skills. A small cluster of children had gathered to watch him in his frenzy, but he didn't care. The images couldn't stay up. They simply couldn't.
"You know it's too early to be doing actual work,"
Donna said as she arrived outside the office, attempting to slurp down coffee as she walked. Eric shoved one of the posters into her free hand, at which point she stopped, spilling coffee down the front of her black top. She wiped it away with the back of her hand.
"Callum?"
she asked. "Who else?" Eric went straight to Roger's office. "Surely he should be suspended for this," Eric said, balking at one of the many images in his hand that he had brought along as further evidence. These had been found in the staff loos. "He can't get away with this." "I can understand you're upset, Eric." Roger nodded slowly as he spoke. "There's just no concrete evidence it was Callum. No one saw him, no cleaners, no teachers, and there will be no children who are willing to come forward and say they saw him anyway." "How do you know? You haven't even asked people." "If any of my staff had seen something like this happen, they would have come to me straight away." "What about CCTV? Surely there are cameras, videos we can look at." Roger's cheeks coloured. "We had to cut back, I'm afraid. A couple of the outside ones work, but none of the inside ones. Budget cuts," he added by way of explanation. "So you're not even going to look into it?" Lowering his head, Roger rubbed his temples. "If I looked into every practical joke that a child played on a teacher, I'd never even get into my office in the morning. I'm sorry, Eric, I truly am." On the one hand, he did sound genuinely sympathetic as he spoke. On the other hand, the sympathy was no help whatsoever. What he wanted was blood. It was Greg and the Photoshop incident all over again, although this time, rather than being photoshopped onto the leggy body of a colleague in her underwear, Eric's head had been grafted onto the bodies of fornicating farmyard animals. Donkeys, chickens, a group of pigs in a most unsavoury situation. Eric's head had been merged onto them all.
"Why are you pulling that expression?"
Donna tilted the photo to the side, as if trying to see whether Eric as a copulating kangaroo made more sense from a different angle.
"It does look like you're enjoying it."
"I sneezed." Eric snatched the pictures off her and dropped them down on the table. "He took it before I was ready, and he wouldn't let me check it, and he said it would only be used on the school system." Donna nodded knowledgeably.
"Was it Lindsay?" she asked. "Looks like Danny DeVito."
"Yes!" Eric raised his hands into the air, grateful if nothing else that someone else appreciated the look-alike. He also suspected that being stuck with a girl's name probably went partway towards explaining why the head of IT was such a miserable git. "I'm never going to live this down," Eric said, dropping his head into his hands and staring once again at the images that had been plastered around the school for them all to see. An innocuous photo of a man mid-sneeze looked entirely different when being groped from behind by a large Highland bull.
"I think the sheep one is my favourite,"
Donna said, finally releasing the smirk Eric had seen her fighting all morning.
"Have you thought of trying out the whole furry thing? I'm sure you'd have a host of invitations."
Eric did not laugh.
"Too soon for jokes?"
she asked. "Definitely too soon." Reaching into her bag, she pulled out a bar of dairy milk and pushed it towards him.
"Don't stress," she said. "You've made an impression on a kid. That's more than some teachers ever manage to do."
"It wasn't quite the impression I was hoping to make," Eric responded.
"You'll get there,"
she assured him. "It'll just take time." Chapter 14. "It's too early for this," Keisha complained as Eric swiped the nail varnish from between her fingers before she'd had a chance to untwist the top. "We need a chance to wake up." "It's 8 o'clock and you had plenty of energy when you came in," Eric reminded her. The other two girls on the table, Casey and Kaylee, yawned extensively to help corroborate her point. As he turned to leave, an eyeliner pencil was slipped out of one of the school bags. Eric grabbed it before the lid was removed. "Hey, that's mine." "Unless you're going to write with it, you don't need it out in the lesson." There was no way he was falling for any make-up tricks again. "But, sir," Kaylee protested with puppy dog eyes, "I got up late. I didn't have time to do my make-up." "Then you need to get up earlier tomorrow, don't you?" "But, sir, she's got art with Josh Holt next lesson, sir." "And that matters because—" A series of eyes rolled in his direction. "Look," Eric protested, fed up with the back and forth. They were already 15 minutes into the lesson due to his talk with Donna and the numerous comments the children made before he could even get into the room. "You can get it back at the end of the lesson, provided you do the work. Otherwise, you'll have to come back at the end of the day." Keisha's lips snarled in protest. "That's stealing, that is." "No, that's the school rules." Eric slipped the offending item into the top drawer of his desk and returned to setting the class on task. He was taking Donna's advice and not even commenting on the posters, even when the snorts and grunts and mooing came from various points in the room. Fortunately, he had a good distraction from the raging heat that built up inside him every time he glanced in Callum's direction. Tiny butterflies of excitement fluttered in his belly. This time he had picked something the children were really going to enjoy. There would be no dozing off in this lesson. "Today," Eric said, shifting his shoulders back as he spoke, "I want you to—" "Sir, do you have a dog?" "Sorry?" Eric struggled as the simple question caught him unawares. Stanley was staring up at him from a table at the back. "Does it matter right now?" Eric asked. "Only my mum says she saw you walking a dog yesterday." "Well, yes, I do. But right now we need to—" "I bet walking wasn't the only thing he was doing with it, right, sir?" one of the boys commented. "I bet he's got cows, too. And pigs, right?" The comment came from William and Harry's table. "What colour is it, sir?" Casey asked. "Colour?" "Your dog." "My mum said it was ginger. Is that right, sir? Do you have a ginger dog?" Around the tables, more and more conversations were erupting. On the girls' table, Eric spotted, they'd managed to find another eyeliner. He swept in and grabbed it, along with the small compact mirror that had appeared. "Hey, this is not the time for doing your makeup, nor discussing my dog," Eric said.
"Keisha is a dog," Callum added, his first comment of the day. "That's why she needs makeup."
"That's enough," Eric shouted. That was when chaos broke out. It took 10 minutes to get them back into their seats again, by which point Eric felt like he'd been in the classroom for a month and a half. His original plan was a crossover lesson into art, but having seen 4 pencils, 2 rubbers, and 1 metal pencil tin already fly across the room, he didn't fancy adding more fuel to the fire. "Okay, everybody, books out," Eric said. "We're going to read silently for the next 10 minutes. When you've shown me you can do that, I might look at doing something a little more interesting." 30 minutes later, the class had managed, at best, 5 minutes of silent reading. First it was one person stealing another's books, then their bookmark, then it was the sharing of some comment or picture a previous student had made on the pages, followed by them trying to make their own annotations when Eric wasn't watching. Then, of course, there were the animal noises. By the time the lesson finished, Eric was on his knees. "Tell me it gets easier than this," he said to Donna as he staggered into the office and pulled the biscuit tin down from the shelf.
"I could tell you that," she replied, "but I'd be lying."
Unfortunately for Eric, Donna was right. The rest of the week was equally, if not more, testing than Monday's lesson had been, with near fistfights breaking out between Callum and Keisha, Callum and Trent, Callum and Jordan, and most probably Callum and everybody else in the room too. During the maths lessons, they used the interlocking bricks he had borrowed to investigate surface area to make guns and swords, which they then proceeded to hit each other with. During his first attempt at a modern foreign language lesson, French, they'd refused to say anything other than oui, non, and voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Eric tried changing to a geography lesson halfway through, but after asking them to find Burlam on a map and having them guess places between Portsmouth and Edinburgh, he was at a loss. And so, a full week passed before Eric got back to English and a second attempt at his art-based lesson. "What we are going to do today," he said, having already had them spit out all their gum, hand him all their phones, and made them place all their bags on top of the shelves at the back to save them finding distractions, "is draw pictures of Lenny and George." He moved to the side to collect a small tray of coloured pencils Graham had kindly lent him from the art department, before walking around the room and handing out pieces of blank paper. "How am I supposed to know what he looks like?" Trent commented, wrinkling his nose at the paper. "And I thought you said this was English. Why are we doing drawing if it's English? Drawing's art." "Just because we're doing English, it doesn't mean we can't use art to help expand our knowledge of the book," Eric replied eloquently. "What if we're not very good at drawing?" This time it was Stanley who spoke, having already managed to knock his pencils onto the ground. "You don't need to be very good at art. It's the story I'm interested in, how well you understood the situation. Just give it a go, make it interesting." Placing the last pieces of paper on Trent and Melissa's desk, Eric turned his back and moved to the front of the class. Something heavy slammed loudly behind him. "Screw this, it's a waste of time. This whole lesson is just a waste of time." Eric's pulse started to rise. Callum had been peculiarly quiet upon entering the classroom, and Eric had hoped it could be taken as a good sign. Apparently not. "Callum?" Eric clenched his jaw, inhaling as he slowly turned around to face the child. "Is there a problem here?" Callum dropped his pen onto his desk next to the book, which Eric was amazed had made such a loud slam, given its size. "It's not proper work, is it? Drawing a character is thicky work. You've just got us doing this because you think we're thick." "No." Eric looked him straight in the eye. "I've got you doing this because it will help you develop your understanding of the scenery in the story and hopefully make you pay a little closer attention to the details in the book as we read it." Callum's face was set. Eric could see his molars grinding together. He refused to break eye contact. "Well, I think it's shit." "Watch it, Callum." The class had fallen silent. Eric could feel their eyes on him, waiting to see how he responded. If it was Abi, he would have yelled at her loud enough to wake the dead for using language like that at him. Then he'd have sent her up to her room and taken her iPad off her and, theoretically, banned Lulu from sleeping up there too. Not that he ever managed that one. But something told Eric that being drawn into an argument was exactly what Callum was after. Besides, he had tried that approach and failed with it already where Callum was concerned. "Okay." Eric shrugged and turned around. "Don't do it now." "What?" Mouths fell open around the room. A series of amazed gasps released from their gawps. Eric couldn't see, but he could guess Callum's expression was among them. "It's your choice," Eric said. Several eyes widened. "Seriously, sir?" asked Jordan, who until that moment had been quietly sawing a rubber into pieces with a ruler. "We don't have to do it." "Seriously, if anyone doesn't want to do the work now, that's their choice." Smiles and excited chatter broke out across the classroom. "Of course," Eric cut in before they could get too carried away, "you'll have to do it in Friday detention with Ms. Strong, and then you'll have to spend your break times in here with me doing every mundane job I can find for you, especially if you're going to use inappropriate language in this classroom." He directed those words to Callum. "But that's your choice. You can choose. You do the work the easy way or the hard way. However, you will do this work." The excited chatter faded into a few hushed whispers. Eric forced down the smile of satisfaction he could feel blooming within him and made himself look as serious and severe as possible. With a collective groan, heads went back down to the A4 paper in front of them. All except one. Blood had drained from Callum's cheeks, leaving his skin an angry grey colour. His hands, resting on the top of the table, were balled into fists. It had been a long time since Eric had encountered a person angry enough to lunge at him, but for a moment he wouldn't have been surprised if it had gone that way. "You could start by sharpening all these pencils when everyone's finished with them if you're not going to do the work now, Callum." He used his calmest voice. "And I suspect there are plenty more in the art department too, and I'll be sure to let Ms. Strong and Mr. Fleming know if you're deciding not to do the work now." That was the line he needed, Eric realized, as a flicker of uncertainty flashed across Callum's eyes. Still gritting his teeth and glowering, Callum uncurled a fist, picked up a pencil, and began to scratch at the paper. The quiet lasted a full 2 minutes. "Can we listen to music, sir?" Jordan's rubber had been reduced to nothing more than shavings. "Not until you've done the picture," Eric said. 3 seconds later, and a scribbled drawing was scrawled across his page. "Now can I listen to music?" Eric came over to his desk and peered over his shoulder. The resulting piece of artwork looked like something Abi would have done at the overpriced private school she used to go to, where children from the age of 3 spent their day learning about impressionist artists, only to create a piece of art that looked like the tray on Mabel's high chair after a particularly energetic mealtime. "It needs to be coloured in," Eric said, "and you need to do all the background." "You never said anything about colours and background before." "Did I not?" Eric said. "My mistake. I thought you understood what I meant by scenery. It doesn't need to be much, though. Just get the trees and things in there," he added. "How about the river that Lenny drinks from?" Now add George in too, and underneath if you can write a couple of sentences about what they're talking about." "Writing too? I thought this was meant to be drawing." "It is. You just need to add a little explanation to your drawing, that's all." Jordan groaned. "That's loads," he said. "Well, get that finished, and then you can listen to music." This time it was harder to keep the smug smile of satisfaction to himself. Eric breathed deeply as he wandered around the room, peering over the students' shoulders, looking at their work. There was a mix of abilities, that was for sure. Melissa, unsurprisingly, had already completed one full-body diagram of George and was on to drawing Lenny. The mountains rose masterfully in the background, while the trees, which were meant to be willows, really did look like willows. Stanley had taken a new interpretation of the work and armed both George and Lenny with a full arsenal of guns, grenades, and knives, while Casey had so far rubbed everything out and started again at least half a dozen times. "I can't get the faces right," she said to Eric as he passed. "It looks all wonky and stupid. I hate drawing people. I hate this lesson." Eric glanced at her page with a twang of sympathy. He would have felt exactly the same had he been asked to draw in an English lesson, and here he was inflicting his own least favourite school memories on his class. "Why not draw him from behind?" he said. "What?" "Like they're looking out at the scenery. That way you can still draw all the clothes and things in, but you can just have their hair and the back of the head. You don't have to worry about the face that way." The girl looked at her page and shrugged. "I'll give it a go," she said. Eric meandered his way back around the room, adding comments here and there, and picking up spare pieces of paper before they could be aeroplanes. When he finally found himself back at his desk, he was surprised to find Donna in the doorway smiling. "This looks good," she whispered, stepping into the classroom. "You're doing well." Eric glanced around nervously. "Well, I think most of them are on task." He nodded his head in the direction of Callum, who was stabbing his pencil into the page like a tough cut of meat with a knife. "It's the first time in a week, so I'm not sure if it's good or bad." "Anyone threatened to punch someone this lesson?" "Not that I've heard."
Then you're doing well.
A bubble of pride rose within him. Maybe he'd get there after all. Chapter 15. Eric was about to ask Donna if, by some miracle, anybody had admitted to seeing Callum sticking up the animal photos when the end of lesson bell rang. An eruption of chaos ensued. "Okay, everyone." Eric rose his voice above the unzipping of school bags and scrunching of paper. "I would like to take your pictures in. If you could all please stack them on the front of my desk." Kaylee, Casey, and Keisha were already en route for the door. "Pictures," Eric called to them. "Hand them in, please, or you'll end in a detention for not completing your work." A fleeting look of mass confusion followed, after which the children changed their course of direction and dug around in their bags for the now crumpled work. One by one, the work appeared on his desk. "Name," Eric handed Jordan's back to him the moment he placed it down. "But you know it." "Name," Eric repeated. Jordan sighed as he took his paper back and began foraging around in his bag for a pen. "That looks great, Casey," Eric said as he studied the paper she'd handed him. "I'll give you a chance to finish it off next lesson, but it's really good so far. Who knew there was no need to draw faces, eh?" She smiled back at him, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. Slowly, the room emptied. "Melissa, you don't want to be late for your next lesson," Eric reminded her. "I just want to finish off the sky." "You can do that next lesson." "Can I take it home and finish it instead?" she countered. "Just the sky bit. I'll do the rest in class." "Fine," Eric relented, "but make sure you still have some left to do for next lesson." Only one child was left in the classroom. On his desk, face down, was the piece of paper he'd been scratching at all lesson. "Callum, can I have your work, please?" "Callum?" Eric questioned again after receiving not so much as a grunt of acknowledgement. "Your work?" With his face screwed up in a scowl, Callum glanced at the desk. "It's shit," he said. Eric moved towards him. "We've already spoken about this. You're going to end up losing your break times if you don't watch your language," he said. "And I don't care how good the drawing is. I just want to see if you've got the main point of the character in there, that's all." Callum picked the paper off his desk, taking a moment to study the image. For a fraction of a second, Eric assumed he was going to pass the drawing to him, or at the very least, slam it down on the top of the rest of the pile. Instead, he took 2 steps towards the door, scrunched his work up into a ball and threw it into the bin, a perfect shot, before marching out into the corridor. "Callum!" The timing was perfect. As Callum slipped out of the room, a huddle of children ambled through the doorway, ready for the next class, creating a current of bodies which trapped Eric in the classroom. There was no point in trying. Sighing, Eric bent over and plucked the piece of work from the bin before gently unfolding the screwed-up ball of paper. He blinked, staring at the swirls of colours and heavy black pencil marks etched out on the page. "This isn't shit," Eric said to himself, oblivious to the children around him. "This isn't shit at all." "Have you seen this?" Eric went straight from the lesson to the office where Graham and Donna were typing away at their laptops. "Did you know he could draw like this?" He put the paper down on the table in front of them. The paper was crumpled, the edges turned up, and drawn only in pencil, but it wouldn't have looked out of place in an A-level art class or even some of the exhibitions Susie's friends used to put on in London. Lenny Small had never looked so majestic. Graham lifted his eyes nonchalantly. "Callum Brown," he said. "Did you know?" Eric lifted the paper and moved it closer towards Donna. "Did you know he could draw like that?" A short snort escaped Graham's lips. "Of course I did. I've been teaching him since year 7. "But shouldn't he be in some kind of advanced class? What do you call it? Smart and—" He struggled to remember the phrase.
"Gifted and talented,"
Donna corrected him, taking the paper and turning it over in her hand. "That's it. Surely he should be in one of those classes." "The problematic word there is classes. You've got to get him to them. And would you want to take Callum Brown on a school trip?
He's banned from them now since he mooned a police car,
Donna elaborated. An image came to Eric's mind which he quickly attempted to quash. Still, to be that dismissive when the child was clearly extremely capable in the subject seemed wrong. So what? Eric directed his question to neither in particular. He just misses out. He's got talent. Surely he should get as many opportunities as other children. For the first time, Graham's head came up as he shot Eric a glower. I'd rather that one child misses out than ruins those opportunities for 20 other children. Believe me, I gave that boy enough chances, but there's no consistency. He's like a yo-yo. You know the saying, you can lead a horse to water and all that. Sometimes I think Callum would choose to die of dehydration just out of spite and sheer stubbornness. Eric gazed at the picture now back in his hand. Donna and Graham were more experienced than him in every area of teaching, not to mention the fact that they'd known Callum for years. But to give up like that seemed dismissive, almost negligent. The problem was, he didn't know what he could do about it. While the lesson hadn't gone exactly to plan, and despite the lackluster response from Graham and Donna over Callum's talent, the fact that it hadn't all been an outright disaster meant that Eric left school that morning with the slightest air of optimism, one which remained with him throughout the day as he picked up Abi from school, took Lulu for her walk, and sat down with the whole family for dinner. I feel like I'm starting to get through to them, Eric said to Yvette as he dished out food. I really do. Not all of them, obviously, but some of them, maybe. Did I tell you that Donna came in and was impressed that I had them all on task?
You did,
Yvette said. Twice. Eric was too buzzing to even notice the dryness in her voice. It was just a great change, actually having them do some work, you know. He placed Abby's plate down in front of her. I'm almost starting to look forward to Wednesday's lesson. I have a feeling it's going to go really well. Little did Eric realize how soon he would be cursing himself for tempting fate. Why are we doing this again? The moans started the moment he handed out the work. We did this last lesson. But we said we would finish them now, Eric reminded them. Why aren't we doing maths? I prefer maths. Harry, last maths lesson all you did was draw stick men on your worksheet. This is boring, the griping continued. I thought we were meant to do fun things in this lesson. Even Melissa had no desire to continue the exercise, although her reasoning was a little different to the rest. I already finished my drawing, she told him as he handed the work back to the class. Actually, I did a drawing for all 6 scenes. 6 scenes? Yes, didn't you know that Of Mice and Men was originally written as a play? That's why each chapter is set in a single location. They would have been the scenes. Is that so? Eric said, realizing that his overarching plan of reading and studying the book might require a little more studying on his part than anticipated. Yes, well, that's what I've drawn, the setting for each of the 6 scenes. Excellent, Eric said, watching as the whole first part of his lesson plan slipped out of view. The barrage of abuse continued Eric's way as he handed back the drawings. This book's crap anyway. Why do we even have to read it? Yeah, don't they have a film of it? Miss Copperwhite's class just watch the films. They don't even read the books. That's because Miss Copperwhite teaches film studies, you dipshit, not English. Well, why can't we do that? I thought we were meant to learn everything in this class. Ain't that the point? Quiet, Eric ordered. The children momentarily stopped before offering Eric their most venomous scowls. This is an English lesson, he said, now immune to all their protests, and we are going to finish these drawings before we start reading the next chapter together. Melissa opened her mouth. Even if you've already read the whole thing. Several guttural groans began to form. And if you do not settle down in the next 3 minutes, I'll be holding every one of you in at break. That's not fair. Cries of protests went up from in front of him. You can't do that. Just watch me. While the threat of a stolen break settled the class down a little, Eric would hardly call the lesson productive. Every time he looked away, one student or another was whispering something to another across the room or throwing an eraser at the back of someone's head. Shortly after insisting they would all definitely be finishing their pictures, he ended up calling a halt to the activity when the boys in particular began to take liberties with the characters. While modern George may well have considered the occasional spliff, drawing him with one in his lips, along with tattoos all over his arms, wasn't the type of interpretation Eric was going for. Deciding there was no point flogging a dead horse, he took their supposedly finished drawings in and went back to reading the book. Less than half a page in, they had to stop reading out loud because one of the students, Eric suspected Callum or William but had no evidence to back this up, kept making fart noises every time Melissa paused to take a breath. Even she was sulking about reading after Eric's earlier comment to her. Every minute the clock hand moved felt like it was turning slower and slower, and when, eventually, it was time to pack away, a collective sigh of relief from both himself and the students rattled around the room. "You will have a 10-question quiz this Friday up to Chapter 3, Eric told them all as the bell once again began its ritual eardrum assault. "So you will need to finish reading to there. I expect you to revise for this. I'll be putting the mark towards your assessment for the term." With their attention anywhere but on Eric, the children bolted out the room. He wasn't holding out high hopes for the test, it had to be said. If Wednesday's lesson could be considered unproductive, Friday's was a train wreck. "You said the test would be on Chapter 2. A collective chorus of discontent rose from the room as he handed out the test. "No," Eric insisted. "I said it would be on everything up to Chapter 3. "But we ain't even read Chapter 3, Stanley whined. "That's why you were meant to finish off reading it for homework if you hadn't already done so." With substantially more smugness than required, Melissa gave them the answer Eric was about to reply with. "Look," she said, lifting up her homework diary. "I wrote it down. Finish reading Chapter 3 and— Ow! Sir, he just threw his pen at me." "Callum," Eric asserted himself to the situation. "Move to the back of the room." "What the hell? It weren't even me, that's so—" "And I need the rest of you to split up too, please." Eric ignored the tirade he knew was coming by talking loudly over it. "Desks apart for the quiz. Come on, people." Casey and Kaylee stayed fixed to the spots behind their desks. "I ain't moving." Casey's eyes fired daggers at what Eric had previously believed to be her BFF next to her. "Why should I be the one who moves? She's the one who makes all the moves." "What's that supposed to mean?" "You know exactly what I mean. Chrissy Jackson saw you with Josh Holt round the back of the co-op last night." "So what? I went shopping. I needed some more gum." "What? So you used your tongue to get some out of his mouth, did you? You're gross. You're a backstabbing—" "Ladies," Eric placed himself between the pair. "You have a test." "Whatever." Casey picked up her bag, moved to the back of the room, and slammed it back down on the desk. Eric inhaled and willed his pulse back down to a level which didn't imply that he was guaranteed an aneurysm in the next 10 minutes. "Okay, well, if we've all got in our seats, you've got 20 minutes. After handing out the papers, he slumped down into his chair and sighed. At the back of the room, Stanley and Jordan leaned over to read from one another's papers. He was too tired to even care. At least if they copied the right answers down, it would be something. In the end, he extended the 20-minute test to stretch the rest of the lesson. Given that Melissa continued to ask for an extra 5 extra minutes, and the rest of the class were quiet for the first time since Monday's lesson, it seemed like the logical thing to do. A minute before the bell rang, Eric strode around the room and picked up the scripts. "I'll get them marked and to you for Monday's lesson," he told them. "Well done, everybody." And just like that, Eric had ticked off another teaching first. A test. The proof of his ability, of course, would come in the marks that they achieved. Chapter 16. Over the years, Eric had suffered a fair few humiliations, both personally and publicly. Crashing a mini excavator into a neighbouring allotment's greenhouse was one that stood out there, as was the time he decided that swearing at Abby's head teacher would be an appropriate response to her suspension. Then, of course, there was the event only last week with the photoshopped sneeze face. Despite all of these events, this new humiliation managed to surpass it all. They've learned nothing. He dropped his hands down onto the papers in front of him, and I mean that, absolutely nothing. It's only been a few weeks, Hank reassured him. I know, but surely they should have learned something in that time. Look, one of them has called the main character curvy throughout the whole test. 2 of them think it took place in Glasgow. Why Glasgow? I have no idea. And another one reckons that, and I quote, they are all celery aliens, and at some point they are going to get out their laser blasters and kill everyone in the world apart from the rabbits. I think celery is meant to say clearly. At least they know there are rabbits in the book, Hank replied. Eric didn't laugh. Soul-destroying. That was the way it felt as Eric turned from one paper to the next and read the same nonsensical, drivelled lines. Some of the children had attempted all the questions, albeit badly. Others, like Callum, had simply drawn random pictures. One particular stick man with a speech bubble saying, "This sucks balls," stuck in his mind. Even the quality of the stick man, it had been shaded in beautifully and had shadows placed around it to give it a 3D effect, wasn't enough to dull the failure Eric felt. It was no longer difficult to see why Graham had taken his approach with the boy. And so, with Abby still at school and Mabel with Yvette, Eric had come to the pub to drown his misery in half a pint. It's the same thing as I said before. Eric waved a hand at the barman, indicating his need for another one. I just don't think I'm cut out for this job. He dropped Lulu a crisp from his packet. I should quit. Let them have a teacher who knows what he's doing. Next to him, Hank rested his chin on his thumb, his silence doing nothing to inspire confidence. If even your closest friend can't muster up something encouraging and supportive to say, you know you're out of it, Eric sulked internally. The thing is, Hank said eventually, that this type of school's just not right for every kid. That's the truth of it. It probably wouldn't matter if you had them 2 weeks or 2 years. Eric shook his head. No, I just can't believe that's true. Have you spoken to any of the other teachers about it? About these tests? Eric shook his head, although Donna said as long as there are no incident reports, she's happy. There you go, then. No, this is an issue. Obviously, I'm doing something wrong. I'm just not engaging them. A small laugh crackled in Hank's throat. It ain't you, trust me. I was one of those kids. Didn't read a thing. Switched off every lesson. Hated school from the day I started until the day I left. I don't want it to be like that for them, though, Eric mulled. They're so bored I had to wake one of them up as she was disturbing the class with her snoring the other day. So make it different. Change something. How? If I knew that, I'd have taken the job and not set you up for it, Hank chortled. Eric failed to see what was funny about the situation. Don't worry, Hank said, slapping him on the back while passing over a £10 note to pay for his and Eric's drinks. You're smart. You'll come up with something. Either that or I could just quit. That's the spirit. Are we going to see you and the girls down the plot this weekend? As long as the weather's good, that's where we intend to be. Great, nothing like a bit of gardening to heal the soul. Eric had forgotten how fast weekends disappeared when you had to go to work on a Monday. It barely felt like he'd dropped Abby off with Yvette at her first Saturday morning dance class when he was tucking her in on Sunday night, explaining that it was unlikely that the sun was going to explode in their lifetime. But I googled it. The sun's a star and stars explode. But after billions of years. Do you know how old our sun is? Not exactly, Eric admitted. It took a further 20 minutes of researching every site from NASA to CERN for Abby to finally relent and head to sleep, happy she wasn't going to be a puddle of vaporized plasma in the morning. Given how exhausting his weekend had been, digging trenches and clearing out the greenhouse, It would have made sense if Eric had gone to bed soon after the girls, but he had too many things to sort out first. The spark of inspiration had struck a couple of hours after leaving Hank at the allotment, and Eric was certain that the idea was at least 40% genius. Every thought he had was taken up with the plan, crafting it, honing it, making sure it was as perfect as he thought it could be. By Sunday night, he was confident the idea was gold. By Monday morning, the doubts were creeping their way back in. "You ready?" Yvette asked him as she clipped Mabel into the car seat, ready to take her to nursery. "No," Eric admitted. "Did you get any sleep?" she added, frowning. "Between the storm, Mabel's coughing, and Lulu trying to get under the duvet every chance she got. No, I didn't get a lot. But it's okay. I know what I'm doing." "I said you should have slept at mine and let me stay over with the girls." "Maybe next time," Eric replied. At Eric's request, Yvette had come back over to the house after Abi had fallen asleep, so he could run his harebrained plan by her. After all, getting at least one other person's viewpoint before he proposed it to anyone in all seriousness at school felt like a good idea. Given that Yvette was as far from a sycophant as any mother-in-law could be, he knew with concrete assurance that if his idea was crap, she would tell him. "I think it sounds wonderful." She squeezed his arm as she echoed the exact same words she'd used the night before. "It shows you're really trying to do something." "Well, I've got to try something," Eric replied. "I don't know how I'll keep at it otherwise. There's no way to know if they'll even let me try." "You'll never know if you don't ask." Yvette closed the door and walked around to the driver's seat. "And it looked good to me. You look like you've thought through everything." "I think I have." Yvette placed a hand on Eric's shoulder and looked him straight in the eye. "They would be fools not to let you do this," she said, holding her hand against him for just a moment longer. Eric took a deep breath in. "I only hope Donna agrees with you," he said. While Donna didn't have the final say on whether Eric could go ahead with his new teaching curriculum, he knew that getting her on side was the first step to getting it approved by Roger. Besides that, her support, if nothing else, would confirm he wasn't completely insane. At 7:15, after waving off Mabel, Abi, and Yvette, he headed into school, where he found his line manager in the main staff room, slumped in one of the armchairs, nursing her morning beverage. "Donna," Eric cleared his throat as he spoke, "do you have a minute?" Silence was followed by a long inhale. "You know it's Monday morning," she said, "and you know I don't deal with questions until lunchtime on a Monday." "I do." Eric reached into his bag. "Which is why I came armed." A short grunt of interest passed her lips. "Biscuits?" "Biscuits." "Flavour?" "Lemon poppy seed," she grunted. "And coffee." Her eyes widened. "And double chocolate chip." Her head snapped around, her eyes catching sight of the large Tupperware box in his hands. "You want something," she said as a statement rather than a question. Her eyes narrowed. "Something big if you've gone to all this effort." "Yes," Eric admitted, stretching out the word as he spoke. "But not from you. Not exactly." "Is it going to take up more of my time?" "None past the 5 minutes now, when all you have to do is listen and eat." She grunted, then stretched her hand out for the biscuits. "Sit," she said. "You've got 2 minutes. Go." Eric had meticulously prepared and timed his presentation and knew that he could get everything in less than 2 minutes, even if he was a little out of breath by the time he finished. He clenched his fists, gave himself a brief internal pep talk, and started. "So," he said after finishing with time to spare, "what do you think? Could I do it?" Donna lifted her coffee cup up to her nose and inhaled. The moment stretched out agonizingly before she proceeded to place the mug to her lips and take a long, drawn-out sip. "I don't see any reason why you can't give it a go," she said eventually. "Sounds fun." Eric fist-bumped the air. The first hurdle was done.
The only problem you've got, she continued, is where you're going to put it and how you're going to afford the equipment you need.
A thin frown line appeared between Eric's brows. He had been hoping the offer of financial support would have arisen naturally in the conversation in a more positive manner, i.e. Donna offering to fund it from the department kitty as opposed to making him have to beg. But if begging was what it took... I was hoping that this year's budget... Donna shook her head before he'd managed to get the first sentence out.
Sorry, she said. If I could, I would, but we've barely got enough to cover all our stationery this year. You could always try going to Roger and passing it off as an enrichment activity. He's got a side pot he keeps for things like that.
Thanks, Eric nodded, trying not to let his disappointment show. I'll see if I can get an appointment with him today. Blocking out the negative and focusing on the positive, Eric was afforded a brief miracle when Roger's assistant found him a 5-minute slot straight after his class. Trying not to let his nerves distract him during the lesson, and deciding not to give them their tests back just yet, they spent the time playing a maths board game he had found in one of the cupboards. Apart from Stanley having to go to the nurse after getting one of the dice stuck up his nostril, it all went pretty well. By the time the bell rang, Eric was raring to go, and so, reciting his speech over and over in his head, he made his way to Roger's office. It was a far cry from the corner office Eric's previous boss, Jack Nelson, had occupied. That had view of the Thames and the Shard and the immensity of the London skyline. This had a view of the car park and the tennis courts, neither of which had been resurfaced for the best part of a decade. So, Roger rested his chin on his fingers. What you're saying is you want to do gardening with the children?
No,
Eric began, only to stop himself. Well, sort of. What I'm saying is that I want to use gardening as a means to teach everything else. We can use volumes of plant pots and area of plots to cover shapes in maths. We can create posters in English and make information pamphlets on the different things we grow. We can study the Second World War in relation to why allotments were so important then, and for geography we can look at why different environments are better for different plants. Gardening will just be the context around which all the other subjects are taught, and... He took a breath, making sure he could give strength to his final point. It'll give the children a chance to be outdoors, not stuck in a classroom where they don't want to be all day. Roger's eyebrows raised a smidgen. And Donna's happy with this? She is. Well then. Roger leant back in his chair. It sounds like you've given this some real thought. I guess you've thought about where you could do this. I've got all the plans on my computer if you want to see. Eric reached for his bag, although Roger stopped him with a shake of his head. There's no need for that now. You can email them across. I'll talk to maintenance. When you've shown me you've got all the gear you need, we'll get you set up as soon as we can. I assume you can get everything you need out of the ENC budget? A pained expression flashed across Eric's face. Actually, he tried to word his request as delicately as possible. Donna said she thought it would be possible for it to come out of one of the enrichment budgets. Oh, she did she? Roger's tone sharpened. Only she wasn't aware about me and, well, this last year when she planned all the budgeting. Sucking in his cheeks, Roger folded a notebook that was open on his desk. Sorry, Eric, he said. I'm already down a design teacher from last year, and music have had their budget stripped to the bones. The last thing I can do is start handing out money for a brand new initiative run by a trainee teacher with no guarantee of how it's going to work. You do see that, don't you? Eric nodded slowly. A sinking feeling weighed heavily in his stomach. More from Of Mice and Men it was, then. More maths question sheets to be turned into paper aeroplanes and thrown out of the window whenever his back was turned. I understand. He pushed himself out of his seat and reached out to shake Roger's hand. When their fingertips were a centimetre apart, he stopped. What if I could get the equipment myself? You mean pay for it out of your own pocket? Possibly. Roger's eyebrows butted his hairline before dropping back down. I wouldn't go investing too much in these kids, he said with a quiet tone of sobriety.
I know it's tempting, I do. But the thing is, they never end. Every year you'll find more and more of them, disillusioned, no structured home life. And it's sad. It really is sad. But if you try to fund them all out of your own pocket, you'll be broke before the year's out. He stretched out his hand a little. Eric shook it the best he could and left. "Thank you for your time, anyway," he said. Chapter 17.
Well, that sounds utterly pessimistic.
Yvette pulled a bottle of wine out of the fridge at the same time as grabbing Mabel's avocado mash.
Surely he could have suggested something more positive, like a school fundraiser.
Eric scooped up a forkful of veggie lasagna. "I tried that. Donna said all the whole school charity days are in the calendar the year before. I could try to get my class to arrange one, but I don't hold out much hope."
Well, I still think they should be more supportive.
Yvette tipped some extra broccoli onto Abby's plate.
You'd think a man in his position would be encouraging someone like you, all enthused and helpful.
"I don't know." Eric chose to ignore the fact that Abby had taken the broccoli and placed it directly onto Mabel's tray. "He's been doing this a lot longer than me. I guess he's seen it all happen and fail before." A pause punctuated their meal, giving Eric a moment to consider the day a little.
That doesn't mean you shouldn't try, Yvette said. What about second-hand? Can you find some stuff second-hand? Maybe you could ask Hank and Cynthia if they've got anything to donate.
Maybe you could hold a fair at the allotment and get everyone to donate. Eric and Yvette both turned their heads to Abby. Her plate was now entirely devoid of broccoli and carrots. In fact, the only thing left on her plate was lasagna, but for the moment Eric focused in on what she had just suggested. "What do you mean?" Eric asked. Abby shrugged through a mouthful of pasta. "You should ask everybody to give stuff. We could bake cakes and give them to people who give us things, like Mum did when you broke all those garden sheds." Eric looked at his daughter and for a moment considered reminding her that it was in fact only one shed he broke. However, when he caught Yvette's eye and noticed the smile lifting her lips, he changed his mind. "I think you could be onto something there, Abby," he said, as he leaned forward and kissed her on the forehead. It wasn't the best weather to start the day, but the forecast had promised that Saturday was going to be better than Sunday, and with 1 week already spent spreading the news, Eric didn't want to chance having to wait even longer. It had been all hands on deck. Abby coming down to the allotment after school on the days that she didn't have dance lessons, dragging Mabel from one plot to another. "This is for charity," she said. "How many trowels do you really need? Your donation could feed a child like this." She reached down and cupped Mabel's chin, lifting it up to the prospective donors like some charity infomercial. "She does know that these tools are going to the secondary school, not to the west coast of Africa, doesn't she?" Hank asked as they watched her work. "What can I say? She has her grandmother's flair for the dramatic," Eric replied. By the time the weekend had come around, she'd created a series of posters which she'd blue-tacked to nearly every greenhouse and shed in the Columbia Avenue allotments. She'd also made a notice in her school assembly encouraging children to bring any of their parents' unwanted tools down to the allotment and, during their Saturday fry-up at the shed, had stood on a chair, gathered the entire cafe's attention, and told all the patrons what they were doing too. "I'm sure I'll be able to dig out a couple of things from the garage," Griff had said as he passed Abby her bacon butty. "Is it all right if I bring them to you later in the week? It's tough to get out of here on a Saturday." "Whenever you can manage would be great," Eric had replied. Then it was just a matter of waiting for people to come.
"Wow,"
said Donna as she ambled through the allotment, following the series of balloons that Abby had used to mark a pathway.
"You're not doing this by halves, are you?"
"I didn't expect to see you." Eric leaned in to kiss her on the cheek the way he might have done when he saw one of his former female colleagues out in London. However, about half a foot away from her, he realized Donna didn't look like the kiss-on-the-cheeks type of person and hurriedly moved back. "You didn't have to come down here."
"What, and let you take all the glory from Roger when you put an amazing new curriculum together? No thanks." Ooh. She glanced at the tables. Are those biscuits chocolate chip? They are if you're donating a spade. Maybe I can just owe you one.
Eric lifted the plate and handed it to her. Then go ahead. While Eric manned the biscuits outside his shed, Abi took Lulu and Mabel on the hunt for all the bequeathed items they had been promised over the week. Cynthia turned up early with a chocolate tart before disappearing to a family event, and Janice's scones took the cake table to full capacity. What they needed now was for the cakes to transform into tools. I got two! Abi came running up the path with Lulu nipping at her heels. Look, the man with the big nose and the green shed gave me these. Eric looked at the specimens in Abi's hand. They were hardly new, with their rough wooden handles and rusted prongs, but they were a start. They could be used as backups, if nothing else. Good going. Eric took them from Abi and dropped them, starting a pile in front of the stand. Weren't you looking after your sister? He asked, straightening up and frowning. Abi's eyes widened. Be back in a minute, she said, and sprinted off in the direction she'd just come. Despite the slight drizzle and scent of compost, the morning took on an almost carnivalesque feel. Had it not been for the jumpers and series of umbrellas set up to protect the cakes, it could have been July. Eric's heart yearned for the summer, with G&Ts on Cynthia's veranda, where he'd spent far too few happy times with her late husband, Norman, while the dogs and children ran freely between their plots. On a sunny day, there was no place he'd rather be in the world. I hear you're collecting up old tools, an allotee from the far side of the allotment said as he sauntered up to Eric's shed. Yes, Eric pointed to one of the posters that Abi had created. We are. They're all to go to the secondary school and help the kids there start their own allotment. Sounds like a great idea. Well, I managed to dig these out for you. He handed Eric a white plastic tub, stretched translucent by its contents. There's a couple of odds and ends in there. Seed trays, couple of trowels and the like, that type of thing. You can bin anything you don't want, but I thought they might be useful. Thank you, that's fantastic. Eric gave the contents a cursory glance before placing it on the ground next to Abi's tools. It was difficult to see exactly what was in there, but with a tub that size there were bound to be a few good things he could use, even if the top did seem to be filled with broken planters and screw plugs. Well, best of luck to you, the man said, helping himself to 2 biscuits before trundling back down the path. The next arrival was a grey-haired woman, infamous for her talent at growing tulips. Needs a new plug, but otherwise it still works fine, she said, handing Eric what looked like a 30-year-old electric strimmer. It's just been sitting in my shed these last couple of years. I'm glad it's found a home. Eric frowned. Strimmers and children, especially the ones he taught, felt like a disaster waiting to happen. Well, and if it turns out it's no good, you can just take it to the tip, she said. Oh, is that a chocolate tart? More people arrived with more bags. Canvas, plastic, anything they could get their hands on, almost all brimming with supposed gifts. I've been meaning to have a clear out like that for years, one man said, dumping 2 crumbling cardboard boxes onto the floor. Thanks for getting me out there and doing it. What a great idea, doing a group tip run. A heat twisted in Eric's throat. We're not taking things to the tip. We're looking for donations to help the school start their own allotment. Have you not seen all the posters? Oh. The man looked surprised by this fact, although he shrugged it off without too much concern before helping himself to a slice of Cynthia's chocolate sponge. Can you believe how much people have given you? Abi beamed at the pile that was big enough to fill an entire shed and then some. There's so much stuff here. That there is, Eric agreed. We should sort it all out, she said. Maybe there's some hidden treasure in the bottom of one of these bags. She started to move forwards, but Eric caught her by the shoulders. We've got more coming yet, he said, and twisted her around to face the path where 2 wheelbarrows were coming, one with a rusted petrol lawnmower in the top. Eric regarded the contents of the second wheelbarrow. Is that a washing machine? He questioned. Why would they think we would want a washing machine? Because they're taking the piss, Hank muttered under his breath, echoing Eric's thoughts exactly. It would appear collecting old tools hadn't gone quite as simply as he'd hoped. 2 hours later, and all the biscuits were gone. The girls had held up well considering how much they'd been running around, although, given their consumption of biscuits and cake, an extreme sugar crash was imminent, clearly evident in the ever-increasing rate of Mabel's grouching. No more donations had occurred for the best part of an hour, and Eric, still accompanied by Hank and Donna, was satisfied that they'd come to an end. The man with the washing machine had promptly turned back around after Hank had threatened him with his prosthetic leg. "We are not a tip, we're a school charity," he had said. "I know, but I thought it'd be a good learning opportunity for them," the man said. "They could try to work out what's wrong with it, fix it up. It could be the start of a budding engineering career." "Aye, and trying to dodge Scout's teeth after I set him on you could be a good learning opportunity for you too. Go on, get off with you." Together, Hank, Donna and Eric stared at the fruits of their labour, which looked distinctly like the contents of a yellow skip Eric had seen on his road a few months prior. "Well," Hank was the first to break the silence, "the good thing is you've got a lot of tools." "Yeah," Donna agreed. "The bad thing is if you give any one of them to the kids, we're likely to end up with a health and safety inspection and a possible outbreak of tetanus on our hands." There was no denying that the collection of gardening equipment Eric had acquired was less nearly new, and more the should have been thrown away years ago but has instead sat at the back of my shed gathering cobwebs and growing numerous strands of fungi variety. "Look, some gloves," Abi said, reaching for one of the bags. Eric swiped her hand away. "Don't touch anything, not until we've gone through it all. Look, that bag's even got a load of rusted nails coming out of the top. What were people thinking donating rusted nails to a school?" "They were thinking you were an easier option than driving down to the tip to get rid of all this crap," Hank answered for him. "Bloody lazy gits. I'll be giving them a piece of my mind at the next committee meeting. Oh, yes, they're not going to get away with this, you can mark my words." From across the path, Cynthia strolled towards them. Her perpetual smile dropped when she noticed Eric's expression. "You can't be serious, really? Oh, I'm going to give them a piece of my mind at the next committee meeting." "That's exactly what I just said," Hank replied. While various proclamations of disappointment eddied around him, Eric gazed at the pile and brooded. He wished he could say he was surprised. After all, so many of the fellow allottees were like family to him. They'd managed to keep the plot alive for him after Susie's death made it difficult for him to visit. They were honest, salt-of-the-earth people who were always there for one another when it was needed. That said, they were also shrewd and calculating, and not too many years back had tried to bleed him dry for everything from a damaged damson tree to ransacked perennials after the mishap with a mini-excavator. He should have known they'd try to pull something like this. He sighed heavily, the sound of which was met by a cry from Mabel. "Well, we tried." He sighed again, shaking his head. "There's nothing I can do now. I guess I'll get Yvette to watch the kids tomorrow, then I'll come down and load it all into the back of the car. I can manage a few trips to the tip tomorrow." "Hold your horses," Donna said, kneeling on the ground next to the pile of detritus. "Don't be so quick to throw in the towel. I reckon you might find a couple of good pieces in here." "Donna, don't. Honestly, it's not necessary. We'll just take it all to the tip." She lifted one of the bags out, shook the contents out, and then, using a random bit of dowel rod that was lying on the ground, began to dig about. "Here." She used her fingertips to pull out the end of something wooden, which, after a bit of shaking, appeared to be a trowel. "This could work." "We can't let the kids near that, though, can we?" Eric asked skeptically. The metal joint was orange and crumbling with rust and dozens of threatening-looking splinters sticking out, ready to impale them. "It's sturdy enough," he agreed, wiggling the handle while Donna still held it. "Just needs a bit of a clean, that's all." Eric was about to accept his turn in inspecting what was possibly the only viable piece of equipment in the mess when Mabel upped her rate of grizzle from discontent to major meltdown. "Honestly, guys, I appreciate the optimism, I really do, but there's no point." "Look." Cynthia reached down and pulled Mabel out of Abby's arms. Why don't I take the girls back to my place? She turned to Abi. What do you reckon? You can have a go on Maggie's singing game on the computer if you like. Will you play too? Oh, I think I can manage one game. She returned to Eric to continue. I can put Mabel on my bed for an hour or so to have a nap. That gives you guys a chance to sort through this. She tried to pick a word and failed. This. Then, when she wakes up, I can give them both a bit of food and bring them back here. Or home, whichever is easiest for you. Eric looked at the pile of mess that now occupied the space between his beautiful, handmade, raised beds. He couldn't leave it like that. He'd already had one cultivation order from the allotment committee, although that, just like this mess he was in now, was not his fault. That would be great, thank you, Eric said. Hopefully I'll get some of it sorted through. Well, I'm here all day, Hank said, and we can load a load of the rubbish into the back of my pickup, save dirtying up the back of your car.
And count me in, Donna added. All I've got to go home to is 60 Year 11 mock exams to mark and a Skype call to my mother where I'll spend most of the time trying to tell her how to turn the screen around and the other half hearing about the state of her bowels. I need all the justifiable procrastination I can get.
With his heart feeling substantially less heavy than it had only moments before, Eric smiled to himself. This Burlam crew really weren't that bad. Chapter 18. I think we've hit a new low, Eric said, grimacing as his gloved hand slipped into a brown plastic carrier bag. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you one dead mouse. Hank and Donna lifted their heads and crinkled their noses. I already had one, Hank sniffed, about 2 bags ago. You did? Why didn't you say so? I didn't think it topped the sleeping hedgehog you found at the bottom of the cardboard box. Eric looked at the squashed specimen in his hands. You're probably right, he said. The hedgehog still wins, although I think the crotchless panties come a close second. It had taken the 3 of them nearly 2 hours to sort the pile of junk they'd been gifted, and while his annoyance at people had not yet started to fade, it felt, at least, like the end was in view. Donna had been right to insist on a proper sort-through rather than binning everything on first sight, while the large majority of donations were ready for a rubbish dump, including the broken strimmer, a dangerous pair of secateurs, and endless bits of utter rubbish, ranging from broken flower pots and seed trays to gloves, smashed bicycle helmets, and, of course, the crotchless panties. There were a couple of great finds in the mix. Who gave you these? Hank said, holding up a pristine pair of gardening gloves. That was Penelope, I think, Eric said. Hamilton. That's the one.
They'll be handy, Donna agreed. It looks like you've got a couple of good forks and spades in there, although some of them may need a little TLC.
Just a little. Eric felt his spirits begin to dip again. While some of the tools looked usable, in the sense that they were partially recognizable and their handles were still attached to the business end, in their current state of disrepair, they hardly looked ready to inspire already disillusioned children into gardening. More likely they'd end up using them as makeshift shivs for his next uninspiring geography lesson. Maybe I could tidy them up a little, put a bit of varnish or some paint on them, he thought out loud. They might look a bit more enticing then.
You?
Eric turned. A subtle sparkle twinkled in the corner of Donna's eye.
Why would you spend your time painting them? The whole point is it's an integrated curriculum, right?
Eric was rife with nerves. His heart had been going at twice its normal rate since he awoke and had only accelerated since arriving at school.
Room's all set up,
Donna told him on arrival into the ENC office.
I'll try to pop in if I can, but I've got a meeting about budgeting for the whiteboard remotes the same period.
Whiteboard remotes need budgeting?
Apparently so. And apparently I need to be there to help do it. I swear these guys would call a meeting to open a bloody envelope.
Well, wish me luck then, Eric said, attempting to swallow back the lumps that kept forming in his throat.
You don't need luck, Donna assured him. This is going to go great. Trust me, I have a feeling.
It had taken 2 weeks to get the remaining tools into a state where he didn't feel they were going to crumble to pieces the moment a child touched them. As such, Eric was ready to start the next stage of Operation Green Fingers. During those 2 weeks, a lot had happened. The clearing of all the allotment gifts took 2 trips to the tip and 1 to the charity shop. Evenings had been spent sanding and gluing together handles and fork endings, while still somehow planning his normal lessons and trying to spend as much time as possible with the girls. The lack of any budget was a blow, and on numerous occasions Eric had considered whether it might be better to delay the whole enterprise, only what he would do in its place was an equally stressful conundrum. So instead, he decided to keep going with the optimistic, or exceptionally naive, attitude that it would all come right, one way or another. Mabel was going through a helpful phase, which included emptying every drawer and cupboard, particularly if it offered the opportunity to feed Lulu some contraband, and Abi had decided that, in addition to the endless dance lessons she partook in, she needed to learn an instrument and, as such, had borrowed a violin from school. While she'd been desperate to keep it, Eric had managed to persuade her to at least give another instrument a chance first. Ultimately, he was holding out for her to choose the flute. After just a week of the violin, any instrument that she struggled to make a sound on for the first couple of months sounded ideal. There had been something therapeutic about getting back to a bit of DIY on the tools. With the house all finished and the allotment needing nothing more than occasional maintenance at that time of year, it was good to know he could still manage a bit of manual labour. After all, it certainly didn't feel like he could teach. His lessons had been at best bearable, and at worst an absolute shambles. He had, under Donna's advice, enforced a seating plan, not only to separate Jordan and Stanley, who could barely last 30 seconds without talking to one another or knocking something over, but also the 3 girls who flipped between being BFFs to mortal enemies, depending on which boy, girl, or music group were in or out of favour that particular day. It was even worse when they brought the relationships into the classroom. Last Friday was a testament to that. Trying to help him stay on top of things, Donna had been sitting with Eric, filling him in on the reporting system.
Enthusiastic is always a good one for the buggers that won't shut up, she told him. I also like the phrase, contributes energetically to class debates.
For the argumentative ones, I like it.
Chances are the parents know if their kids are shits. It's just a case of wording it so they don't think you know that they know they're shits.
Eric thought he followed. With the laptop in front of him, he was just about to ask her a question about the grading format when the classroom door flew open.
Casey is a thief, miss.
Harry stormed in. His cheeks burned crimson with anger as he marched towards them, apparently oblivious to the private conversation that had been taking place only seconds before.
She's a fucking thief and a fucking liar.
Language, Eric and Donna spoke simultaneously.
No, miss.
The boy obviously thought the issue was beyond Eric's expertise, as he focused his attention solely on the more experienced of the teachers. As such, Eric picked up his coffee and let Donna deal with the problem.
She's a liar, and she's a thief, and it ain't right.
With a heavy sigh, Donna pushed her glasses onto the top of her head.
Why don't you tell me what happened?
She said.
What happened?
Harry planted his hands on his hips.
I'll tell you what happened. She said she'd flash her bra at break if I gave her my pot noodle.
Coffee spewed from Eric's mouth.
She what? He said. She said she'd flash her bra at break if I gave her my pot noodle.
He looked at Eric.
It was a Bombay bad boy and everything, he added, shaking his head forlornly.
Blinking, Eric rubbed his ears, certain that he must have just had some kind of momentary episode of mishearing. He looked to Donna to see a small smile pressed into the corner of her lips.
She did,
Harry continued, once again speaking to Donna.
She promised. Ask her, she's coming now.
Casey's hair was twisted with tight plaits, and an equally twisted grin was smeared across her face as she waltzed her way through the door, still spooning pot noodle into her mouth. Bombay bad boy, Eric read.
Casey,
Donna's eyebrows slanted upward.
Did you promise to flash Harry in exchange for his pot noodle?
With her smile remaining perfectly in position, Casey lifted another mouthful to her lips.
Changed my mind,
she said coyly. Harry slammed his hand against the table.
She can't do that, can she, miss? She promised. She promised.
A gust of air rose and fell beneath Donna's nostril before she leaned forwards and placed both her hands on the table in front of her.
First, Harry, you have learned a valuable lesson here.
I have.
You have learned that a woman can change her mind at any time, for whatever reason, and all you should ever do is accept it and move on.
Even if she lies?
Even if she lies.
Well, that's just shit.
And you,
Donna changed her focus to Casey,
if you're going to sell yourself, try to value your worth a little higher than a pot noodle, even if it is a good flavour.
With that, Harry flopped down in his seat grumbling, and Casey threw the now empty tub in the bin. Eric wondered, yet again, what the hell he had got himself into. Along with dealing with dubious fledgling relationships, Eric had set the class their second test of the year, a maths one, in which only 2 of the students answered more than 50% of the questions. One student had decided to write the entire lyrics of a rap song all over the questions, while Stanley had turned the paper into a ninja fighting comic strip, and the only thing Callum had written on the page was his name. Even those that did attempt to go barely fared any better. Multiplication, division, even simple addition and subtraction was beyond some of them, only confirming for Eric the fact that he had failed to teach them anything at all. Melissa had been absent for the 2 English lessons he'd planned, meaning it was up to him to do all the reading to the class, while ensuring that they didn't all drop off to sleep. And then, to top it all off, he'd recently discovered, despite being extremely vigilant on the matter, a large amount of graffiti, which included such motivating statements as Mr. Sibley is a dick, to Mr. Sibley is the most boring teacher alive, and his current least favourite, Mr. Sibley is a hairless ball sack, had appeared on the desks. But all that was about to change. Getting the children from the classroom to the art room hadn't been easy.
It's the other side of the school. I've just walked all the way from there, moaned Jordan.
It's up 2 flights of stairs, Eric responded. It's really not that far.
That room stinks of like paint and stuff. Can't we just go into our normal room and listen to music? Kaylee pleaded.
During what lesson have you been allowed to just listen to music? Eric asked.
Just because you don't let us don't mean we don't do it.
Eric chose not to dwell on the comment too deeply. Don't forget all your bags and coats, he said for the 3rd time. We won't be coming back here this lesson. And Stanley, will you please stop running about in the corridor? He called as Stanley took the stairs 2 at a time, oblivious of the teachers and students he was bumping into as he went. If he hadn't seen the child in the school canteen eating the school breakfasts, he would have assumed he was being fed on the same type of food as Lulu. She was the only other creature on the planet he knew with a comparable level of energy. It took over 5 minutes to make the 2-minute walk to the art room due to emergency toilet breaks, locker stops, and pauses in the corridor to thump the shoulders of random students passing by. "Callum," Eric said, catching sight of him out of the corner of his eye.
"What? I didn't do nothing."
Eric moved himself to the back of the line, only 2 feet away from where Callum was dragging his feet. There was no point getting into an argument about it now. Eric had enough to worry about to risk sending Callum into one of his mood swings. Over the previous 2 weeks, Eric felt like he had made 0 progress with the boy. His attitude swung from indifferently apathetic, at which times picking up a pen was apparently too much effort, to argumentative, angry, and aggressive.
"You can't make me do that,"
were the words that came most often from his lips, regardless of whether Eric had asked him to get on with work, move his bag from the middle of the floor, or stop him throwing pencil shavings at whoever was sitting in front of him.
"You can't make me do nothing."
Eric had tried to be patient with it, or at least find some kind of pattern in the behaviour, but Friday detentions had become a fixed feature and, despite trying at least twice weekly, Eric had still had no luck getting through to anyone at home. "Just wait outside the door when you get there," Eric called to the front of the line. "Don't go in without Mr. Eric's instructions suddenly petered out as he realized he didn't know Graham's last name. "Knight," said Callum beside him. "Sorry," Eric said, turning to look at Callum. "The head of art is called Mr. Knight," he replied without looking at Eric. "Right," Eric said, still staring at Callum. Then, with a small amount of trepidation, after all, Callum had a history with false names, he called to the front of the group. "Mr. Knight is expecting us all together." When everyone was lined up outside the classroom, Eric issued the children one last word of warning. "I know you guys don't like being sat in a classroom all day, I get that," he said, "and I know you don't always find me the most interesting teacher." Sniggers and mock yawns ascended around him. "But I'm hoping that's about to change. I'm hoping that together, this class can do something fun, something outdoors, something worthwhile." "You're not going to make us stand outside with a bucket dressed as a squirrel and get money for charity, are you, sir?" Jordan asked. "No," Eric replied, bemused as to where that idea would come from in the first place. "I'm not. When we go inside, I'll explain more. Just remember, please, that Mr. Knight is letting us into his room, even though he has an A-level class going on, so please, please don't do anything stupid." To his surprise, the children filed into the art room one by one in complete silence. "You need to sit on the table to the left, the one that's empty," he directed them. "No, I didn't mean on, Trent. I meant on one of the stools beneath the table. Yes, that's right." He cast his eye across the room. Serious-looking A-level students were absorbed in their work, from canvas painting to papier-mâché and wire sculpting. Graham looked up and gave him a nod. Eric's stomach fluttered with nerves. While Donna had helped mediate the organization, Eric owed Graham a nice bottle of wine for helping set this all up. He had sorted out different types of paints that would work for the children and even shifted his class into half their normal space so that they had room to work. "We all started somewhere," he'd told Eric as he'd shown him how to clean off the brushes. "Glad to see someone putting the kids first." After waiting until the children were seated and settled, Eric took a deep breath and started his speech. "I'm hoping," he said in what he imagined was his most inspirational tone, "that, from next week onwards, we are going to do something that has never been done at this school before."
"Are we going to draw naked people?"
"No, William, we are not." With a steadying breath, Eric lifted a bag up from the table. Placing his hand inside, he pulled out the item on top, a short-handled fork, and slid it across the table towards Keisha.
"What's this meant to be?"
She scowled, turning up her nose. Eric ignored her and carried on. "We are going to be learning in a different way from now on." He passed trowels to Casey and Kaylee. "No more textbooks." Another 2 tools glided across the table. "No more worksheets that don't matter to you." The bag was emptying fast. "We are going to be doing real work, outside the classroom, real-life learning, and these tools are literally what you're going to be using to do it with."
"This looks like what my nan uses on her hanging baskets,"
someone said. Eric's smile spread across his face. "That's exactly what we are going to be doing. We are going to be gardening." Chapter 19. Eric's announcement regarding the sudden and drastic change in curriculum for the class was met with a mixture of confusion, skepticism, and outright disgust.
"We're going to be gardening?"
Keisha looked at the fork in front of her like it was one of the dead mice Eric had pulled from the bag of donations. "Eventually," Eric said.
"Like outside? In the dirt?"
asked William. "Exactly like that." "But what about all our targets?" Unsurprisingly, it was only Melissa who jumped to this as a point of concern. "Won't we fall behind on our maths levels if we don't stick to the syllabus? What about our GCSEs? We don't want to be behind everyone else." "You're still going to do maths," Eric assured her. Division, multiplication, everything just the same, only we're not going to be doing it in the classroom, not all of the time.
What about our nails?
Asked Kaylee as Keisha and KC nodded in mutual disapproval. Your nails?
They'll get ruined. I ain't getting my hands dirty with digging and stuff. These things cost loads.
Well, for starters, you shouldn't have your nails painted in school, as you know. He paused. And I've already thought of that. Eric continued reaching into the bag and then tossed the girls a pair of gardening gloves. Besides, not every part of gardening involves getting your hands dirty, don't it? Eric was surprised to see hands were in the air, shoulders bobbing up and down as more and more questions sprang to their mind.
Will we grow things we can eat, sir?
That's the idea. Eric smiled as the enthusiasm began to flow.
Will we be able to take the stuff home?
If we grow enough.
Will we be using shit, sir?
I would think... Sorry, what did you say? Eric realigned his focus to Trent, who was staring up at him.
Will we be using shit, sir?
Sorry, I... Eric's tongue fumbled in his mouth.
Shit,
Trent repeated, as if Eric's hearing was the issue.
My nan uses horse shit in her garden to make stuff grow. Ugh, that's disgusting.
The children's previous focus began to wane as the class discussion rose in volume.
I ain't touching no shit. That's got to be illegal.
Eric waved his hands at them. If we could lower our volume, please. Remember, there is another lesson going on here. He pointed over his shoulder to where the A-level class were all still absorbed in their work. Eric wasn't too keen on the idea of teaching A-levels. The extra exams felt like they would come with a lot of pressure. However, the older children had an unusual effect on his own class, in that they were quiet again almost immediately. Back to your question, Trent. I believe the term you were looking for is manure. People put manure on the plants to make them grow, horse manure.
And are we going to do that?
I think it would be a long way down the line before we have to start worrying about things like that.
I'm not eating it if we're putting shit on it,
someone inputted, although Eric didn't see who. Once again, the discussion was starting to crescendo with a mixture of enthusiasm and concern. Hoping the previous reminder about the senior students would work just as well the second time, Eric was about to open his mouth and speak when one of the voices cut sonorously through the rest.
What if we don't want to do it?
All eyes moved to Callum. The trowel that Eric had placed in front of him was in exactly the same position, his arms folded across his chest. With dark eyes, he stared straight at Eric and repeated himself,
What if we don't want to do this?
Eric considered his options. One of Callum's kickoffs would bring the whole lesson into chaos, no doubt cementing his inability as a teacher in front of all the A-level students too. It could also result in the whole class being offside for the project. Maintaining eye contact with Callum, Eric softened his voice as he started to speak. The thing is, he said, this is what your lessons are going to be for the next few weeks with me. This is part of school. This is what we, as a class, are going to work through together. We're going to build something together, something that will hopefully be here for quite a long time. Now, I would like you to be on board with this. He cast his eye around the rest of the room. I would like you all to be. Because school is about learning new things. It's not about textbooks and old novels and maths questions that don't make any sense. It's about learning skills, tackling problems, working together with each other the way you're going to have to in the real world. And I have a feeling that if we can work together on this, you're going to be amazed at what you can do. When he finished, the echo of his words hovered around them. Breaths were held. Hearts, particularly his own, hammered, waiting to see where the lesson would go now. With his eyes back on Callum, he waited for a response. Whatever, Callum said. Eric smiled inwardly to himself. He would take whatever. Today, whatever felt like progress. After once again reiterating the rules of the room and how important it was not to disturb the A-level group, Eric started instructing on the painting of the tool handles. When it comes to the actual gardening part, you will have to share your tools now and then, but we've still got plenty more that need painting, so feel free to decorate them how you want. I know they look a bit rusty and plain now, so it's up to you to change that. Can I decorate mine with marijuana leaves? Trent asked. Can you paint marijuana leaves? Eric questioned, recalling Trent's dubious ability to draw a basic tree in the Of Mice and Men task. Trent grunted and returned to designing his plan on paper. We're going to do ours to match, Casey said about hers and the other girls. On the table they had scribbled down a plan of hearts and stars. Can we paint on the end bit too, or just the wood? Well, Eric took a minute to think it over, although the answer was supplied for him. You don't want to paint on metal with this paint, girls? Mr. Knight, Graham, had sidled up beside them. It'll last well on the wood, but it'll just peel off the metal. That plan looks great, girls, he said, casting his eye over their scrap of paper. You could always add some coloured stripes along the handle there, that might look good, or try mixing the blues to make a turquoise shade. The girls exchanged a look and nodded in agreement at the suggestion before picking up a pencil and starting to discuss which colours would look best. Thank you so much for doing this, Eric said, lowering his voice and stepping away from the table. I really do appreciate it. It's not a problem. I owe Donna enough favours as it is. God knows I steal enough of her biscuits while I'm down there using the Wi-Fi. Just don't let them anywhere near the others' work, please. He gestured to his own class, still silently absorbed, headphones on, paintbrushes and glue in hand. It's their first piece of coursework. It looks fantastic, Eric commented. He was looking at one piece as he spoke, a river and boat scene, undoubtedly Burlam, but cubist or possibly expressionist in style. He suddenly wished he'd paid a little more attention in his art class. This is coursework, you said? It is. They have to do 3 pieces in the year. They've been working on these for the last 8 weeks. This is their first piece. They seem to really enjoy what they're doing. A coy smile indicated Graham was well aware of this fact, but wanted to seem modest about it anyway. They're an okay bunch, really. Had a few more at the beginning of the year, but there's always a bit of a dropout. Really? Why? All sorts. Some decide they want to start working and earning money as soon as possible to help out their families. At 16? It happens more than you would think. One of the sixth formers pulled an earbud out of their ear and signalled to Graham for his attention. I'd better get back to them, he said. Help yourself to any of the paint on the shelves. Just make sure they wash up after themselves. With most of the sketching and design done, the children got underway with the painting. Eric kept a wide berth, poking his head in now and again to offer the occasional words of advice or to hand a paper towel across to help clean up spillages. That's looking good there, Jordan, he commented about the green and brown sludge-covered pattern. It was meant to be covered in hand grenades, but now I think it looks more like camouflage. I think it's great. Though don't camouflage it too much, or you'll never find it when we start gardening. While Jordan followed this with a blank expression, Eric was forced to wonder exactly when his jokes became so very dad-esque. Eric continued with his circuit, adding other anecdotal comments until one particular piece of artwork made him stop. It was the use of colour that made it stand out from the others. White lines weaved on a turquoise background. A pattern of waves was easily recognisable, and in the tiny space between were the white fins and tails and scales of little fish. Callum, this is incredible. Where did you learn to paint like that? Callum kept his nose down and sniffed. Nowhere. Then added, my nan paints a bit. Wow. Unlike with many of the other children's work, Eric was genuinely impressed. You have a talent. Have you thought about studying art? I'm assuming you're doing it for GCSE. Maybe. The grunt was slightly less aggressive than normal. I can't wait to see what it looks like when it's finished. Given that Eric struggled to remember a conversation with Callum that had lasted this long without erupting into either swearing or storming off, he decided to end the conversation there. Then, glancing up at the clock on the wall, jolted with surprise at the time. Right, everyone. His voice rose above the gentle humdrum of nattering. I didn't realise we had carried on so late. The bell's about to go. As if synchronized to his thoughts, the bell rang out around the room. Okay. Eric could feel a tension rising through his shoulders. We need to get everything packed up as quickly as possible. The senior class, he noticed, had already packed away. Eric cursed himself for not paying more attention. Graham shuffled across to his side of the room. I've got another class in here in 2 minutes, he said. I'm sorry, but they can't leave all their stuff lying around here. I know, Eric said, not exactly grateful for the comment, but realizing at the same time he didn't have an actual solution for it. Is there somewhere they can put their tools? They can't take them with them, they're still wet. The pair of teachers scanned across the room. There's an empty shelf back there, Graham said, pointing to the far corner beyond all the easels and artwork. They can place them there. Just tell them to watch where they're walking. I'll have their heads on a spike if anything happens to any of that coursework. 3 minutes later, and Eric didn't care about the children being late to their next lesson. He didn't care about Graham's class getting restless outside as they awaited entrance into the art classroom. What he cared about was getting every single one of his students' painted tools on the drying rack without a single drop of paint landing anywhere other than the floor. Well done, Melissa. Yes, off you go. Thank you, KC, he continued, commenting as one by one they moved between the A-level projects. Nice and slowly, Stanley. Eric's pulse skittered as the clumsiest and most accident-prone of his students took their turn. Should you be carrying your pencil case at the same time? It's all good, sir. I got this, Stanley replied. It took all of Eric's willpower not to step in and take the item off the child himself. Brilliant. Eric sighed with relief as Stanley moved his pencil case onto a shelf, giving him 2 hands with which to lower his black and green painted trowel onto the shelf. Now grab your things and head to your class. You can tell your teacher it was my fault you were late. I was going to anyway, sir, Stanley replied, dashing out the door and leaving it open for Graham to step in. I really need to bring my lot in. Graham's tone was courteous and professional, but the earlier sense of friendliness had substantially diminished. They're getting a little restless out here. They only have a single lesson. Just one more to go, Eric said. That one was, surprisingly, Callum. Despite the fact that his most troublesome and problematic student was carrying a garden fork covered in dripping wet paint past a series of invaluable coursework, Eric was calm. Eric was, and Callum was. The whole time they'd been packing away and wiping down the tables, Callum had not so much as uttered a word of complaint. That was unless anyone came near his fork, at which point he thumped them on the arm and they scurried away. This was a side of the child Eric hadn't seen before, one who took pride in his work. And Eric knew that there was no chance he was going to risk messing up all the painting he had done, not even to spite Eric. Really good class there, Eric said. I'm impressed. Callum's lips twisted in what may have been a smile. Just go steady through those pieces there, Eric continued as the sound of footsteps entering the room reverberated behind him. This is the last one. Sorry it's taken so long, Eric said to the person he assumed was Graham. He wasn't going to take his eyes off Callum and look. Sorry, sir, left my pencil case on the shelf, Stanley said as he darted past Eric. I'll just be a second. It all happened in slow motion. Stanley dashing towards the shelf, Callum carefully placing his trowel down in the free place before turning slowly around. What the... As Stanley stretched out his arm to reach his case, Callum stepped forward in protection of his newly painted masterpiece. With a sharp movement of his hand, he swiped away Stanley's arm, only to send it careering onto the side of an easel. What followed was a cascade. One after another, paintings and sculptures tumbled down, knocking over beakers of water and paintbrushes which flew into the air, coming down on yet more work. It could have been a Rube Goldberg machine of mass destruction, given how totally and devastatingly the effects rippled. Silence engulfed the room as Eric stared at the carnage. Eric saw himself as a respected member of the teaching community, and felt it would be inappropriate to use his normal etymological choice to express his feelings about the situation. Fortunately, Callum hit the nail perfectly on the head for him. "Fuck," said the boy. Chapter 20. "It does sound like it was all a bit of a terrible accident," Roger said after he had heard from both sides. "It was, that's all it was," Eric tried. "But the artwork is completely unsalvageable." "Every single one," Graham replied. "Every piece of coursework ruined." "But it was still an accident," Donna repeated. Donna had come in as the union rep. Eric wasn't sure whether the meeting warranted having a union rep in there or not, but he felt a lot happier having Donna in his corner. After all, her knowledge of the battleground was infinitely more in-depth than his. "No one is to blame for this," she said, for what must have been the 15th time. "Certainly not Eric. How was he to know a child would come back into the room after he had already dismissed him? That has nothing to do with him." "Well, someone has to take responsibility." Graham's eyes bugged. "My students' portfolio pieces are ruined," he added. 3 of those need them to get onto art courses next year. Not having that artwork could be the difference between them getting a place or not to mention the fact they were supposed to be displayed in the summer exhibition this year. The churning guilt in Eric's stomach deepened further. With his nostrils flattening, Roger pressed his lips together in a thoughtful nod. "And Callum Brown was involved, you say? He hit this other child, who was it? Yes, Stanley McIntosh, is that right?" "Hit seems like a bit of a harsh term." Eric felt inclined to get his side in again. He was simply worried Stanley was going to damage the work he'd been doing today. He'd been working extremely hard on it. "For 1 lesson, as opposed to 2 months, Graham interjected. "And this is Callum Brown we're talking about here. It wouldn't surprise me if this was something he would do on purpose. It seems like exactly the kind of stunt he would pull. This, to me, is a clear sign that he should be packed back off to somewhere that's better able to cope with his behavioural issues." "Callum is not to blame." Eric was surprised to find his voice matched Graham's in volume and passion. "He was in the wrong place at the wrong time, that's all, and Stanley just wasn't thinking. Accidents happen. People make mistakes." "Great." Graham aimed his words at Roger with raised eyebrows. "So, no one is to blame. That doesn't change the fact that I'm down 2 months' worth of coursework. When exactly do you expect me to find the time to help the kids redo this? My timetable is already at the maximum. I have 3 lunch and break time duties, the after-school art club, and you have me helping Donna on the sodding budding businesses activity. I don't have time to—" "I'll do it," Eric said. The scowl on Graham's face momentarily flickered. "Sorry, you'll do what? Help them redo their coursework?" "No." A sudden feeling of lightness enveloped Eric at the realization that while he couldn't take back what had happened, he could still help fix it. "I'll take on the budding businesses with Donna, if she's okay with that. I'm sure she could get me up to speed." He moved his eyes to Donna, who offered a small, acknowledging nod. "And I can take one of your other duties too, to give you a bit more time. In fact, I'll take any of your duties," he upped, "as long as they're on a day when I'm at school, that is. If not, I'm happy to try to swap to give you as much time as possible." The suggestion was met by silence all around. Graham opened his mouth, but it was Roger who got there first. "Well, that sounds like a suitable plan to me, don't you think, Graham? So that's an extra hour for activities and half an hour lunch break. I know it's not ideal, but if Eric's willing to do it through the year, I am. Then there you go." Roger clapped his hands together. "I'll contact the exam board to let them know of the extenuating circumstances, but it sounds like it'll all work out just fine. Brilliant. Now, if you can let Eric know when all your duties are, Graham, I'd best end this meeting. I've got the Parents' Association coming in with their petition to add a fizzy drink vending machine in the canteen, like their children need any more access to sugar." "I have to say I'm surprised by you standing up for Callum in there," Donna said as they strolled back to the office, Eric hoping that the biscuit tin had been thoroughly stocked up. "The way Graham was pushing, you could have ended up with him out of your class for good." Eric nodded. "The thought had crossed my mind, that's for sure. But if he is going to get kicked out, then it should at least be for something that's actually his fault, not the one thing that wasn't. Donna smiled.
Well, it will be good to have you on board for this budding business activity. You can take the bloody knitters.
You have knitters?
Entrepreneurial knitters, making coasters or dolls or toilet roll holders or something. Did I not mention how fun this activity is?
Eric chuckled lightly, visions of Lydia's homemade gifts springing to mind. Well, I'll take all the entrepreneurial knitters out there, Eric assured her. They turned the corner to the ENC office and stopped. Callum? The boy looked a far cry from the cocky little shit that Eric had become used to. He was staring at his feet, and his hands were clasped together as he twisted and flexed his fingers. Sir? His eyes moved from Eric to Donna, to the floor, and back again.
I'll leave you two to it,
Donna said, and slipped inside the office, throwing Eric a knowing nod as she disappeared. Was there something you wanted, Callum? Eric asked. It's been quite a long day. I'd rather like to get home to my children. A red hue tinted Callum's cheeks. I heard you had a meeting with Mr. Knight and Mr. Fleming today. About what happened, in the art room. We did, Eric said. We've only just finished now, in fact. The red tint faded to a soured milk white. I just wondered, what you said. Callum was nodding his head as he spoke. About me. I told them the truth, Eric said. Callum's skin only paled further. What does that mean? He asked. Eric regarded the boy. For the last 4 weeks, the student had been the closest thing to the devil incarnate Eric had ever encountered. Every terrible rumor he had heard about teaching, from the vile language to the inability to listen to a thing that had been said, was exemplified by this one particular child. But at this precise moment, as his fingers fiddled nervously with each other, the only person he reminded him of was Abi, and the way she'd been all those months ago, sitting in the head teacher's office awaiting her punishment. The truth is, as I told them, that you were not to blame for what happened in the art room. It was an accident, and one in which you were not responsible. I'll ensure that Stanley offers you an apology when I see him next lesson, although you may, just out of simple courtesy, like to write an email or letter to Mr. Knight and his class apologizing for what happened. I thought you said it wasn't my fault. Callum was back on the defensive. Why would I have to write a letter apologizing? It wasn't your fault, Eric assured him. Writing a letter doesn't mean it was. It just means you appreciate how unfortunate this incident was, that's all. Anyway, that's up to you. You don't have to do anything. Like I said, this was not your fault. A slight hint of colour had returned to the child's cheeks. When his eyes met Eric's, he looked him square in the face. Thanks, sir, he said. You're welcome, Callum, Eric replied. It had taken another 2 weeks since the encounter at the art department before Roger had officially designated an area of land for Eric's project. In that time, he had assisted Donna in 2 budding businesses sessions. She was right. The best suggestion they had so far was a hamster cleaning company. Back home, Abi had managed to get a distinction in her latest dance competition, and Mabel had decided that the only foods she would eat were plain pasta and anything sugar-loaded. On the plus side, it was making potty training incredibly easy, given that she was too constipated to actually make any bowel movements. Every child handed in their homework today, Eric told Yvette and Abi the night before the adventure really began. That's the first time, every single one. That's incredible, Eric. Yvette dipped some flatbread into her bowl of dal. I'm sure they're really enjoying it. I guess the moment of truth will be when we actually get outside and start planting things. But I'm feeling optimistic, really optimistic. Then that's brilliant. Taking a napkin from beside him, Eric attempted to wipe off some of the tomato from around Mabel's cheeks. Their plan to fool her with the slightest hint of vegetables hadn't worked, as she proceeded to smear the sauce all over the place until every hint of red was gone, leaving her with just the pasta to eat. "Dad," Abi said, placing her fork down on the table, "what's your age range?" "My age range?" Eric stabbed a piece of courgette. "Only my teacher is 26. Is that too young?" "For what?" "For dating, obviously." A coughing sound erupted from Eric's lips as he tried not to choke on a mouthful of butter chicken. "Sorry, Abi." He blinked away the tears. "Dating?" Eric glowered across the table to Yvette. "Don't blame me," she said, taking a cloth and wiping Mabel's hands and face. "I haven't said a word." "I was talking to Jenny's mum," Abi continued, "and she was saying how it might be good for you to start dating. She said you're getting a bit odd, as you only hang out with old people at the allotment now, and she said that you're not that bad looking at all for your age, and that it would be good for you to put yourself out there." "Well, next time you see Jenny's mum," Eric spluttered, "you can tell her that the last woman who should be handing out dating advice is a—" "Eric!" Yvette caught him just in time. Sucking in his cheeks and running his tongue across the back of his teeth, Eric tried to figure a manner in which to approach this issue, one that didn't result in Abi getting banned from playdates with her current best friend. "I do have lots of old friends, you're right," he said, "but old people are wise, like your granny and Hank." "Grandad wasn't wise, though, was he? He was old, and he still managed to get Katrina pregnant." "Well, yes." Eric paused, unable to argue a point that was entirely true. "But your granddad is an exception. Most old people are very smart, very wise. Besides, I spend all day at school with children, and with you two here. I don't need any more young people in my life." "But 26 isn't that young, is it? It's older than Katrina." "Yes," Eric emphasized. "But as we've already established, your granddad is not the best example in this situation." Eric studied his daughter. Lines had etched into her brow, a look of concentration and concern she'd inherited from her mother. "Abs." Eric placed his fork down on the table and reached across to his daughter. "It's very nice of you to think of me like that, it is, but it's not your job. Really, it's not. I'm happy with my life the way it is. With you, with Mabel, with your granny living next door and out of my house." A small attempt at a smile rose on her lips. "But she's really lovely." A prickling heat needled Eric's eyes. "Abs, I was lucky enough to meet the most perfect woman in the world," he said, his eyes locked on his daughter. "And now, thanks to her, I've got 3 more perfect women around me." With a small smile, he glanced to Yvette. "That's all I need, do you understand? That's all I'll ever need. That's more than I could ever have dreamed of." A glaze of tears shone in Abi's eyes as she nodded her chin ever so slightly. She lowered her gaze and picked up her fork, and just as Eric thought the moment had passed, she spoke again. "Just because you have 3 perfect women now," she said, "it doesn't mean you couldn't have 4 in the future." Abi's words had continued to rattle around Eric's head as he put the girls to bed and finished preparing his lessons. When all the resources were cut out and books marked, he switched on his computer for a mindless browse. It didn't take long until he found the same website again. Find Your Family. Somewhere there was a child thinking they were less than perfect, a child who thought they weren't loved, weren't wanted, that they didn't have a family. He scrolled down the menu asking for details. This time he didn't even get to the birth town before slamming the laptop lid down. There was no point wasting his time torturing himself like this. He held an internal dialogue. Not when he wasn't going to do anything. And he wasn't. Not today, not any other day, for a good long while. With a deep breath, he levered himself out of the chair and picked his papers off the table. He had enough going on in his life as it was. Chapter 21. The small grassed area had its pros and cons. While it was bookended by buildings on 2 sides, The orientation meant that it still got a fair chunk of light both morning and afternoon, and hopefully the shielding would add a bit of wind protection for when they started to grow things. He dug up a small patch of turf and pinched the soil between his fingers. Like everything around them, it was thick with clay, but he was sure he had enough compost at his allotment he could use. If not, he could always start a compost heap here. There should be plenty of food waste coming out of the school canteen they could use, although he'd need to be strict with what went in. The last thing he wanted was chicken bones and pork fat attracting a load of vermin. In an ideal situation, he would have been able to purchase a few bags of compost too, just to break things up, but with a budget of exactly 0, that was unlikely. He still hadn't figured out how they were going to buy seeds to grow things yet. Realizing he only had a few minutes until the class arrived, Eric took the sheets of paper he had prepared and arranged them around on the ground. Then he reread the lesson plan notes he had pored over for hours the night before, just in case he had forgotten anything. "See, I told you he said to meet us out here." Jordan's was the first voice Eric heard, just as he finished dropping the different numbered sheets into place. "I told you that was what he said." "If you can all come around here," Eric said as more and more students appeared. "That's great. If you can form a bit of a semicircle. Yes, that's right, Kaylee. You could drop your bag down on the paving just there. Just make sure you've got a pen or pencil on you." "We're going to have to write." "Just a bit," Eric said. A new level of disruption occurred as the children tried to find stationery in their bags. Finally, when items had been retrieved, Eric cleared his throat. "Well done for remembering to meet me out here," he said, "and well done to everyone who remembered to bring their outdoor shoes and boots. Although, to be honest, Trent, those are not exactly the type of boots I meant." The calf-high leather monstrosities with their metal-studded straps were a mix between biker boots and something from an S&M fetish night. Still, he had remembered, and that in itself was a minor miracle. "I don't expect us to get too muddy today, but it's a good habit to get into." He reached over and took a pile of books from where he'd perched them on a windowsill. "Also, great job with those scale drawings last lesson. I had a look through, and I've marked any that were wrong, so if you spend the next couple of minutes looking through and seeing if you can correct your mistakes." He handed out the books one by one. "You expect us to read out here too? Outside?" Melissa asked, for once confused by a request. "I'm pretty sure everyone can still read even when they're outside," Eric commented. The class gave a warm, light-hearted chuckle that spread amiably in the air. "But it's cold out there," Harry began to protest, "which is why I would much rather we were getting on with our plots, moving around and warming up," Eric said as he walked between them. "But if we get this wrong today, we could end up messing the whole thing up, and then it's back to worksheets and textbooks, and none of us want that. So just have a quick look over your mistakes, please, and let me know if there are any issues." A few vague protests petered out before they reached his ears, and within a couple of minutes all heads were down as the students flicked through their books, occasionally leaning across to one another to see how their peers had done. With a peculiar mixture of excitement and trepidation, Eric continued to drift between the students. "Great job there, Callum. You even got that trickier one right," Eric commented as he passed. "And to Jordan, well done on using a ruler for the second one. It looks much better." After 5 minutes, when Eric was satisfied that they had some vague idea of what scales and measurements were, he called their attention back together. "Okay, so here's the fun bit." The butterflies in his stomach multiplied. "We need to start marking out your plots, so we're going to form pairs to do that." Immediately a ruckus erupted, primarily between Casey and her 2 friends. Anticipating this problem, even from his own days at school, Eric recalled the issues between a friendship group of 3 and a teacher asking you to form pairs. Eric had prepared accordingly. "Now, before you start moving around, I've already assigned who you're working with, and—" his voice boomed above the disgruntled groans. "If there's any fuss, then we'll stop this thing here and now. This project will only work if we work as a team, remember? The grumbling lowered to a quiet rumble. Thank you. Now, when I call your names, you need to come up here and collect the materials. Eric had decided, against pretty much everyone's advice, to fork out for the paint and brushes from his own pocket, rather than risking Graham's wrath in the art department. Fortunately, the physics department had been most obliging when it came to the loan of their meter rules. Everyone needs to have a spade or a trowel, that'll make it easier for digging. Then I'll give you a number, and you need to go and stand by the spot on the grass. Once everyone has collected their items and is stood in the right place, you can start painting out a plot 1.5 meters by 80 centimeters. His statement was met by a sea of confused faces. I want you to draw the same rectangle we did in your book yesterday to a much bigger scale, he clarified. Looks were exchanged between pupils, interspersed by a hurried whispering. You want us to paint on the grass, sir? I do, Casey, Eric replied. But won't we get into trouble for that? Jimmy Drake got expelled for painting on the grass, sir. He didn't paint on it, Okay, everybody. Eric raised his voice substantially louder than he was used to doing in the classroom. It was no wonder PE teachers shouted so much when you spoke to them, he thought. You will not get in trouble for painting on the grass, he assured them. Painting on the grass is your lesson. We're going to dig it up anyway, right, sir? Stanley commented. Exactly, Eric said. Besides, he's the one who'd get in trouble for it, not us, Keisha added for good measure. With the class appeased by the fact that Eric was not simply unfurling some elaborate plan to get them all excluded, there was nothing left but to get on with it. The morning sun splintered its way through the clouds as Eric meandered through his new classroom, making his way from one side to the next and back again, leaning in to offer points of encouragement and helpful suggestions. Through a nearby window, another class were looking on in bemusement, while across the playing field, cars were speeding by on the main road. It was so peaceful, it was almost unnerving. There was no clumsy running from Stanley as he held the ruler in place and allowed Melissa to mark the length. No bickering erupted from any of the girls as they, too, went about their roles, marking and measuring. And Callum, paired with Casey in the centre of what was soon to be their plot, was showing the same level of focus and attention as he had when painting his trowel. When all the lines were painted, Eric had them take their books out and work out the different perimeters before they dug around the outside line with their trowels. Area, he had already planned, was for the next lesson. 5 minutes before the end of the lesson, Eric readied the students to start packing things away. It's break now, Jordan said, before Eric had barely even got the statement out. Can we stay and finish it off? We've already dug 3 of the sides. Yeah, and we took longer because we drew all the pictures in our book with a ruler too, Kaylee added. A sea of nodding heads met his gaze. You want to carry on doing this into your break? Eric asked, baffled and yet thrilled at the response. Okay. He spoke with a contemplative caution. But only 10 minutes. You're not being late to your next lesson and blaming it on me, and all those brushes need cleaning off too, so that means you've only got 10 minutes left digging. And next time we can plant stuff too, right? We'll see. Much as Eric didn't want to go against people's advice, it appeared he was going to be shelling out for a few more things before the year was over. It would all be worth it, though, if every lesson turned out like today. Smiling openly, he turned around and gazed at the situation. He couldn't have asked for it to have gone better, he thought, the sun blinking out from beneath the cloud, enthused children asking to extend the lesson. He might even invite Roger to come and see his next class, he thought. Maybe he could even have a moment in the next whole school staff meeting to explain what he was doing. Perhaps he would encourage 1 or 2 of the other teachers to join him. Lost in the thoughts of a high-flying teaching career, Eric was ambling lazily between the children when a high-pitched shriek cut him from his daydream. "Help me! Oh, my God, help me!" "Casey?" Eric spun around, finding the child huddled over on the ground. "Help me!" she screamed again. Chapter 22. Eric dashed across the grass, stamping his feet in the fresh, wet paint. Casey was writhing around on the ground, her extended scream showing no signs of stopping. "Help me!" "What is it? Are you hurt? What happened? Show me what happened." Her hands were clasped around the back of her neck, face a nauseated green. I... She was coughing, choking on tears as she attempted to speak. Eric looked for signs of injury. A fork through the toe, that was his immediate thought. He should have warned them about safety at the start of the lesson, he cursed himself internally. He knew that was something he was supposed to do. Now his perfect lesson was going to end with a child in need of a trip to A&E, not to mention a possible firing. It... Can you stand? Eric said, crouching down beside her, too concerned to bother shooing away the class as they crowded around. "Do you need me to help you stand? Where is it you've been hurt?" Casey shook her head, tears running down her face. "It crawled," she blurted out. "It crawled and it had all them big pincers like a scorpion, and it went on my arm. I thought it was going to bite me. Look, it's there, it's there." All eyes followed to where Casey pointed. True to her word, the creature did have pincers, although that was where its similarities to a scorpion ended. Scuttling across the ground, happily minding its own business, was a fairly sizable, yet far from monstrous, earwig. "She's afraid of an earwig," someone called out. "She's afraid of a fucking earwig." By the time Eric calmed the commotion and managed to get tidied away, the bell for the end of break was only seconds away from ringing. Keisha and Kaylee took the still sobbing Casey inside, although Eric was certain that most of the tears were now coming from the ridicule she was receiving as opposed to any shock. With the children gone, he took the tools back to the office. "So how did it go?" Donna asked, opening the biscuit tin and offering it to him. "Am I going to need to budget in for polytunnels and hydroponic stations next year? 'Cause I'm going to be honest, we're going to struggle." Eric laughed. "I think that might be a little optimistic," he said, helping himself to a jammy dodger. "But it went well, I think. No injuries, at least." "That's what I like to hear." "Actually, I think they all rather enjoyed it." "Great." Donna retrieved the tin. "Well, at least you know you'll have plenty to talk about at Parents' Evening at the end of the month." "Parents' Evening?" Eric said, the jammy dodger cloying in his drying mouth. "I have to do a Parents' Evening?" "Course you do." Donna looked at him with mild amusement. "You're their teacher." "But I'm not a real teacher. Not yet." "I wouldn't start with that line, not if I'm honest." Her smile widened. Eric's didn't. "Don't stress." Donna toned down her mockery. "It's ages away, and to be honest, you'll be lucky if you see 3 of them," she said. Her relaxed attitude did nothing to calm Eric's nerves. "Surely they'll want to come," he said. "After all, their children are in the extended nurture class, and they've never met me." Donna cocked her head. "Keisha's dad is banned from the school after an incident with the football team last year, and Casey's mum and dad can't be in the same room as one another, so you won't see either of them." "Couldn't just one of them come?" Eric suggested. "You'd think, wouldn't you?" Donna rolled her eyes. "But no, apparently not. And Trent's mum works late shifts at the hospital while his dad looks after the kids, so they won't be there either." "Why doesn't he bring the kids with him?" Eric suggested. "All 7 of them." 7? "Not including Trent." "Bloody hell. How the hell do they manage that?" "I know, and she's a nurse. You'd think she could move him up on the waiting list for a snip." 8 kids. Eric considered the possibility. He had enough work keeping tabs on 2 and a dog. "Surely Melissa's parents will be there, though?" "Yes, most probably. And probably Kaylee's too, provided they're not looking after their nan. Actually, I'm not too sure. You'll just have to wait and see, I guess. And Callum, well..." Eric didn't need that one spelling out. If the family wouldn't even pick up the phone when the school rang, it was hardly likely they were going to come in and get an earful in person. Not that he was being a problem at the moment. "Like I said, you've still got nearly a month to go." That didn't make him feel any better. Over the next couple of weeks, the children spent as much time outside as they could. If Eric had thought progress down at Columbia Avenue could be slow, it was nothing compared to the progress of teenagers who could barely manage to overturn one forkful of dirt before they found yet another distraction.
Look, sir, I've found a bone.
Stanley stumbled over the grass to tell Eric during their second lesson outside.
Look at it. Do you think someone was murdered here? Do you think we should go to the police?
Eric took the item in question from Stanley's hand. It's a twig, Stanley, he said. The boy shook his head.
Look at it. It's well white, and it's straight. Bones are straight too, ain't they? Do you think someone was buried here? Maybe if we dig around more, we might find the skull.
I ain't digging around if there's dead people in here. Keisha dropped her spade on the ground.
No way. They'll, curse us or something, like they do in those pyramid things.
Eric wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. There are no bones in here, he assured them. This is not a bone. This is a stick.
Prove it,
someone said. Dumbfounded by the ridiculousness of the situation, Eric stared at the stick in his hand. Of all the things he had anticipated in a teaching career, proving a stick was simply a stick was not one of them. He grasped the item in both hands, then snapped it down across his knee. Jagged splinters littered the edges, along with a very disgruntled woodlouse. Now, if we can get back to the digging, he said. Huffing, Stanley turned around and picked up his fork.
A bone would have been way cooler, he said.
Once the plots were fully dug out, it was time to try to break up some of the ground.
This soil's crap, sir,
Callum corrected himself as he pulled a great lump of clay up with his fork.
Why is it like that?
Eric strolled over to the plot. All the soil's like it around here, unfortunately. It's not great, but it still works to grow stuff in. Just needs a bit more attention, that's all.
What do you mean, attention?
Well, Eric bent down, squishing a piece of earth between his fingers. We'll have to stir in as much compost as we can. Down at the allotments, I have a couple of friends who use chicken pellets as fertilizers, and manure too.
Does that make it better?
Callum asked, once again finding his prongs immobilized by the ground. It all helps, Eric told him, but honestly, we'll be out here enough that it shouldn't be a problem. Looking distinctly unsatisfied, Callum got back to his digging. When are we going to start growing stuff? Trent appeared at his side, hands and somehow face covered with mud. My nan says that you have to get seeds in now or they won't grow. Well, that's not entirely true. Different seeds need to be sown at different times of the year. Are you calling my nan a liar? Trent narrowed his eyes. The class stiffened at the confrontation. Eric's pulse kicked a notch higher. He didn't want to appear weak and foolish by apologizing immediately, but at the same time he didn't want the children thinking it was okay to question him about every little thing. I'm only kidding, sir, Trent said, slapping Eric on the shoulder and causing the tension in the air to evaporate into a laugh. My nan lies to everyone. With yet another incident evaded, work carried on at its excruciating pace, leaving Eric mulling over Trent's comment. No matter how much he didn't want to admit it, he was right. If they were going to do this thing properly, they were going to need to start growing stuff sooner rather than later. Finally, it was time for Eric to put more of his money where his mouth was. It's really not that big of an outlay, he said to Cynthia, having popped around after school one Friday with the girls. And they've put so much into it. They deserve this. Oh, he took a mouthful of chocolate brownie. This is delicious, a new recipe.
An old one revamped, she told him. There's half a tray left if you want to take it with you.
Mabel reached up and grabbed the remaining cake from Eric's plate. I don't think any of us would say no to that in this family.
I can always bake more if you like it.
While Eric didn't hold much to Jenny's mum's idea that hanging around with old people was turning him strange, he was fairly certain it was turning him fat, with Cynthia and Yvette's bakes pushing him closer to diabetes, not to mention Hank's home brews as a natural precursor for gout.
And the school really can't offer you any help at all?
Cynthia asked, bending down to help Abi with a jigsaw puzzle. Eric shook his head. I understand it, I do. The funding they get. He shook his head at the numbers and cuts Donna had told him about. They can't afford to be handing money out to every teacher with a wild idea, but I've put in a bid for funds next year, so I'm hoping that they'll approve it.
Next year? You're planning ahead.
A small smile formed on Cynthia's lips before it transformed into an expression of thoughtfulness which pinched around her brow.
You're planning on going to buy the things this weekend?
She said. I told the children they could start planting on Monday, so I figured I'd take Abi and Mabel to the garden centre tomorrow. Cynthia's features remained pinch.
Would you manage to hold off on that for a bit? She asked. Just until tomorrow afternoon?
I suppose, Eric said, trying to grasp a reading of what she was thinking. Any reason in particular?
I'll let you know if it works,
she said. Deciding that whatever Cynthia had planned, it was probably best just to leave her to it, Eric reached down and tapped his daughter on the shoulder. Okay, time to get home for pizza and film Friday, and I do believe it's my film choice. Abi crinkled up her nose.
Okay, but you can't choose Toy Story 3 again, right? Not after how much you cried last time. That was just embarrassing. You're a grown-up.
Eric swallowed back his pride as he looked at Cynthia and shrugged. What can I say? Woody and I have been through a lot together. True to her word, Cynthia appeared at Eric's house a little after 11 the next morning. We're back here, Eric called when he heard the knocking on the front door. In the garden. The gate's unlocked. Given the glorious sunshine and mild weather, Eric had decided to make the most of some Mabel time. With Abi and Yvette at dance classes, the idea was that they would do bark rubbings of the different trees that lined their lawn. After much rummaging, Eric dug the wax crayons out from the depths of the craft drawer, and while it had started out okay, after a couple of minutes, Mabel had decided she would rather draw directly onto the trees. Currently a majestic oak that had no doubt stood undisturbed at the end of the garden for decades without complaint was being scrawled on in a mixture of green and pink. In between her scribblings, she'd somehow managed to get hold of a pack of Abi's glitter glue pens too, although, fortunately, she was unable to get the lids off them.
I won't stay for long, Cynthia said as she appeared through the gate. I just wanted to drop this off for you.
More cake? Eric asked, because honestly, we've only just finished that brownie.
No, Cynthia said, but I do plan on trying out a new pineapple cake that I'll pop round at some point. I just wanted to give you this.
Reaching into her bag, she pulled out an envelope, which she handed to Eric. What is it? He said.
Take a look.
Hesitating, he pulled the envelope apart. His eyes bugged. What's this for? He said, pushing the envelope back to her. You don't owe me any money. Cynthia pushed it straight back towards him.
It's not from me, she said. It's from the others.
Jaw open, Eric flicked through the contents again, which consisted of mainly £5 and £10 notes. There must be nearly £200 in here, he said.
There should be. It should be £170.
£170? Eric was as confused by the number as the money itself. Why 170?
Because that's how much it costs to hire a skip. I told you I wasn't going to let it slide. If the others want to treat your good deed like you were their personal skip, then they can bloody well pay for it.
Eric looked at the money, his tongue useless in his mouth. This was more than enough to kit the children out with seeds and seed trays, not to mention a few sturdier pairs of gloves and watering cans. I don't know what to say, he managed, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her in for a hug. Thank you.
Don't be silly. Besides, it wasn't just me. Hank can be rather persuasive when he wants to.
An air of silence fell between them. Even after everything, this village always managed to come through for him in one way or another. Now, with their help, it was going to be his turn to give back. More than ever, he was determined to make his project at the school work. More than work, it was going to excel.
Not that I think it's a bad thing at all,
Cynthia said, breaking Eric's thoughts of coloured rosettes at the Chelsea Flower Show. But is it me, or is Lulu looking remarkably sparkly today? Mabel! Eric shouted. Chapter 23. Eric was still in a 50-50 frame of mind whether his last-minute decision was ingeniously inspired or else utterly stupid. For the most part, he was veering towards the latter. On the positive side, if it all went wrong, he could always blame it on Donna. She was the one who approved it, after all. "Give it a go," she insisted when he rang her up to tell her of his latest harebrained idea. "You were saying last week how you've built up your trust with these children. Now would be your chance to prove it." "Maybe I don't need to prove it," Eric replied. "Maybe I'm perfectly happy believing it's true. I like living in ignorance." A scene of all the possible catastrophes flickered through his mind. "You know this could be a complete disaster." "Well, if it is, I'm sure it won't be your last," she'd replied. Very supportive. "I know." Joking aside, her backing had been the thing he needed to help make the decision. Still, that didn't help the nerves, and when the lesson came around, Eric stood in front of the class, palms slickening with sweat. "Right, everyone." At the raise of his voice, the children dropped down into their seats. "I have some good news." "We're going to start growing stuff," Trent said. "Well—" A small smile that he failed to suppress twitched in the corners of Eric's lips. The class erupted into cheers. "No one nick my spade." "Hey, go off that!" Without waiting for instructions, the children were all on their feet, heading for the back shelf where their tools were stored. "Hold on a second." Eric waved his hands. "We still have one more maths task to do first." "What? No way, you just said planting." "If you'll sit down and listen, I'll explain. I think you're really going to like this task." The series of eye rolls and grumbles that followed implied the children had little belief that they were going to enjoy anything pertaining to maths, even if it did involve gardening. However, with nothing more than a couple of groans and mutters, they abandoned their tools and moseyed back towards their seats. With a flutter of excitement, Eric stepped out in front of his desk. "Thank you," he said. "Now, as you might be aware, we've not really had any money to do this little project of ours with." "Is that because the government is run by a load of greedy, narrow-minded pricks who want to privatise everything so they can make money for their stuck-up, toffee-nosed friends?" William asked. "Well, William," Eric wasn't quite sure how he was supposed to respond to that one. "I think there are a lot of complex matters involved." He blinked a couple of times, making a note to leave politics to another teacher, and got back to the subject at hand. "Anyway, as I was saying, we've not had much money to do this with, but this weekend the allotment in Burlam gave us a rather generous donation." "Why did they do that, sir?" Melissa asked. "Yeah, why? Did they want something? People only give money when they want something." Eric took a slow inhale. Some days he forgot exactly how long it took to get a single point across to these children. What matters at the minute is that, thanks to them, we now have enough money to buy the things we need. A whooping hooray rang out, including various thumps on arms. Eric managed to catch it before someone took it too far. "Now, some of this money I've already earmarked for things like new gloves and maybe a small storage box to keep things in." More cheers. "But we need to buy other stuff, like seeds and plant pots. And for this, I've decided that rather than me going to the shops and spending the money, you're going to." Confused silence expanded through the cheers. "We going shopping?" one of the girls asked, her eyes wide in expectation. "You are." More whoops and cheers flurried through the room. Trent stood up from his desk and swung his bag over his shoulder. "Not yet, Trent." Eric waved him back down to sitting. "We've got to do some work first." "But you said—" "Listen." The nervous excitement that had been pestering him since yesterday returned to Eric's belly. "On these pieces of paper I've written the prices of all the seeds they have for sale at the co-op, or at least that they had yesterday afternoon. At the end of the lesson, I'll give each of you £5. Before then, you have got to look at the list in front of you and work out how many different seeds you can buy for that money. You also need to look up online whether or not your seeds can go straight into the ground outside or whether they need to grow inside first, in which case you'll have to budget for seed trays as well. I want to see your lists with all the maths worked out by the end of the lesson. Then, this evening, after school, I want you to head down to the co-op and buy those items. Wednesday morning you're going to bring them back with whatever change you have left, and we can see if your budgeting worked out properly. A few nods and murmurs went up around the room.
What happens if we spend the money on something else? Jordan asked,
Eyes wide and mouth salivating at the pile of notes he had just spotted in Eric's hand. Then you'll have to go to Mr. Fleming and explain why you stole money from the class budget.
What if we only spend some of the money on something else?
Then you'll have to go to Mr. Fleming and explain why you stole some of the money from the class budget.
What if we only spend a really small... Shut up, Jordan, Casey shouted from the back. You can buy seeds, that's it.
Then, in case that hadn't made the point clear enough, another of the girls reached across and thumped him on the shoulder. Great, Eric said, with Jordan slumping down into his seat. Now that's clear, you need to decide what you're going to buy. I don't want to end up with 40 tomato plants and nothing else. We can make it into a little competition if you like, see who can buy the most things for their money.
Will there be a prize for it?
Someone asked. I guess there can be a small prize, Eric said, wondering if he had any boxes of chocolates stuffed away from Christmas. If not, he could always buy a pound bag of chocolate buttons or something. After all, they'd been working so well they deserved some recognition for it. It still took a small amount of direction from Eric to ensure that there was an even and sensible spreading among the seeds. A large portion of the boys had quickly gravitated towards buying beans, and more beans. I think you'll find cauliflower will have your desired effects in a much greater quantity, he told them. In fact, any of the legume or cruciferous veg family should help that matter. Eric smiled slyly to himself as the boys then went online, searching for lists of legumes and cruciferous vegetables. If nothing else, that was one new piece of information they'd learned.
Why ain't there potato seeds on here?
Casey asked, scanning down the list.
I want to grow potatoes.
Great question. Eric journeyed across the room to them. You don't need to plant seeds to grow potatoes. You can just plant any old potato you've got lying around at home. Or you can buy a bag of new ones and leave them for a bit until they start sprouting.
Seriously?
Casey's eyes widened.
You mean all the potatoes I eat come from old mouldy ones?
Well, they're not exactly mouldy.
That's well gross.
Perhaps I didn't explain that quite right, Eric said, and started again, this time beginning with the idea of sprouts. At the end of the lesson, he went from desk to desk, distributing the £5 notes with the slightest tightening around his gut. I'm trusting you, he said, looking in each of his students' eyes as he handed them their money. If you ruin this, if you don't bring back all of your change, or you spend that money on something else, then that trust will be broken, and it won't be easy to build it up again. Not like it is now. So remember that, please. Remember that if you think about spending it on something you shouldn't. His words were met by a sea of serious faces, assuring him that he had laid it on thick enough to worry them. Just as he handed Melissa the final note, the bell rang. Pocketing the money, the children sprang to their feet. Wednesday, Eric called out as they scrambled through the door. Do not forget it's this Wednesday, and you need to bring the receipts. With a strange sense of nerves and contentment, Eric sighed to himself. Only time will tell, he thought.
Well, I think you're barking,
Yvette told him that evening. Continuing to make the most of the warming weather, they'd embarked on their first barbecue of the year, albeit with thick jumpers and mugs of tea at the same time.
They'll have already spent that money on cigarettes and cheap cider by now.
You don't know that, Eric said. You need to give them a chance. They're good kids.
A couple of months ago they were, and I quote, Worse than a band of wild monkeys on a diet of sugar and steroids.
Well, yes. Eric cleared his throat. Perhaps I was a bit quick to judge there.
And what happens if they don't buy the seeds? What will you do then?
Eric nodded, jiggling the pan as he tried to stop the onions from sticking. I've held back most of the money. There'll still be enough for seeds and a small second-hand storage box. This wasn't about that, really. Besides, they're really enjoying this. Honestly, they're not going to let me down. Most of the kids wouldn't even consider doing something other than what was asked. The look of skepticism remained.
What about that boy?
Yvette sucked in her cheeks as she spoke.
The one who did the donkey pictures of you.
Callum, Eric said, turning over the sausages to ensure an even cook. It felt like a lifetime ago now, but despite that, his stomach still coiled at the memory of the photoshopped pictures. I don't know. A few weeks ago, I'd have thought he'd probably be putting it towards feeding some kind of dodgy habit. But now, I think he'll do all right with this. You know, he's probably done more digging out than half the class put together. No, Callum's going to do fine with this.
I guess you'll find out soon enough,
Yvette replied. Like all his days off, the following day went by in a flash. Deciding that Abi needed a little more attention than she'd been getting, Eric woke up early to make them a cooked breakfast.
Scrambled egg,
Abi sniffed as she came downstairs.
I don't eat eggs anymore.
Since when? Eric asked, stirring the pan. You had eggs last night.
I did not.
You did. There were eggs in the pasta sauce you ate, and eggs in the ice cream you had for dessert. Abi rolled her eyes.
Yes, but those eggs were in things. I eat eggs if they're in things. I just don't eat them on their own.
With a sly grin, Eric reached up to the crockery cupboard, picked up a bowl, and poured the eggs inside. There, he said, smug at his outmanoeuvring of Abi's current mood. Now they're in a bowl. Right, heat those up while I go get your sister up. As was habit, Mabel was already up, blissfully entertaining herself. Having pulled half a dozen books off her shelf and into her cot, she lifted her head from the pages of That's Not My Monkey and broke into a wide, two-toothed grin at the sight of her father. Come on, you, time for food. Back downstairs, and Abi was still refusing to eat her breakfast. Come on, Abs, Eric said, slipping Mabel into her seat. You need to eat up. They're egg-cellent.
Really?
Abi raised an eyebrow. You know I make exceptional eggs. With a hearty groan, Abi dropped her head and pushed her plate away.
This is why I wish I had a brother, she said.
Eric stopped and looked at her. What? What do you mean?
I mean, I wish I had a brother so that he could laugh at all your rubbish jokes. The only people who ever laugh at your jokes are Uncle Hank and Griff, so it must be a boy thing. We need another boy in the family.
Eric's stomach churned. It was an innocent comment, he reminded himself, entirely innocent. Well, we're kind of missing an important part of the family to make that happen, Abs, Eric said, trying to keep his voice neutral. A slight smile curled on the corner of his eldest's lips.
My teacher's still single, she replied.
The innocuous comment stayed with Eric for the rest of the day and through the evening. It was something about the way Abi made these remarks that affected him so greatly. Perhaps it was because it reminded him that it wasn't just his life affected by the whole mess, and that while it wasn't his blood relative out there, it was Abi's half-brother. Once again, when the girls were asleep and Yvette off for one of her private tuition lessons, he found himself back on the same website. She didn't know what she was talking about, he said out loud to himself as he read through the success stories of the page. 22-year-old daughter reunited with mother. 48-year-old man finds birth family at last. All the photos made it look so simple, so effortless, like you met one another and that was it, instant family. Eric gazed at the pictures. Maybe it would be that simple. Maybe he really was allowing his daughters to miss out on something great because he was too scared of what might happen to him and Yvette. His fingers hovered on the drop-down menu. What was the chance of him finding the boy anyway? Probably 1%, if not less. "Who are you trying to find?" the page asked in the drop-down menu on the side. Eric clicked on it and selected an adopted child. Where was the child born? He began to scan down the list of counties when a cry from upstairs called his attention away. Eric stopped scrolling. It was probably a wet nappy. Wet nappies at night were about the only thing that could cause his chilled-out daughter to cry. There were another 6 or 7 questions that needed to be answered before he completed his application. Maybe this was another sign. "Daddy's coming." Eric pushed the computer lid down and slid it onto the coffee table. "Daddy's on his way." Chapter 24. The next morning, Eric popped his head into the office to where Donna was staring deep into her computer screen. "Looks important," Eric commented, realizing that such a comment meant he should most likely not have disturbed her.
SWOT analysis, Donna said without raising her eyebrows. The governors have decided they want to change exam boards. The exam board want to change the assessment criteria, and SLT wants our current assessment criteria mapped, categorized, and aligned against the current national criteria.
Sounds a lot.
It's a lot of bollocks is what it is. In fact, last night I wrote "This is bollocks" in size 40 font at the top of the page. I forgot it was a live shared document.
Oh. Eric couldn't think of a better reply.
Yep, I had an email from a rather unhappy Roger this morning, and now I've got until 3 p.m. to get it all sorted.
"I'll leave you to it then," said Eric, and stepped backwards out of the office.
Probably a good idea, Donna agreed.
Inside the classroom, Eric paced excitedly as he awaited the outcome from his little maths spending task. First through the door was, as always, Melissa. "Your data was out of date," she announced before she'd even sat down. "Sorry?" Eric frowned. "Your data about the seeds. Co-op had a sale on. Some seeds were on 2 for 1, some 3 for 2, and they'd run out of all the 99p seed trays and only had the ones for 1.99 left." "Oh," Eric replied. "Obviously, I managed to readjust. Fortunately, the saving on the seeds meant that I could still buy the seed tray as planned, otherwise I would have been mad." "Well, I'm glad it was all okay." The internal optimism Eric had been trying to suppress took a substantial nosedive. Melissa was probably the only one in the group who had the drive, if not the mental capacity, to recalculate on the spot. Chances were he was going to end up with 43 bags of runner beans and not much else. When the bell rang, the rest of the children bustled through the door, arms laden. "Wow." Eric looked at the haul Keisha dumped down on her table. "You did really well. I guess you used some of the 2 for 1 offers. I can't wait to see your receipt."
"Yeah, well,"
Keisha said, eyeballing Jordan's purchases as he tipped out a carrier bag onto the table opposite.
"I had to do a couple of trips."
"Oh, did you forget something the first time? Don't worry, as long as the numbers add up." Without replying, she moved her attention across to Jordan's pile.
"Where'd you get all that from?"
she asked, picking up a pack of sunflower seeds, followed by what appeared to be purple tomatoes.
"I didn't see any of those."
Jordan grinned.
"Got my brother to drive me over to that garden centre in Malden, didn't I? And then that one on the way to Danton." "That's not fair." "Why not? He didn't say we could only go to Co-op. All he said was that the one who got the most stuff would win the prize. That's right, ain't it, sir? That's what you said."
Generally speaking, Eric had learned that it was far better to reply to his students' questions immediately, rather than risk them to escalating into a series of screams and grunts, but at this point he was having trouble focusing on what was being asked of him. He had been to both the garden centres Jordan had mentioned, and he found them to be more expensive than the Co-op when it came to seeds. It was impossible to think how anyone would have managed to get so many items for his £5 unless there had been some serious clearance sales on. In which case, his first port of call after finishing school was going to be filling his seed collection himself. He picked up a pack of Oriental greens. Were these on sale, Jordan? He asked, the child's previous question altogether forgotten. Can't remember. Does it matter? No. Well, maybe. I'm just amazed how much you've got, that's all. Can I have a look at your receipt? Jordan shrugged and reached into his pocket. What he pulled out was a crumpled bit of paper, although rather than a receipt, it was a £5 note. What's that? It's the money you gave me. But you spent it, didn't you? That was the whole point. You spent the money. Here's mine back too, sir. Keisha reached in her pocket and handed an equally crumpled note back to Eric. Didn't need it either. And your receipt? Must have lost it, she shrugged. Eric scanned the various piles on each of the tables. At a minimum, he was looking at nearly £100 worth of seeds, he was certain. And given that half these children didn't come to school with a decent pencil case, he was having a hard time believing the parents supported them so much now that they were willing to shell out money like this. Can I... Everyone... Eric's voice was lost among the chatter, with children swapping tables to count each other's wares. Can I have quiet for a minute? Eric's voice did little to quieten them. Can we all just sit down? He shouted. His raised voice brought the class to a sudden silence. Thank you, Eric said, back at normal volume. Just so I'm clear here, how many of you have somehow lost your receipts? The nervous feeling in his belly took a definite shift toward nausea as 3/4 of the class raised their hands. Perfect, Eric said, falling back into his seat, his knees decidedly weak. Well, that's perfect. In the end, only 3 of the 10 children in the class handed Eric a receipt. Melissa, Casey, and, to his surprise, Callum. Well done, thank you, Eric said. A tiny flicker of hope sparked in the darkness, only to be extinguished the moment he looked down and read the print. Callum, is this the right receipt? Yeah. Eric frowned. This says you bought 4 litres of orange juice. So? You spent the money I gave you on orange juice. For a split second, a flash of embarrassment crossed Callum's face, only to disappear again almost immediately. So what? I was thirsty. So what? Eric was shaking his head. Callum, I trusted you. What about the seeds? You were meant to use that money for seeds. Couldn't manage everything, he grunted. While Callum continued to stand in front of him, toes digging into the carpet, Eric rubbed at his temples. Just go and sit down, Eric snapped. Sit down, the lot of you, and get your books out. We're doing some reading this lesson. But, sir, reading, now. And if I hear a single word out of you, there'll be no allotment work for a month. Grudgingly, the children sat down at the tables, although no books other than Melissa's and Trent's appeared. Eric didn't even care. They could sit and draw on the tables for the rest of the lesson, just as long as he got a chance to think. Sorry, Donna, Eric said, wincing with guilt as he stepped into the office. I really didn't want to disturb you, only I've got a little bit of an issue. He was at a loss. While Callum's infringement was the one he had threatened to go to the head about, it was the students who had clearly purchased their collection of seeds with a 5-fingered discount who were of a much larger concern. What to do was beyond him. Reluctantly, he left the children sorting out which of the different varieties they had bought could be planted straight outside and which would need some indoor attention first. As quickly as possible, while keeping an ear and eye through the door to make sure the class hadn't started brawling, he rattled through what had happened. When he finished, Donna lifted her hands from the table, leaned back in her chair, and lifted her glasses to the top of her head. You can't get them to take them back, she said. I can't? Not unless you want to get the police involved. I'm not going to deal with all that mess, are you? Well, I'd rather not, Eric admitted. Great. Then collect up the rest of the money and put it back into your budget. She lowered her glasses and returned to her computer. Eric didn't move. But didn't you hear? They stole them. They shoplifted them. Do you know that for certain? Did they tell you that? No, but exactly.
Perhaps one of their parents owns a garden centre, or their parents bought them online for them at a discount.
But they didn't. I'm sure they didn't.
Look.
Donna's glasses were once again pushed back to the top of her head, this time with a little more force.
Did you ask them to steal them?
No, of course I didn't.
Right, then you've done nothing wrong. You think this is the first time they've shoplifted?
Eric thought it over, although he needn't have.
Of course it's not,
Donna answered for him.
Probably been doing it for years. So you have two options. Either you go to the police and the shops and spend the next however many days or weeks embroiled with visits to the police station and exclusion meetings, which is what will have to happen to some of these kids, and have your life in the classroom turned into an absolute misery.
But maybe,
or,
she stressed the pause with an inhale and a nod of the head,
you can simply assume a positive turn of good fortune and continue on with your life as normal.
A turn of good fortune?
Perhaps one of these garden centres had a massive sale on. Perhaps one of their grandparents simply decided to treat their beloved little grandchild to an early birthday present. It doesn't matter. If you don't ask, you don't need to worry about it.
Can I do that? Eric asked, less sure of himself than he had been all year.
I don't know. Can you?
Silently, Eric considered the options. He had promised Yvette a weekend away from work and centred on the girls. The last thing he wanted to do was to get himself wrapped up in all this. But it was theft, plain and simple, and the children should be suitably reprimanded. Then again, a miniature-sized devil appeared on his shoulder, ready with a counter-argument. It wasn't like they were stealing bad things. It wasn't like drugs or alcohol or cigarettes. If anything, he should probably feel a sense of pride that they were so engaged. With a deep breath in, he turned back to his room. "But what about Callum?" he asked. "His receipt says he spent the money on something different, exactly what I said I would punish them for."
If that's what you said, then you need to see it through. You know what happens if you don't stick to your word?
I was afraid you were going to say that. Eric hovered for a moment longer. "Thank you," he said to Donna as he left.
"Any time,"
she said, although she really didn't sound like she meant it. "But who gets the prize?" William asked when Eric returned to the classroom, paling at quite how large their bounty was. Fighting his own instincts, he swallowed down the queasiness it caused. "You can only get the prize if you've got the receipt." A collective groan went out among the room. Chapter 25. "I've got to do something, you know that, right? You can't just steal from school and me be okay with that." "But I can steal from a shop," Callum replied. "This is not about that," Eric said, knowing exactly where the comment had come from and feeling like a complete hypocrite for having to do this. With his jaw locked, Callum dug his toes into the ground and stared at his feet. The rest of the class had been dismissed, most of them promising they would bring in receipts for their purchases next lesson. It was an outright lie, as they all knew, but at least they were trying to feign innocence, an option that Callum didn't have. "Callum, I don't want to go to Mr. Fleming about this. I don't. You've come so far, but I need some kind of explanation." Eric could see the heat rising to Callum's cheeks. He waited, the sounds of the students' moving classrooms pummeling the ceiling above them. "Well?" Eric pressed. "Just wanted orange juice, that's all." Eric inhaled slowly, rubbing his temples and thinking through his next words carefully. "Okay," he said after a pause. "I won't go to Mr. Fleming, but I'm going to put you in lunch detention for the next month." "What?" Callum's eyes sprung up from the ground. "No way, you can't do that." "You think Mr. Fleming would be kinder? Detention or possible exclusion. Those are your options." The sound of Callum's teeth grinding together reverberated between them. "You're going to have lunch detention for the next month," Eric repeated as he continued to think through the problem. "But you're going to spend it out there." He nodded to the window. "Out there?" "On the plot," Eric clarified. "Every lunch break for the next 4 weeks, You need to be out there weeding, watering, and doing whatever else needs to be done. Callum's face crinkled in confusion. That doesn't mean just on the days when I'm here. I mean it every day. Do you understand? The question was met by silence. Callum, do you understand? A smack of lips was followed by a jaw click. And if I don't want to do that? It's a detention. You're not meant to want to do it, Eric said. But if you refuse, then I'll have no choice but to go to Mr. Fleming. And after your report last year, I don't think he'll be too happy about things. Do you? Sucking in his cheeks, Callum nodded slowly. Good. A sigh of relief echoed in Eric's thoughts. Now, go to your next class and I'll see you back here when you've had your lunch. Today? Eric shot a look across to the boy. Okay, whatever, Callum grunted and picked up his bag before sauntering out of the room. Nicely handled, Donna said, appearing in the doorway only seconds after Callum left. You heard that? I did, she smiled. You're getting the hang of this. Well, I've got a pretty good teacher. Donna's smile pinched a little. About that, she said, you know how you're always asking me for little favours? There was absolutely no way Eric could say no to Donna's request, given how much she did for him, and given that he said he would help out anyway. Still, it was something he hadn't done solo before. That afternoon, Eric took his first budding businesses activity on his own, although it turned out to be more of a counselling session. I didn't know it would eat the babies, a small Year 8 girl sobbed as she recalled the demise of her hamster cage cleaning service. I thought they'd all be okay. It was only for 20 minutes, but it was horrible. It was so... Once again, the child dissolved into floods of tears, confirming to Eric that he had been fully justified in forbidding Susie to buy Abi any small rodents when she was younger. Well, Eric said, not sure if he should just send the child to the nurse. At least you know not to put them together again now, he said, letting the others in their group console their weeping friend. Does anyone else have any progress to talk about with their business? A few murmurs rippled across the room. I found a $5 on the back seat of a car I was cleaning, one of them said. Did you keep it? Someone asked. Of course I did. You think I'm stupid? They shouldn't have left it there if they didn't want me to take it, should they? Eric sucked in a lungful of air from his nose and breathed. It was going to be a long afternoon. As the week passed, the stomach-churning guilt Eric felt over the origin of the seeds began to dwindle, particularly as more and more seeds sprang up into seedlings. Holy shit, Kaylee said, trying to get photos of every single one of her seedlings on her phone. We're going to grow a forest. That might be pushing it, Eric said, but we're definitely growing something. The following week, he purchased a small storage box for them to keep the tools in, and while he was more than a little tempted to get a greenhouse at the same time, he had held himself back. He still had no idea whether his funding for the following year would be approved, and if it wasn't, he wanted to make sure next year's class got to do a few things from scratch too. Despite spending most of the time grumbling about how shit the ground was and how it was technically slave labor, Callum continued to turn up to his lunchtime detentions. While the first week went well, the second week presented a new problem. Ain't nothing to do, he told Eric 5 minutes after turning up. Have you watered all the plants? Don't need to, did it all in the lesson today. Well, what about weeding? Got 'em all earlier. Oh, Eric replied, having identified a clear flaw in his detention plan. Is there anything else you can do while you're here then? Any homework or anything? Callum shrugged. I could draw, he said. With no better option coming to his mind, Eric agreed. You've still got to stay here, though. I know. Eric's first parents' evening came around far quicker than he'd expected it to. You'll be fine, Yvette assured him as she straightened his tie and kissed him on his cheek. The children love you. Children aren't parents, Eric reminded her. Taking place in the school gymnasium, exam-style desks had been used to separate the room into different departments. PE had dressed up for the occasion with full suits, ties donned, and top buttons done up. Some teachers had notebooks of work on their desks. Others had pint-sized mugs of coffee and vending machine goodies. Roger stood at the front door, greeting some parents, while backing away when others appeared. Despite the cleaning ladies, who scurried about sweeping up crisp packets and paper cups dropped by unruly children and adults alike, the aroma of sweaty children and push-ups held firm. Eric had brought only his computer, loaded with images of the children's work. Even if he didn't see many of the parents, he had decided he would make a display of the images afterwards anyway. It would be a nice way for the students to see how much they'd accomplished and give their room a bit of personal feel. At 7:15, Eric looked around. Other teachers' seats had begun to fill up. Donna was deep in conversation with an excessively gesticulating parent, while Graham was most likely blinding parents in his luminous green shirt. Eric was still scanning across the room, searching for any face he may recognize, when one headed straight towards him. "Mr. Sibley." The statement was said in a curt and efficient manner that left no room for a question mark at the end of it. "I'm Melissa's mum. Good evening." Eric smiled widely as he noticed Melissa standing behind. "Please come and sit." Melissa's mum had pulled out the chair and sat down before Eric had got so far as finishing his sentence. "Down. What I want to know is how you're assessing them. Last year, Mr. Owens was very much about keeping track of their levels, but I've heard nothing from Melissa this year about any assessments she's had since the beginning of term. It's all very novel, and I understand that some of the children in her class are perhaps a little, well, slower than Melissa, but really, I won't have her learning put on hold for the rest of the class. I assume it was explained to you why Melissa is in the ENC? Because it has nothing to do with her academic ability. She's very strong in non-verbal reasoning, and her mental maths too. It's her social abilities, isn't it, Melissa dear?" She turned her head to her daughter as she finished the question, but her eyes were on Eric, and she was back speaking again before Melissa even had a chance to open her mouth. "It's the social situations, you see. She's fine in small groups, absolutely fine. But put her in large classes and she clams up, don't you, dear? She won't speak. That's why we wanted her in that group, time to express herself. Obviously, I know there are countless nutters in her class. Well, I wouldn't say. There's no need to be polite." She waved her hand in the air as she carried on talking. "Poor Melissa has had them in her class since primary school, haven't you, dear? And she's learned to manage perfectly well. I think it strengthens them, don't you, having to speak up for themselves a bit?" "I can assure you that she's speaking very well in lessons." Eric found a pause in breath long enough to try to get an actual comment in. "She's probably the most confident in the class. She's always volunteering to read. Yes, like I said, she's fine in a small group. That's not what's concerning me. What's concerning me is how you're preparing her to start her GCSEs next year when she spends all her time gardening. The truth be told, I'm quite concerned about it." For the next 15 minutes, Eric shared the various schemes of work and formative assessments he had included in the previous weeks with Melissa's mum in an attempt to assure her that her daughter was not falling behind. By the end of it, Eric was exhausted, but Mrs. Murray seemed at least slightly more relaxed. As a side note, Eric now felt far more aware as to why Melissa spent her entire lessons talking. She didn't look like she got a word in edgeways at home. Donna had been right about Trent and Keisha's parents not coming, while Jordan and Stanley had informed Eric earlier in the day that there was football on that evening, so no one would be coming for them. However, Kaylee's mum and dad showed up together, full of praise for the scheme, even asking if it was going to be rolled out among the younger years in the future. "I'm not sure," Eric said. "It's still a work in progress at the minute, but I'm hoping." And the more he said it aloud, the truer he realized it was. After that, the visits dried up. Twice, parents strolled up to him, rested their hand on the back of his chair, like they might be about to pull it out and sit down, but then leaned in and asked the way to the toilet. Eric pointed to the large paper signs with arrows placed on all the doors. On the third occasion, he pointed before they even got to him. By 8:20, Eric had gone a full 40 minutes without speaking to anyone other than to direct them to the toilet. He was hoping to catch Donna's attention and ask her if she thought he might be all right to slip off, but the number of people waiting to sit and talk to her had been endless. Each time he looked over his shoulder, it was like the queue had doubled in size. Deciding he would give it 15 more minutes before packing away, he opened his computer to his timetable and ran over his plan for the week back after half-term.
Excuse me?
The toilet's through the door on the left, Eric said, lifting his eyes to offer a polite smile.
Oh, no, sorry.
The woman's voice had a frailty to it.
I'm here to see you. It is Mr. Sibley, isn't it? I'm Callum's grandmother.
Oh. Eric pushed his computer to the side and jumped up from his chair. Sorry. Of course, sorry. Take a seat. Please, have a seat. I wasn't sure you were going to come. Callum said you don't normally come to these things.
No,
she said with a slow nod.
There's only so many times you can hear the same thing over and over again, if I'm honest.
She lowered herself into the seat and rubbed her eyes. If he had to hazard a guess, Eric estimated her age to be around the late 60s, but he could have been out by a decade or so either way. Her face was masked in layers of makeup, but in the style of someone who wore it when they felt they were supposed to, as opposed to feeling comfortable in it. The lipstick didn't quite match her skin tone, while the blusher only seemed to sallow her complexion even further.
I'm sorry I wasn't able to come in for a meeting at the beginning of the year, she started. I did get your messages. I'm sorry. It just wasn't a convenient time for me right then, I'm afraid. Callum told me about the posters, though. Sorry about that. He gets a bee in his bonnet sometimes.
Eric nodded. Yes, it was a rather testing start to the term. Fortunately, we seem to be past that now. Callum's Nan continued to nod, her eyes down on the table. When they made their way up to meet Eric's, they hesitated. Sad.
I want to thank you for what you've done here with Callum, she said. He might not show it, but he looks up to you an awful lot. I'm sorry to say you're a much better father figure to him than my son.
Callum's come a long way, Eric agreed, wondering just how bad a father figure the man could be so that Eric's 6 hours a week made that much of an impact. He's always first on the plot, and it appears to be helping his maths an awful lot too. Only last week we were looking at volumes and Callum—
I'm sick.
She stopped Eric mid-sentence. Even under the lipstick he could see the colour draining from her lips. Whatever was about to come out of her mouth, Eric was certain he didn't want to hear it, yet he knew there was no way to stop it.
I'm sick again. The doctors dealt with it all last time and Callum was none the wiser, but I don't think it's going to be so easy this time, what with him living with me full-time and some of the effects. You know what the drugs can do.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Eric struggled to see what else he could say, although as the churning in his gut increased, he guessed there was more to come. Placing her hands on the table, Callum's grandmother looked straight into his eyes.
I know it's a lot to ask, I do, she said, but I was wondering if you could keep an eye on him. He hasn't got anyone else to talk to, you know. I mean, I know he's got his uncle in the village across, but they're not close. And his parents, well, the less said about them, the better. But he's such a good boy, you know, caring like, and he knows I'm sick. Turned up the other week with 2 of these enormous bottles of orange juice for me. Thought the vitamin C might help.
She laughed sadly, causing a deep and painful corkscrewing to twist through Eric's chest. 2 massive bottles of orange juice, exactly what Eric had punished him over. And harshly, too. A month of detentions, that was what he had given him. A month for trying to do right by his Nan. Eric didn't think he could feel worse right now if he tried. The only consolation was that he hadn't gone to Roger like he said he would.
There's one other thing, she said,
a nervous quiver in her voice.
I wondered if you might be able to keep Callum behind for a couple of afternoons a week.
Keep him behind? What for? Although he knew it wasn't possible, Eric could have sworn her hair was turning greyer by the second.
It's the appointments, see? I just don't know what time they'll run on to. I figured that if he could stay a little late at school each day, then maybe he'd get a little less suspicious. It doesn't have to be every day. Maybe if you could make sure he was in the Friday detention, that would be something.
Eric's heart ached with pity for the woman. I'm not sure, he said. It's just Friday detentions. They're a punishment, you see, for when the children do something wrong. I don't think it would be right putting him in there, not when he's been making such good progress. She nodded slowly.
Well...
Eric watched as she pushed her cheeks up into the best smile she could manage, although it didn't stop her eyes from watering.
Fingers crossed he'll be okay through all this.
Then, with a sudden change in expression, her already pale skin sallowed a shade further.
You won't say anything, will you? To Callum, I mean. He doesn't need to know about this. Not yet. Not until I've got all the scans back and they've tried everything. I'll tell him I will, but in my own time. You understand that, don't you?
Eric shifted on his seat. You're not going to tell him?
Oh, I will. I will. I just need to give him a bit of time, you know. There's no point worrying him. Not unnecessarily.
As casually as if she'd just glanced over Callum's term grade, she stood up from her chair, leaving Eric to wonder exactly what he had just got himself embroiled in. Chapter 26. Eric couldn't sleep. He had drifted off after a couple of drinks, but his dreams had been filled with a multitude of turmoil. In one, Callum's Nan had passed away, but Eric was determined to keep his word and not say anything about her being ill, which resulted in him arriving at the funeral and pretending it was a school field trip to an organic chicken farm. In another dream, Abi had decided she was going to be a hairdresser and for practice had shaved not only Yvette and Mabel, but also Lulu, Cynthia, and all of her school teachers. But it was after the final dream at which he gave up trying to sleep altogether. After nearly 2 years without her, Eric didn't know which was worse, dreams where Susie was happy and with him, or dreams where he knew she was gone. At least in the dreams where she was gone, he didn't wake up with that momentary sense of relief and bliss, only to have it swept out from underneath him. Dreams where she was gone, the funeral on repeat, the car crash on repeat, they cut through him like jagged blades of glass, causing him to toss and turn and break out in sweats. But at least he didn't have to lose her all over again when he woke up. During that night's dream, they'd been together as a family. The full family, not just Eric and Abi the way it had been when she was alive. Lydia and the boys, Yvette and Mabel, but also Philip and Katrina. And then there was the other baby. Baby boy, that was how they referred to him the whole time. He had been passed around for everyone to coo over and cuddle, but when he came to Eric, the baby started screaming. With his tiny fists clenched and eyes screwed tight, he screamed and screamed until his face was purple and tears streamed down his cheeks. Eric froze on the spot as everyone backed away. It was his responsibility now. He was the one who had to sort it out. You have to fix this, Susie was saying to him. You have to make this right. You have to make sure my baby is all right. But I didn't ask for the baby, Eric kept repeating to her. Neither did I. When he woke, a sheen of sweat glossed over his skin and had soaked into the bedsheet. For a minute he stared at the ceiling, the weight of the invisible baby still in his hands, before rolling over and glancing at the clock. 4:15. There would be no point trying to go back to sleep, he told himself. He just wasn't feeling it. Downstairs, he opened his laptop and looked through his lessons for the remainder of the week. It was getting easier, at least, he thought, pressing save on his worksheet. Planning lessons was definitely getting easier. Somewhere between the search for a bingo game and typing up a quick and easy maths test, Eric's fingers had found their way to the now familiar website. He stared at the screen, certain he had not made a conscious decision to go there, yet hesitant to leave. "Who are you trying to find?" The echo of Susie's voice from his dream stayed with him as Eric selected an adopted child. Where was the child born? Cambridge. He selected the town Susie had been living in at the time. From a continued series of questions, Eric selected the appropriate choice, including date of birth and gender of the baby. At the bottom of the page, he hit Enter. This was the furthest he'd ever got. All the details were entered, just one final step required: his name and email address. At this point, thoughts of Yvette normally jumped into his mind. The hurt she'd endured, the way it would break her heart to find out. He envisioned her face, her aging frame shrinking away from him as she discovered the truth about her daughter who she loved so much. The daughter she'd lost too early. This is where he always clicked off the page. But today, it wasn't Yvette toying back and forth in his thoughts. Today, his head was still fogged with the sleepy residue of the screaming baby, and people backing away, and Susie telling him that he had to make sure the baby was all right. Because what if he wasn't? Today, it was the thought of Callum and his sick grandmother who would do anything to protect her grandchild that resonated within him. What if Susie's little boy didn't have that? You read horror stories all the time of children getting lost in the system. What if his dream was telling him that Susie's baby needed help, that he was on his own with no one to guide him? Without waiting for a chance to change his mind, Eric entered his details and clicked Send. "Thank you. A confirmation email will be sent shortly." Eric pushed the laptop lid closed. Mabel would be up soon. It was time to get on with the day. "Do I have to have cereal?" Abi grumbled, flopping down into her dining room chair. "I want eggs. Can't I have eggs?" "I thought you'd stopped eating eggs," Eric replied. Abi grunted and glowered in a manner that Eric had no idea how he was supposed to interpret. "I can do you eggs for dinner," he said. "Pour yourself some cereal. You don't want to be late." "I don't care if I'm late." Abi crossed her arms. "You care if I'm late. I don't. I have PE this morning. I hate PE." Sensing that the quickest way to get her eating was simply pouring the cereal himself, Eric got on and did it. "You love PE." He resealed the box and took out the milk from the fridge. "Last term it was your favourite subject." "That's because last time we were doing good PE and this term we're doing crap PE." "Abigail Sibley." "What? You swear, and you said your children swear all the time too." "Yes, well, so why can't I?" Eric's grip tightened around the milk bottle. A few months ago, he would have raised the dead if she'd spoken like that. But today, he couldn't help feel that that was what she was after. "Abigail." His tone dropped to just above audible. "You will not speak like that in this house." "But the children you teach do." Her answer came straight back without hesitation, arms still firmly folded around her chest. "Yes," Eric said, "they do, some of them. And those same children don't get any food for breakfast most days because they can't afford it." Her pout remained steadfast. Still, Eric was determined to see his approach through. "Those same children don't have parents who can pay for extra dance classes or piano lessons," he said. "Some of them don't even have a place to live at the minute. They certainly don't have a library's worth of books filling their bedroom or toys they neglect a week after getting them. So, if you want to swap with them, speak like them, have their lives, let's just make sure you want all of it. Do you understand? Because I can get rid of all your toys. I can stop all your lessons if you want. Is that what you want? You want to be like them?" Abi grumbled incoherently into her cereal. I didn't think so, Eric said, assuming it was as close to an apology as he was going to get that morning. And when you've done, you can get everything out of the dishwasher. But consider that getting off lightly, he said. Unfortunately, Abi wasn't the only one who appeared to have gotten out on the wrong side of the bed. Mabel was griping at everything from the moment he got her out of her bed. First, she refused to lie still and have her nappy changed, and then, when he had finally grappled with her long enough to get her clothes on and bring her downstairs, she took hold of Lulu's water bowl and refused to let go. In the middle of it all, Eric's phone rang. "I hope you have a bloody good explanation for this." The voice came down the line with consonants spitting before Eric had even spoken. Still, with Mabel screaming and Lulu barking, it took a minute to place it. "Roger?" "This is not acceptable, Eric. Not acceptable at all. I've got the governors doing a tour at 4 o'clock. How the hell am I supposed to show them around the place now?" "Sorry, Roger. Honestly, I thought you would have had more sense. Or at least run something like this by me first." "Something like what?" Eric said, growing more and more confused by the second. "I'm sorry, Roger. I think you might need to back up a minute. I'm not in school today. It's a Thursday. I don't work Thursdays." "Well, I think you ought to come into school now," he added. 4 minutes later, and Eric was at the front door. "You don't mind, do you?" he asked Yvette while simultaneously pulling on his shoes.
Of course. I hope it isn't anything serious.
Whatever it was, Roger didn't sound happy. Despite the fact that it was 8:05 by the time Eric arrived at Riverside Academy, there were still dozens of students milling outside the school gates, excitedly chattering. It was a moment reminiscent of when Billy had got stuck in the locker, Eric thought, only with no sign of a crowbar in sight. "What's going on?" Eric asked the first teacher he came upon inside the gates. "And what the hell is that smell?" "Ah, the man of the hour, he's here," the teacher called out to another cluster of teachers on the other side of the car park. All right, guys, back to your classes. Mr. Sibley's here to sort out all this mess." "What mess?" Eric said. That was when he saw it. "Is that—" The air grew increasingly thin as Eric edged forwards. Eyes were on him. Nervous, excited, and angry voices buzzed in the air as he approached the patch of land that had previously been their allotment plot. Only it wasn't possible to see where the actual plot was anymore, nor was it possible to see their handcrafted beautiful row labels or even the simple bird scarers that Melissa had made from leftover Christmas decorations. What was once Eric's teaching monument was now covered by a 3-foot-high, steaming pile of manure. Chapter 27. Eric had his head in his hands, lost for words.
"You said it would help," Callum protested, "that it would stop the soil being so shitty."
"Some manure helps." Eric still couldn't take his eyes off the scene. Some manure, like a wheelbarrow's worth, thinly spread over the top, not 3.5 tons dumped over everything. Unlike the incident with the photoshopped farm animals, there were several witnesses to Callum's 6 a.m. arrival with a farmyard pickup and a colossal amount of horse manure. "Where did you even get a hold of this?" Eric asked, rubbing his eyes.
"Someone advertised it in Co-op, said they'd deliver it for free and everything. It was a bargain, they just wanted to get rid of it."
"Now there's a surprise." Eric stared at the child and tried to work out what to say. Part of him wanted to be mad. A few months ago, and it would have been easy. All Callum had to do was open his mouth and he would say something that sent Eric into a fit of rage. But at that moment, Eric felt genuinely sorry for the kid. He had tried to do something good and had missed the goalposts, by quite a stretch as it happened. Eric knew that feeling well. He was still trying to figure out what the next thing he was going to say would be when Donna poked her head around the doorframe.
"Just seen Roger. He's heading this way and on the warpath. Governors are here at 4. Tell me you've got a suggestion as to how you're going to get rid of all that."
Eric thought. There was no way he was going to move that much manure on his own when he had no way of transporting it. And as generous as Hank was at letting him use his pickup when he needed to move stuff, that was when the things that needed moving were furniture and bits of old garden stuff, not horse manure that was likely to embed itself in the flooring and have his whole truck stinking for weeks. "Does the school have any wheelbarrows?" he said.
"It feels a bit like we're Santa, don't you think?"
Callum said as he and Eric rolled out of the school gates for the third time that morning. This would be the last trip they made before they stopped for lunch, Eric decided, and as he wasn't technically supposed to be working, he would feel no guilt about having a large beer and possibly a shot of whiskey as well. "I'm not sure what kind of children Father Christmas would deliver manure to," Eric responded.
"Your friends at the allotment liked it though, didn't they?"
"I guess. Now, keep your eye on the narrow bit of the pavement here. We don't want a repeat of what happened on the last trip down." It had been the only solution Eric could think of. He had rung the farm that had dropped the manure off and explained the situation, at which point they'd sniggered down the line at him.
"It's your shit now," was their response. "We waived all responsibility when it reached its destination."
Eric didn't take too kindly to that. "You realize you had no permission to be on the school campus?" He could feel his temperature rising. "You took the word of a child. Do you know how irresponsible that is? There are children here with allergies. Your incompetence has caused a lot of people distress."
"Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't leave the gates unlocked,"
was the final reply he got before the phone clicked dead. Eric assumed it was a mistake, as no grown adult would end a conversation so abruptly and without resolution. But when he called back, the line went straight to answer phone several times. "I'll be talking to Christian Eves about you," Eric muttered to himself. Knowing that there was no choice other than to get on and do it himself, Eric managed to persuade the maintenance staff to loan him their only 2 wheelbarrows.
"How are you going to take both of them at once?"
Callum asked when Eric summoned him to come and help. "I'm not. You've been excused from classes for the day. Now grab a shovel. We've got a long walk ahead of us." Eric had made the journey to the allotment on foot hundreds of times, in all kinds of weather, with various combinations of children and dogs, yet never quite like this, wheeling a stinking pile of shit as he went. It was a hard balance, trying to keep his eyes on the pavement and the barrow so that he didn't end up spilling any, and, at the same time, trying to keep his head down every time he passed somewhere that he thought there was a possibility of him being recognized. Most importantly, outside of Abby's school.
"Who are we going to give it to?"
Callum had asked on their first journey as they turned into Columbia Avenue and the final stretch before the allotments. "Whoever will take it," Eric replied. Side by side, they'd wheeled their first barrow loads through the gates. The closer they got, the quieter Callum became.
"Holy crap,"
were the first words out of his mouth.
"Is this place real?"
"Very much so."
It's...
With his wheelbarrow leaning to the side, a wide-eyed and gawping Callum staggered forwards. "What do you think?" Eric grinned.
"Those flowers."
Callum dropped the barrow altogether and headed straight to the first plot in front of him.
"They're massive. What are they?"
"Give them a few more weeks and they'll be sunflowers," Eric said, "and they've got a fair bit of growing to do yet. They'll be 8 foot by the time they're finished."
"And they're for eating?"
"The seeds are." Eric dropped his barrow next to Callum's and walked up beside the boy. "Most people grow them to attract the bees, though. Bees love them."
"Why would people want to attract bees? They sting you, don't they?"
"Only if they feel threatened. Bees pollinate flowers. They're really important to gardens." Callum's eyes remained on the sunflowers for just a fraction longer before he spotted something else.
"Hey, we're growing those, ain't we?"
He pointed to a mound of small, flattish leaves. "Courgettes. Yep, we've got a couple of those in. Hopefully we should get a fair few off them. Our patch is good for it, provided your little stunt this morning didn't kill them all." For a solid 10 minutes, Eric watched as Callum wandered around from one plot to another, an endless stream of questions tumbling from him as he went.
"Why's he put nets over the soil?"
There are probably seeds planted there.
Why's he got all those piles of wood there?
It's an insect house, to attract more insects.
What are all those blue stone things?
They're slug pellets. They kill the slugs. Confusion momentarily stopped the verbose.
I thought you just said they wanted to attract more insects.
We do. It's like the bees. They pollinate.
But ain't slugs insects? Shouldn't they be good too?
Eric frowned. No, slugs aren't insects.
They ain't?
No, they're mollusks, I think. Eric was starting to doubt his scientific knowledge. Insects have 6 legs. Slugs and snails just have 1 foot and eat the vegetables. Well, the leaf parts, anyway.
Don't the insects do that too? I thought caterpillars were insects. They eat leaves and shit, don't they?
They do, but...
And I don't believe what you just said about insects having 6 legs and everything. Because isn't a millipede an insect, right? And they have way more than 6 legs. And yeah, come to think of it, what if the only insects the insect house attracted were caterpillars who ate all the leaves and stuff? Wouldn't it be better not having the insect house?
Eric scratched his head, not sure when it was he'd become so lost. Come on. He gestured to the wheelbarrows before Callum could start again. We'd better find someone who wants this first one. God knows we've got enough to get rid of. While Eric had worried that the early morning might be an obstacle in finding someone on whom to palm off their wares, there was one place he had an inkling to start.
"This will go beautifully on my roses,"
Janice said before pulling out her purse.
"Now, how much do I owe you, young man?"
If anyone should get paid for this, it's me, Eric said, pushing her hand and money away. I'm the one who's working on my day off.
"It can't be that hard work, not when you're working with a lovely young man like this,"
Janice replied. Callum smirked. We've got about another dozen loads of this back at school, Eric told her. Any chance you can have a ring around and see if there's anyone else who wants it?
"I shall do my best,"
she replied, then slipped her phone out of her pocket and began to call up numbers. Right, back we go, Eric said, lifting up his wheelbarrow and encouraging Callum to do the same. Only 30 more trips to go. After deciding that a trip to the pub with a student would be inappropriate for lunch, Eric grabbed them both a sandwich at the co-op, which, given their ravenous state from all the hauling, they unwrapped and ate on the bench outside.
How do you get one of those, sir?
Callum asked after a mouthful of his all-day breakfast baguette. Get what? A sandwich?
No, an allotment.
Oh. He wiped his hands on the seat of his trousers. Well, to start with, you have to go on a waiting list. It's a shame, really. A village like this would probably have had 4 times as many plots 30 years ago. Now there are so few, the waiting lists can be years.
Why don't they make more, then? There are plenty of fields, ain't there? I bet my nan would love somewhere like that. She likes to grow stuff, hanging baskets and stuff. You reckon I could put her on the waiting list?
I expect so. Eric avoided the child's gaze and got back to chewing on his lunch, the old lady's request suddenly at the forefront of his mind. Callum, Eric said as he threw his rubbish into the bin, have you thought about joining the budding businesses activity? Callum squinted.
What?
You know, the budding businesses activity. The boy's nose scrunched up further.
Nah, why would I do that? It's just full of a load of weirdos, ain't it?
No, Eric said, trying not to think too much about the boy who had wanted to offer a deep cleaning service for sports socks. I'm sure you could come up with something really good, like with your drawings.
My drawings?
Callum's look loosened just a little, forcing Eric to continue. It was the only idea he had, the only possible way he could think of giving Callum's nan a little more time to herself. And while Eric wasn't pleased with the idea of being involved in a scheme that caused him to lie to one of his students, it was tough not to think about the lengths he would go to in order to protect Abi from any more heartache. I was thinking about it the other day. You can sell them online, you know, on one of those craft sites. People sell drawings of anything on there.
Yeah, like what?
Eric chewed on the side of his cheeks, certain that watercolour abstract art vulvas was not the correct answer to give a 14-year-old boy at this point. Oh, anything. I mean anything. You don't even have to do real pictures, you can just do the abstract art stuff. Apparently that sells too. Callum's top lip disappeared under his teeth. Nah, he said. What's the point? No one's going to buy my crap. You don't know that, Eric pressed, not wanting to let go of his only idea just yet. What's the harm in trying? I'm sure I've got a few blank cards at home. You could give it a go. Put them up there. If they don't sell, then it's no great loss. But maybe you can make a few quid and have a bit of fun in the process. The top lip disappeared again. Maybe, he said. At 4:15, Eric wheeled his wheelbarrow back towards the school for the last time. They'd completed a total of 8 trips and, despite telling him repeatedly that the school day had ended and that he was able to go home, Callum was still by his side. I got you into this shit, sir. I should be with you to the end. Eric wasn't sure if he was grateful or not. We'll just leave these in front of the maintenance office, he said, having already washed the straw and muck out of the wheelbarrows at the allotment. Then we can both get home and head straight to the shower. I think I smell worse than the manure. They wheeled the barrows up around the school and dropped down the handles with a sigh. Good job today, Eric said, as Callum wiped down the back of his neck. And think about what I said about those drawings, will you? Thanks. The boy paused. A ripple passed across his face. Eric was about to ask if everything was all right when another voice caught him off guard. Yes, of course we can have a look, although wouldn't you rather see the new ICT suite? Both Eric and Callum flinched at the sound of Roger's voice, the pair paling simultaneously. I'll see you tomorrow, sir. Don't you want— Eric didn't have a chance to finish his sentence. Hey! Eric called as Callum slipped behind the building and disappeared. Thanks for the sandwich, he called back. Feeling distinctly like he'd been shafted, Eric weighed up the possibility of following Callum's exit route before Roger appeared, but as he could already hear their footsteps on the gravel, it didn't seem likely he'd make the escape in time. He steeled himself for whatever was about to unfold. While most of the manure had been relocated, he had still left their plots with a sizable spreading, considering it a waste of good resources not to. Until now, it had felt like a good idea. However, with Roger's voice closing in on him, he couldn't help but wonder if he'd have been better off getting rid of it all. Aha, here he is, the man of the hour. Eric, can I introduce you to Caroline Stepson Green? She's the head of our board of governors. In less than 3 strides, Roger had crossed from the path to the plot. He held out a hand, further instigating the introduction. Caroline, this is Eric. Eric opened up his hand to shake hers, only to notice the thick layer of grime that had embedded itself into the crevices of his palm. You probably don't want to touch me right now, he said, choosing honesty over social protocol. Oh, don't worry about that. She grasped hold of his hand with a firmness that his knuckles weren't expecting. I'm not worried about a little bit of dirt. I was saying to Roger, it's such a wonderful thing you're doing here. Fantastic. And he said a child was responsible for arranging the delivery of all the manure? Yes, Eric said, every bit of it. He fired a quick glance across to Roger, who was smiling in an excessively tight-lipped manner. It's fantastic that you've got them so engaged and productive, Caroline continued. I'd love you to give me a tour if you've got time. Of course. Eric fired a quick glance over to Roger to check that was the correct answer, although there's not much to show at the minute. They walked across the school plot, Caroline Stepson Green in step with Eric, while Roger and the other governors lagged a fair pace behind. It's only been going a little while, Eric said, but there's quite a bit of room here. The children have loved it, and they do everything themselves, all the weeding and watering. They've really dug into it, if you'll excuse the pun. She laughed. And Roger tells me you've been using this as a way to teach the children maths. Not just maths, Eric said. I mean, it's been great for teaching things like volume and area and division when it comes to sorting out seed trays and number of seeds, for example. but we've been looking at all sorts of subjects through the plot. Last week we were focusing on a science investigation, looking at how sunlight affected the amount a seedling would grow. And they did a great project on the role of allotments in the Second World War. We had all sorts of presentations at the end of that. That all sounds incredible. It brings back all sorts of memories. Not that we had an allotment at my school, mind. No, but my grandmother had this greenhouse at the end of her garden. It was a wonderful thing, packed full of cherry tomatoes, more than we could eat. Honestly, it's a wonder I'm not sick of the things now, but we loved it, we really did. They're a great one to grow, Eric agreed, especially for children. My daughters love growing them too. But you don't have a greenhouse, she noted, staring at the expanse that was brown earth. Don't they grow best in greenhouses? Well, they're useful, but we've got a nice large windowsill in the classroom, he said, making sure to add an optimistic spin to his response, so they get a fair bit of light. But you have a storage box. This looks new. Yes, we were lucky enough to get a donation from the local allotment. We managed to purchase this and a few other things, tools and such like. She nodded thoughtfully, pressing her lips together, before glancing over her shoulder. From the way they were lagging behind, it appeared that the other governors weren't as keen as their chairwoman when it came to approaching the smell. "Roger," Caroline Stepson-Green called over with a wave of her hand. "Can you come here a second, please?" She turned back to Eric and grinned. "Roger," she said, clasping his hands the minute he reached them, "Eric's been telling me everything he's been doing, and I have to say I think it's marvelous." "Oh, I know. We're all so pleased he joined the team. You know, from the very first Yes. Well, I want to give Eric and his class a donation." Roger's eyes lit up. "Well, as you know, all of our extracurricular and nurture—" "No." Her curtness made Eric think she would make an excellent teacher. "Not the governors and not for all the school. I, myself, personally would like to make a contribution. He's doing wonderful things here, truly wonderful. And I'm going to write you a check." Her focus was now back on Eric. "But," she paused, "there needs to be a greenhouse in this, and there needs to be tomatoes in it. Do you understand? I'm going to come back at the end of summer, and I expect to try some. Is that clear?" "Oh, it's clear," Roger answered for Eric. Quite clear." Chapter 28. Given the manic schedule of assessments and reports over the last half-term, Eric knew there was one place in his life that needed a substantial amount of focus during the week-long holiday. Abi. From their first Friday night, the week-long Operation Spoil Daughters was set into full swing, including trips to Southend Pier, a day up to London on the train to visit the Natural History Museum, followed by an evening at the Royal Ballet watching The Sleeping Beauty. He had also been the benefactor for an apparently urgent shopping spree, although, as he had learned through the years, attending such sprees was not one of his fortes. Handing his credit cards over to Yvette and Abi, he and Mabel had instead spent the day at a production of The Gruffalo. For those first few days, school didn't even enter his mind. Not until the Thursday was he brought back to reality. "I thought you weren't going into work," Abi protested. "It's the holidays." "I'm only going in for an hour at most. We're getting something delivered." "Well, why can't I come too?" Eric hesitated. "Well, I guess you can if you want. It's not going to be very interesting, though." "I don't mind," Abi said. "The children are going to be thrilled to pieces when they see this," Eric said repeatedly to Lewis. Tools for You had expanded their range and was now stocking all sorts of garden equipment. The price was a fraction higher than Eric would have paid had he bought it online, but he knew he was going to get good service from Lewis. After all, it was unlikely he was going to forget him after the previous events they had shared. "I'm surprised you opted for the construction part," Lewis said, unpacking the first of the boxes from the back of the lorry. "I thought you were a man who liked to do things himself." "I was that type of man," Eric told him. "Now I'm the type of man who likes to limit his number of grey hairs as much as possible by paying other people to do jobs for him." Lewis chuckled. Sounds like sensible thinking. It really was. Constructing a greenhouse, Eric had previously discovered, was worse than a floor-to-ceiling flat-packed kitchen. Every piece was either silver or glass, with no identifying features to help decipher what went where. You know you ordered the extra-large size, right? Lewis said, still hesitant about unpacking things, no doubt due to Eric's many previous faux pas. It's pretty big. It needs to be, Eric replied. These kids aren't great at sharing things, even at the best of times. Abi was put to use, arranging things in length order and running back and forth when they realized they'd picked up the wrong size. She also took on the role of mother, ordering everyone to stop for drinks and dishing up the millionaire's shortbread she and Yvette had made earlier in the week. 2 hours later, biscuits all gone, Abi, Eric, and Lewis were exhausted, but the greenhouse was erected and ready to go. All they had to do was wait for Monday. Eric could barely sit still. Waves of excitement buzzed through him as he waited in the classroom for the children to arrive. He had come over an hour early to move everything from the classroom into the greenhouse, taking great care not to mix up any of the labels on the plant pots. Early on in the project, Kaylee had had to spend 2 days in seclusion when she clouted Trent for trying to swap out his sunflower seedlings for hers. Having seen the aim of her left hook, Eric was certain he didn't want to be on the wrong end of it.
Guess what, sir?
Harry announced as he came into the classroom and flopped himself on one of the desks.
My gran's growing beans in her garden.
That's great. Eric raised an eyebrow to the window, wondering if he would notice the distinct absences in the room.
Yeah, it's 'cause of me. Told her what I was doing, showed her how to plant them and everything. Don't think they'll grow, though.
No, Eric said. Why not? Are they somewhere with light?
Yeah.
And are they getting plenty of water?
Loads.
Well, they should be fine then. Harry cocked his head to the side a little and frowned.
Maybe. I guess it will depend.
On what?
On whether my granddad keeps using the pots as ashtrays or not.
Just then a large group entered the classroom with Keisha at the middle.
What the hell?
She dropped her bag onto the ground and marched over to the window.
Who did this? Have you seen this, sir? Someone's gone and nicked our plants.
She made a fist with one hand, which she slammed into the open palm of the other one. Well, actually,
I told you we should have put a guard dog outside them, said Trent. I knew this was going to happen.
If you, Eric started.
I bet it was them pikeys from down the marshes. I swear, when I get out of here.
Keisha, will you sit down? With her face screwed up, she folded her arms and dropped down on a chair. Now, first, we call them travellers, not pikeys, Keisha. Second, if we just wait for everyone to get here, I've got something pretty exciting to show you.
But what about—
Just wait, Eric said. When everyone was in, Eric gathered them all together and began to usher them outside.
Wait at the bottom of the stairs,
he called down to the children at the front.
Don't go outside until I'm there, please. A couple of things have changed.
Taking the stairs 2 at a time, Eric bounded down to the front of the group, taking his place guarding the double doors. So, he started, you need to know that you won't all fit in at once, but everyone will get their turn. Girls, if you can check on the rest of the plot first, then the boys can look at our new addition.
What you want about, sir?
You'll see in a minute, but like I said, if you all go rushing straight in, you'll end up breaking something. So, girls, you start on the weeding and watering, and after 5 minutes you can swap. Muttering to one another in confusion, the children followed Eric outside.
Bloody hell! That is massive. Did you nick it, sir? If you would just—
Eric attempted to wave their questions down to a more muted level. When that didn't work, he shouted above them,
Guys, be quiet. Like I said, you will all get a chance to go inside and look at things. We just need to go over a few ground rules first.
The class hesitated, unable to drag their eyes away from the greenhouse. The sooner I go through the rules, the sooner you get to go in there and see what's what. But if you don't hurry up and come here soon, then it'll be break time and you'll have to wait until Wednesday's lesson. Grudgingly, the class edged towards him. "Thank you," he said. "Okay." He took a second to recall the mental checklist he had made for them. "First, everything from the classroom has been moved here with all your labels exactly as they were. I've tried to keep them in a similar place, but some things have had to be shifted around a bit. The same rules apply here as in the classroom. You don't touch any plants except your own." "What if we do, though?" Trent was the first with a question. "Then you will no longer be able to use the greenhouse, which means you will no longer be able to keep your plants in there." "But what if it's an accident? Like we're watering our own ones, but then a bee comes and it's—" "Just be careful." Eric stopped the hypothetical question before it turned into a non-hypothetical confrontation. "Any accidents and you won't be allowed in here." He continued with his well-prepared rules. "At the far end of the greenhouse is a communal area where I've placed a few tomato plants, among other things. Now that we are growing things, we have duty days. If you're on watering duty, then you will have to water in here as well as the outside planters. The same applies to weeding, too. I've stuck the rotor on the inside of the greenhouse, and it's not to be changed or swapped without speaking to me first. Is that clear?" A few pairs of feet shuffled to the door to get a closer look at the rotor. Eric stopped them with a glower. "I'm not done yet," he told them. "Obviously, it's a greenhouse, so it's made of glass. That means it is breakable. Mr. Atkinson in PE has assured me that no ball games will be allowed in this area, and if I see any of you messing around using it as a communal break area or for anything else—" he paused and stared at the well-known smokers in the group— "then once again you will be banned from being in here." Jordan's hand went up into the air. "Yes?" "Well, I thought that you said that carbon monoxide was good for the plants and helped it grow. Surely if someone did have a ciggy in there, they'd be helping them, right?" "Carbon dioxide helps," Eric said, "and no, you wouldn't. Anyway, that's it. So, unless you have any questions—" Only one hand went up into the air. "Yes, Melissa," Eric said as the class groaned. "What is it?" "Well, sir, I was just wondering where you got the money from for it. I thought we didn't have enough for a greenhouse." A few murmurs of agreement rose from the class, while a slight smile twitched at the corner of Eric's lips. "Well, actually, one of our governors came around and was particularly impressed with the horticultural skills of our class." "What does that mean?" "It means that she wanted to support what we were doing, and was particularly pleased to see children going out on their own and using their initiative to help the plot." "What do you mean?" "Well, I guess what I mean is that if we want to thank anyone for this, we should probably thank Callum." "Callum?" The class frowned in mass confusion. "You mean we got a greenhouse because he got all that horse shit?" "In a roundabout way, yes. Yes, we did." Eric smiled to himself. Chaos ensued as Callum suddenly disappeared under a rugby scrum. Shrieks of laughter and cheers drew the attention of the various classes through their windows, including some very stern looks from teachers, but Eric didn't care. It was worth it to see them like that. Okay. Now we've got a lot of work to do after the week off, so I need you to all refocus, please. Come on, let him go. Back here, please, everyone." Still chattering, they gradually fell back into place. "All right, like I said before, girls out here first, please. Boys inside the greenhouse." Another hand went into the air. "Yes, Harry?" "Just wondering, sir, if horse shit got us a greenhouse, don't you think we ought to try to get more of it? Maybe they'd give us a chicken coop then." A gust of nausea rolled through Eric's stomach at the thought of chicken coops. "No," he said, in his firmest voice to date. "No more shit, ever. Not unless you want me to lose my job." Harry nodded his head slowly. "I'll bear that in mind, sir," he said. "I'll bear that in mind." As it was with all the best-laid plans of mice and men, this went totally to pot. The girls insisted that in order to see the duty rota they had to stand directly in front of the greenhouse door, therefore not letting any of the boys in. After 3 minutes of blocking their way, They then insisted it was time to change, and so their turn to see inside the greenhouse. In the end, Eric opted for a single-file line in which he let one student in at a time to find their plants, water them, and leave. With the simple act of watering having taken up a whole lesson, Eric realized that if they were ever to get any other jobs done, another rota would need to be drawn up. As the bell rang out and the students began to disperse, one was left waiting at the end.
Is that true what you said, sir?
Callum's shoes were kicking at the edge of the planter.
About why we got the greenhouse?
It is, yes. I mean, if I hadn't had to come in, I would never have had a chance to talk to the governor, and we'd never have got the money. That doesn't mean I want you to pull a stunt like that again, you understand? Callum nodded.
Oh,
he said, looking up from the ground.
Yeah. So I'm going to come to that thing, you know, the business thing. It's probably crap and everything, but, you know, got nothing better to do.
His foot went back to kicking the planter. Well, that sounds great, Eric smiled, trying to quash the feeling of guilt that had started churning in his stomach. I look forward to seeing you there. Chapter 29. The next afternoon, Eric spent pulling out drawers and opening cupboards.
What are you looking for?
Yvette asked as she came down to use the washing machine.
Have you lost something?
Eric frowned, rifling through another plastic bag of old pencils and credit card statements. I thought we had some cards, you know, blank ones.
To give people?
The type that the girls could draw on. You know, when they made their own Christmas cards and things. Yvette made a sucking noise.
Have you checked Abby's craft drawer?
That was the first place I looked.
What about the big box next to Mabel's cot?
Tried there, too.
And there aren't any in one of the boxes under the stairs?
Nope, Eric replied. I've checked them all.
Then I'm out of ideas. Do you want me to go and buy you a pack? I'm on my way to Chelmsford. They'll have some there. What are they for? One of your lessons?
Kind of. And yes, please, if you could pick me up a couple of packets, that would be great. He felt ridiculous, pulling off the prices and opening the packets so that Callum wouldn't be able to tell that they were new, but the last thing he wanted was for him to smell a rat and think that Eric was keeping him after school deliberately. At the start of the budding businesses session, Eric introduced Callum as their newest recruit. Callum's also looking at doing something art-related, he told the group. Have you had any thoughts about what type of cards you might like to make? Eric asked him. There are a lot out there. Picking at his nails, Callum shrugged.
Dunno, he said. Maybe just ones with drawings or I don't know, funny ones to cheer people up when they're sick.
That sounds like a great idea. Maybe you could look at doing some market research today, find out what's popular. Or you could always start by sketching a few ideas and putting them straight up there, see what feedback you get. Callum's chin jutted forwards in a small manner which Eric construed as a nod. He didn't want to push anything. It was a small miracle he had the boy there at all, and he knew only too well how Callum reacted in circumstances where he didn't feel comfortable. At least if he could maintain it for a couple of weeks, it would give his nan a little bit of time. Satisfied he had given him just the right amount of feedback and encouragement to get him going, Eric moved on to the hamster cleaning girl, who had now decided to reinvent the business with a focus on rabbits and guinea pigs. No babies, that's what I put on my flyer this time. She lifted the piece of paper up into the air to show Eric. I'm only dealing with people who don't have baby animals. That way, well... Yes, excellent, Eric said. Excellent idea. You should definitely keep going with that. At the end of the session, he circled back around to Callum. So, have you made much progress? He asked.
Maybe. I drew a couple. Look.
He pushed the sketched drawing over to Eric, who took it in his hand. It certainly showed more artistic flair than the watercolour vulvas. Callum, this is great, he said. Really great.
Yeah, well, I figure they sell all these cards and crap with boats on in the village, so people must like 'em.
Running his finger over the surface, Eric scrutinized the picture. The proportions were spot on. The height of the sail, the length of the hull, and the fact that he had created such vivid colours with just his normal school pencil case didn't seem feasible. "We should see if we can get these in some of the shops in the village," he said, at which point Callum adopted his normal grimacing face. "Nah, I don't want to do that." "Why not? Like you said, all the shops have them, so they must sell. Maybe you could do some bigger ones, A4 size, and put them in frames. I bet you could move those." "You think?" "I really do." He did, Eric realised as he continued studying the image. He knew from Susie's job and all her artist friends how much a little bit of luck had helped set them on their path to success. Maybe Eric could be that little bit of luck for Callum, he thought. At the following week's session, Eric turned up with an A4 sketch pad and a pack of pencils he'd pilfered from the art room when Graham was down in their office using the Wi-Fi. "I did some other ideas at home too," Callum told Eric, pulling out a folder from his bag. "What do you think?" Eric flicked through the pages. "This one," he said, pulling out an image with grey clouds and seagulls above the river. "You should definitely try doing a larger one of this. And this one too." For the rest of the session, Callum scribbled away, head down, while Eric was forced to look at the various rabbit and guinea pig bites that had occurred over the weekend. "We're going to go around some of the art shops next weekend," Eric told Yvette over dinner a few weeks into the sessions. "I don't know if they'll take them or not, but hopefully it will help with his social skills if nothing else."
You should be incredibly proud of what you've done with those children, Eric. And I know I say this a lot, but Susie would be proud of you. She really would be.
For once, Eric didn't respond with some nonchalant quip, or else move the conversation subtly onto a new topic altogether. "You know what?" he said, reaching across the table and stealing a chip from Abby's plate. "I think she would be." And for a brief few hours, he had a feeling of complete contentment. Fridays were generally a good day for Eric. Like most people, he revelled in the fact that it would mark the start of the weekend and 2 days of fun with the children, but it was also a nice day lesson-wise. The children were all in a better mood generally, and a little more tired, meaning less willing to fight him on everything. That morning's lesson had consisted of measuring their plants to collect data and plot graphs. Although there were 1 or 2 falsified results, including Jordan insisting his beans were now 1.4 meters high, despite the fact they barely came up to his waist, it had been fun. Learning when they didn't realize they were learning, they were the types of lessons Eric enjoyed the most. And that was it. The week was finished for another 2 days. Settling back into the chair in the office, he pulled himself a custard cream out of the tin before opening up his computer to see if any last-minute issues needed dealing with. So many weeks had passed since Eric had uploaded his details to the website that it took him a moment or two to recognize the name on the email, although the subject was enough to cause an invisible noose to tighten around his neck. "Searching for my mother," the title read. The moisture evaporated from Eric's throat and mouth. With his hand shaking, he moved the cursor across to the message. "You have received a new message," Eric read. Below, a name was attached. Ethan Lake. A male name. Of course it was a male name, Eric reminded himself. His request had been for males only. Shit. He inhaled and exhaled repeatedly while trying to work out what his options were. He could always delete the email, pretend that he hadn't received it, and no one would be any the wiser. But at the same time, this could be him. This could be Susie's child. After all, there must have been enough similarities between his story and the birth of Susie's little one to warrant an email. "Okay, fate," Eric spoke out loud, though to who or why he wasn't sure. "I'll open this one, and if this is him, I'll see it through. If not, I'm done with this. I'm done with this for good." Closing his eyes, Eric inhaled one last time and opened the email. The Mick spikes of emotions that tumbled through Eric at the precise moment of reading Ethan Lake's email were impossible to explain. Hurt, buckets full of it, shame, disappointment, and relief all spilled through him in one indivisible mass. "Dear Eric," he read, "I'm looking for my mother and believe you may be able to help me. I don't have an original birth certificate. In fact, I don't have that much information to go on at all, other than I was left at Adam Brooks Hospital in Cambridge in the spring of 2000 with a note from my birth mother. I've attached a copy of the note below in the hope that it may be familiar to you or someone you know. Thank you for reading this. I hope to hear from you soon." Eric's heart did a double skip as he noticed the attachment below. A new wave of lightheadedness swelled through him. This poor boy, that was Eric's first thought, forced to send his most personal belonging to strangers in hope of some elusive clue about his past, forced to bare his soul in search of that one thing he desperately needed to know about, his family. A letter. Eric's stomach churned. That was the type of thing Susie would have done for certain, probably heartfelt and full of remorse. It had broken Eric's heart when he realized he would never read another word written by his wife. Eric was sure the contents of the note were not the words of his late wife. The picture he'd found clearly showed that Susie had had her baby in a hospital. But still, what if that wasn't the whole picture? With his stomach inching its way higher and higher up his throat by the second, Eric moved his cursor and for the second time closed his eyes and prepared to click.
"I bloody hate people!"
Donna barged into the room, slamming the door shut as she went straight for the biscuit tin and contents therein.
"I swear, sometimes I think the world would be better if it were run by computers. I actually mean that."
The lid came off, and 2 biscuits leapt straight into her hand.
"Honestly, they've put me on a double break duty today because someone apparently can't tell their arse from their elbow. It's my 6th period day, for crying out loud. Who does that? Who gives a double duty to someone when they've already got 6 lessons?"
She paused her rant and eyed Eric a little more closely.
"Are you okay? You look as white as a sheet."
"Sorry," Eric said, taking a moment to realize she was talking to him. "Oh, yes, I'm okay. Just feeling a little under the weather suddenly, that's all."
"You should head off home. You don't have another lesson today, do you?"
"No." Eric levered himself up, a sense of dizziness still drifting as far down as his knees. "You're right. I'm going to head back now." Eric walked along the corridor, the dim, hazy lights of the narrow passage only enhancing his fogging mind. He shouldn't have got up and left, he told himself, passing a classroom in which one of the teachers was busy reading the riot act to a student. He should have read the note there and then. One way or another, he needed to know. Still standing in the middle of the corridor, he opened his laptop. A blue wheel spun aimlessly on the screen. Of course there was no internet. There was no internet anywhere in this place. He didn't want to go back to the office, not having just left so abruptly. The best thing he could do, Eric realized, was head home, pour himself a steady drink, and then open the attachment. He closed the lid again and headed outside, colliding almost immediately with someone as he did so.
"Why don't you watch where the fuck you're going?"
Eric froze, caught by surprise as much as by the language as the actual collision. "Callum," he said, "is everything all right?" Chapter 30. The jolt on the shoulder was all that was needed to knock Eric out of his state. That and the sight of a fuming Callum Brown, who was now on his way outside. Blinking and shaking his head, Eric glanced at his phone. 11:45, meaning it was another 15 minutes until lessons finished. No one should be out of lessons before then, particularly not someone like Callum. Hurrying through the swinging doors, Eric followed his student outside and into the midday sun. It didn't take long to find him. "Callum?" Eric pulled open the door to the greenhouse, only to be hit by a wall of compost-scented heat. "What are you doing here? Why aren't you in lesson?"
Dr. Taylor kicked me out.
He pruned off a stem with a violent tug. "I'm pretty sure she didn't mean for you to come all the way out here. She probably meant you were supposed to wait outside the classroom."
Whatever.
Eric paused. This was the moment he was supposed to get one of the truancy supervisors. Their whole job consisted of walking around, picking up kids like Callum and making sure they get to the right place, while ensuring that suitable punishments were doled out and enforced. Today, however, Callum didn't look like punishment was his best option. He grabbed another short stem and yanked it off. "It's stifling in here," Eric said. "Why don't we do some work outside instead? We can do some of the weeding in Trent and Keisha's plot."
I thought you said we weren't meant to touch other people's plots,
Callum replied, yet another stem yielding under his hand. "You think they'd ever get all their weeding done by themselves if I didn't help?" Eric questioned. "You, Stanley, and Casey are pretty much the only ones who managed to keep your plots clear."
What about Melissa?
"Well," Eric paused and lowered his voice. "To be honest, she gets a bit confused between her bead seedlings and the dandelions, but don't go telling her I said that." Feeling like a sense of camaraderie had been restored between them, Eric opened the door. "So," Eric said, "shall we?" For 5 minutes, the pair dug in silence. "Are you looking forward to going to the shops next week? I've made a list of 5 or 6 I think you've got a real shot with."
Whatever.
Callum's fork stabbed into the ground. "Are you going to take all of them or a selection?" Eric tried to stay upbeat. "I don't know what's better." The fork went in again, this time without a reply. Eric twisted the trowel in his hand. It was a sight he recognized, he thought, watching Callum fight a battle with the earth. One they had more in common with than the angry teenager probably realized. The boy who felt let down by those around him. Eric waited, watching as Callum's mouth twisted and pursed with the weight of the words he wasn't sure how he was going to say.
"It's shit, you know,"
he said, leaving the rest of the sentence lost in the air. Eric's insides coiled tightly. He had a sneaking suspicion he knew the cause of today's mood. "Anything in particular?" he asked, trying not to put too much pressure on him. A drawn expression shadowed Callum's cheeks.
"I used to think it was me."
He spoke with his eyes down, fork stabbing into the ground.
"You know, I used to think that maybe all these shit things happened because I'm shit. That I deserved it. That's what I used to think."
A fissure of pity cracked open in Eric's chest at the words of the teenage boy.
"Like, Mum and Dad,"
Callum continued.
"they treated me like shit because I deserved it. I was a pain, always running off, always breaking things. And the teachers at school, I was crap to them too, so I thought that that was it. It was fair, not like God or anything. Or maybe like that, I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter, because it ain't like that. Because other people ain't shit, and bad stuff happens to them too, doesn't it? Like really bad stuff, and they don't deserve that. They don't deserve none of that."
A tear escaped and leaked down his cheek. If Eric had been talking to Abi, or one of Abi's friends, or practically any other child in any other situation, he would have reached his arms around him and fought with all his might to squeeze away the pain that the child clearly didn't deserve. But this wasn't any child. This was one of Eric's school children. "I can arrange for you to talk to the school counselor if you think it will help," he said. Callum snorted.
"Is she going to find some miracle cure?"
"Probably not," Eric agreed, "but it helps to talk. Trust me, I've been there." Callum dug his fork into the ground and tossed a pile of dirt haphazardly to the side. "And things might get better," Eric told him, hoping that the prognosis hadn't been terminal. "You have to have a bit of faith right now." The leaked tears were now tumbling more freely down Callum's cheeks.
"I just feel so useless, you know?"
"I do," Eric replied. Like I should be able to fix things, but I can't. You can be there for her, though. And the rest of the family are dicks. They say they'll try to help, but they won't. But you will. And for what it's worth, I'm so glad she told you. Don't forget there have been wonderful advancements in cancer treatment over the last few years. It's just that... Callum stopped. His skin paled, then flooded red. What do you mean, you're glad she told me? Sorry, did I say, what did you mean by that? Eric felt his tongue stumbling in his mouth. Well, it's just... And how did you know I was talking about cancer and my nan? Well, I just, it's quite a common... Pushing his shoulders back, Callum dropped the fork and squared up to Eric, the red-hot glow of anger coursing visibly through him. She told you, didn't she? She told you about it. She told you before she told me. It's not quite that simple, Eric tried, but it was pointless. He knew he had no leg to stand on. She doesn't even know you. Why would she do that? She doesn't even know you. Callum, she was just trying to protect you, give you a little space. Another light flickered visibly in Callum's eyes. All this stuff about my drawings and things, that's 'cause you knew, ain't it? You only did that 'cause you knew. Callum, it wasn't like that. Please, listen. Please. With a final scream of despair, Callum snatched the trowel out of Eric's hands and threw it into the air. It wasn't a deliberate action. Eric could see that. All the anger, all the hurt, all the betrayal simply flew through his body and out into that trowel. It soared above their heads, glinting in the sun, as it came straight down on the top of their perfectly pristine greenhouse. There were too many witnesses for Eric to even try to offer a cover-up story as to what happened. Little had he realized the event had occurred only 2 minutes after the lunch bell had rung, and half the school had been ambling out of the buildings or staring out of their windows at the exact moment that Callum had erupted and thrown the trowel into the air. Even as he made his way through the corridor towards Roger's office, he could hear the rumour mill grinding around him, morphing the event into more and more vicious permutations. Seriously, he was aiming for Mr. Sibley, I saw. If he hadn't ducked, it would probably have hit him straight in the head. It was a knife. Did you see the size of it? If I was Mr. Sibley, I'd be after police protection. I hear Callum's already on the run for it. For once, Eric didn't need to wait and was ushered straight through into Roger's office. For God's sake, please tell me this wasn't the attempted murder knife crime that I'm hearing it is. Roger rubbed his eyes. The weight of this job seemed to cause the grey hairs to sprout by the minute. Please tell me you have some explanation. It's my fault, Eric said. I said something that upset the boy. Which was? Through stalled starts and numerous rewordings, Eric retold the situation of Callum's nan, starting with her confession about the cancer and asking him to occupy Callum in the afternoon, up to now, where Callum had found out that Eric had known of his grandmother's illness before him. With his stereotypical eye rub, Roger's gaze went out through the window before coming back to face Eric. It's all very sad, he said. Very sad indeed. But there's no way we can let this go. The lightest thing we can state is school vandalism, but even that, with his current track record, would see him up before the board for expulsion. And to be honest, with his reputation and some of the things he's done in the past, I know half of them are just looking for a reason to throw him out. But where would he go? He lives in Burlam. You can't expect him to get a bus to Malden every day. If they'd even take him, Roger added. No, the most likely thing is that he'll be placed in one of the exclusion centres in Chelmsford. Exclusion centre? What, not even a proper school? These places do some wonderful work, Eric. It might be exactly the thing he needs. An hour's journey each way? What happens to his nan then? He's the one who's caring for her. You know that, don't you? It'll be down to him to care for her. If you exclude him and send him to somewhere that far away, there'll be no chance for him, none at all. What he needs is to be here. He's doing well here. A large vein bulged out the top of Roger's forehead. Eric, I understand you're up. He is doing well. Brilliantly, in fact. I've got all the assessments. I can show you. I can... Eric grabbed his laptop and went to open the lid, only to have the action stopped by Roger's hand on the top of it. He sighed.
Eric, I admire your passion, really I do. But it's not me you're going to have to appeal to. It's the board.
Since the arrival of Mabel into their lives, Eric had become a dab hand at court cases. He knew when one-word answers, yes or no, or longer, more considered and thought-out answers were expected. He had also learned how different everyday court in the UK was compared to the glammed-up version with high-heeled lawyers and dashing judges that he saw on American television shows. Of course, this wasn't an official court, but it held a lot of similarities to it. Once again, a young person's life was in the balance, and Eric was the one thing standing between them and an unknown future. Callum and his nan remained stoic and pale as they waited outside the large conference room. Donna and Graham had come along to offer moral support, and outside the window, although ducking constantly because they should have left the grounds 2 hours ago, several of Callum's classmates were waving flags of support. Due to the public nature of Callum's display and the rumours of attempted malice towards Eric, the exclusion board, which consisted of all members of senior leadership plus select governors, had been called in for an emergency meeting that afternoon. Donna didn't read it as a good sign.
They only do that when they want to get rid of someone, she said. If they're not that bothered, then they let it hang over for a few days. You're going to have your work cut out for you with this one.
For the first time since he'd arrived, Eric wished to himself that Donna could have been a little less of a realist.
You're just going to have to give them all you've got, she added.
Callum had refused to even acknowledge Eric since his arrival, causing the guilt to multiply. If it was going to end for Callum today, there wasn't a worse way it could go. Not for Eric. Not after everything.
This is my fault.
His nan shook her head, blowing into a tissue which she then poked up inside her sleeve.
This is all my fault.
It's okay, we can get through this, Eric assured her. He looked at Callum. You're going to get through this, he said. Like you care, Callum replied. Eric's stomach tightened. At 5:15, Roger's secretary appeared from inside the conference room.
They're ready for you now,
she said to Eric, Callum and his nan. The three of them exchanged a terrified look, which Eric attempted to counter with a supportive smile. Freshly ground coffee did an admirable job of masking the school aromas as Eric stepped into the conference room. Had it not been for the educational, motivational posters and the sound of the football practice outside, he could have almost believed he was back at work in London again. He steadily cast his eye around the table, ensuring a full smile and good eye contact was made with each person. Sitting at the head was Roger, who smiled at him nervously. Beside him, chair of the board, Caroline Stepson Green. As she caught his eye, she nodded. It was a gentle, minuscule motion that conveyed almost nothing, yet caused the tension in Eric's abdomen to loosen by just a fraction. Judging by the rest of the scowling faces around the room, just as Donna had said, it was going to be a tough one. Chapter 31. Thank you all for coming here today, Roger said, beckoning Eric, Callum and Jenny, turned out Callum's nan actually had a name, to take the remaining 3 seats. We know that there are some serious matters to discuss, and while none of us want to spend our whole evening here, a few eyes flickered up to the clock on the wall, we want to ensure that we are as thorough and fair with this hearing as we can be. Callum, so you are clear, we would like to read you the list of incidents that have been reported on our school system as evidence as to how we've reached this point today. After that, you and your family will have a moment to add anything you wish to. Then the board will excuse you while they make their decision in regards to your future at Riverside Academy. Do you understand all that?
Yes, sir.
Callum's voice was barely a squeak. Good. Then we can get started. There was no denying the list of points against him was long, disturbingly so. punching children outside the school gates, vandalism in the classroom, and throwing a chair when a teacher had confronted him over swearing. Eric blushed to see his own comments, giving a fake name at the beginning of the year to start with, along with the various detentions that followed. He was thankful, however, for the first time, that he'd never had any concrete evidence that Callum had been responsible for the incident with photoshopping, although it was one small drop in the ocean of grievances against him. In every subject there were reams and reams of complaints. Eric listened to them all, wishing that he'd had a little more time to prepare, and more than expected that Susie had been on hand to help him out. Susie was the one who could appease people. She would have had no problem in a situation like this. After all, she'd once managed to stop an entire allotment from suing him, simply with a few kind words and some exceptionally well-baked brownies. "So, Callum," Roger finished reading the list and put his paper down on his desk, "you realize that this meeting is not something we've just decided on. You understand that all these various actions," he tapped the paper, "all these poor decisions and actions are what have brought you here today?" "I do." "And do you have anything you would like to say?" Callum's eyes went from his nan to Eric and back again. She nodded, frailly but firmly. With a reciprocal movement of his chin, Callum turned and faced the board. "Nothing to say," he said. Eric's stomach plummeted. "Guess you're going to kick me out. It's what you want to do anyway, especially him." He gestured with his chin towards Roger. Clenching his fists, Eric secretly hoped the ground would swallow him up as the boy's voice grated with bravado. This was the old Callum in full flow, here to make his life 1,000 times more difficult. This kid didn't like to make life easy for anyone. With a somber nod, Roger thanked him and indicated for him to take his seat. "Thank you, Callum. You've made your opinion perfectly clear on the matter. Mr. Sibley," Roger spoke to Eric, "I believe you wanted to say something in Callum's defense." While the other people in the room seemed fine, Eric couldn't help but feel a substantial rise in temperature since he had first entered. With a quickening of his pulse, Eric hoisted himself out of the chair. If anything, the board's faces were even more stony than they had been before. Even his one saving grace, in the form of chairperson Caroline Stepson Green, seemed to be waning. His stomach fluttered. If possible, the feeling was even worse than the first time he had stood up in front of the class. At least then he had known that somehow or another, simply by the merits of age, he would get through the situation. This time he wasn't so sure. Mustering all the positivity he could find, he threw Callum a supportive smile and turned his attention back to the board. He had worked in recruitment, he reminded himself, and sold substantially less qualified persons for jobs than this. He could do this. "Dear Board, Chairperson, thank you ever so much for letting me speak here today. I promise I will try not to keep you all too long." He paused and smiled again, hoping it would be reciprocated. It wasn't. "If you told me 6 months ago that I would have been standing in a board meeting, waiting to hear about the expulsion of Callum Brown, I would have leapt with joy. I would have assumed, as you may well have done, seeing the list of teachers who have had grievances with Callum over the years, that I would have been waving the flag to get rid of him. I would have expected to have told you that this school has done all it can for Callum, that the other students deserve a chance at a better learning environment, and that the environment would be better without Callum in it. But the truth is, I no longer believe that. In fact, I know that my classroom, and others within the school, will be worse off if we let this student go. And here's why. That Callum, the Callum who just spoke to you then, in a manner that indicated he didn't give a monkeys about school or whether you kicked him out, is an act. And it's a good act. It's an act I fell for quite some time. The act of a child who doesn't care what his teachers or peers think of him. The act of a child who pretends the low grades he gets in class don't bother him, or the fact that all the teachers think he's a lost cause doesn't upset him. It's the facade he has adopted to make his life easier. I'm sure we've all been there. A difficult job, meeting new people. Sometimes we have to put on faces that aren't entirely us to get us through a situation. Problems happen when we wear that face for too long, as Callum has done. That's when people believe that that's all there is to us. But I can assure you that is not the case here. I'm not going to stand here and say that every one of those things on Roger's list just now had a justifiable and reasoned explanation. I'm certain they don't. Sometimes Callum, just like you and me, has bad days. The type of day where one more thing might just be enough to make him snap. We can see that. He snapped, time and time again. But the thing is, that paper doesn't show the whole picture. It doesn't show all the things that came before and caused the reaction, all the things he had to endure. Some of those things happened when he was 11 years old, 3 years ago. When I think back to myself at that age, I'm pretty sure I couldn't always control my temper the way the adults around me would have liked me to, because I wasn't an adult. I was a child, and children in particular, children who are going through difficult times, need support. How many times, I wonder, out of all the incidents listed, was support given to Callum, and how many times were punishments doled out instead? Obviously, I would never cast aspersions on the actions of any of my far more experienced colleagues. We all know what this job can be like. But it is a thought I would like you to consider. He paused to survey the scene. The faces that met him were as stony as before, if not more so. Still, he was in it until the end. However, he took a deep breath in. The fact remains that, rather than the last 3 years that are listed on that piece of paper, I would like you to look at the last 3 months. In the last 3 months, 2 items have been placed on there, and I know that because I'm responsible for them both. An incident at the beginning of Term 2 regarding Callum impersonating another student, for which I believe a punishment was just and deserved, and the incident that happened today. The reason you have all been called in here. In the last 3 months, I've seen Callum transform. It would sound trite to say I see the person he could truly be, but can it be trite if it's true? I've seen him, every day for the past 2 months, arriving 15 minutes earlier before school to check on the plants after a heavy night's rain or particularly windy morning. When the school couldn't afford new gardening tools, Callum was the one who stayed in at break, fixing them with glue, sanding down the rough edges to make them safe for the other children to use. Callum, the student I wanted out of my class at the earliest possible moment, is now the one I trust most of all. He is working to get his artwork for sale in shops around Burlam, and if he stays here, he will do it. I know he will. Because if he stays at the school, we are telling him the most important thing we can tell any child, that we believe in him. And I do. I believe in him. We, as a school, were given a gift, and Callum's actions damaged that. But it's only fair you understand why. It was because I let him down. We, he indicated the old lady next to him, let him down. The people who should have been there for him. With a steady breath, he turned away from the board and instead focused every one of his next words on Callum and Callum alone. "I am so sorry I let you down," he said. "I know you might not believe me, but I am so sorry. I thought I was doing the right thing. And if they kick you out of here, it will be one of the biggest regrets of my life, and believe me, I've got a few, so that takes some topping. The boy in front of me now, not that one you just pretended to be in front of the adults here because you think it will hurt less that way, but the actual Callum, the one who will order a ton of horse manure to be delivered so that our allotment has the best chance of growing, that is the person I am so proud of. The type of person who puts his family's health above some silly school project, because you know, that is more important. Family and health are more important, and I'm so sorry if I, or any other teacher ever made you feel like it wasn't. Callum, today, this school, this place, it does not define you. You do. All those good acts you think nobody sees, those define you. I don't have a son. Eric's thoughts flickered momentarily to the unread email waiting for him before he came back to the child in front of him. But I know that if my daughters grow up to have the sense of compassion or moral compass that you have, I will have done a good job. Remember that. You are one of the good ones. When Eric finished, he was surprised to find a slight heat behind his eyes, and when he looked across the room and caught the gaze of Caroline Stepson Green, he couldn't help but think she was feeling the same. With a slight sniff, he addressed the board for the last time. You could expel Callum today and send him away, probably condemning him to the same cycle somewhere else. Or we can keep him here and help him become that young man I've seen time and time again. In short, he could be one of our success stories rather than one of our failures. He finished his speech with a nod. Thank you all for your time. Chapter 32. Eric was not a party to the final decision, but waited outside, pacing the corridor for news of the verdict. Callum and Jenny had been called in to hear the outcome nearly 10 minutes previously. It's too long, don't you think? He said to Donna. What would they need to speak to him for so long about if they're kicking him out? Which means it's a good sign, Donna said. Either that or they're giving him a list of all the other options he's got now. That could take some time. Still pacing, Eric wished she'd just stuck with her first answer. A further 5 minutes later, and the door to the conference room creaked open. Eric jolted to a stop. Leading the way was Jenny. Her pale skin was blotched, eyes red. Behind her, Callum was hanging his head. Eric's stomach sank. What did they say? Excluded. Eric balked. He couldn't believe it. Not after how hard they'd worked together. Callum's eyes met his, the corner of his lips twisted up in a smile. For a week, he said, cracking into a grin. A wave of relief flooded over Eric. They're not kicking you out for good? Not today? Not ever, I hope, Jenny replied. Her eyes met Eric's, the sheen of tears glistening in the light. He's got to see a counsellor, she said, and he's not allowed so much as a lunch detention or he's out. Then there's the little issue of repaying the cost of the greenhouse. Her eyes darkened at the thought. But he's staying. Eric turned his attention from old lady to Callum himself, who was still unnervingly quiet. So, how do you feel? He said. Callum's eyes went from Eric to the ground and back again. A hoarse sound crackled in his throat. What was that? Eric leaned in further, concerned at the state of his hearing. I said thank you, the boy muttered. And sorry. Oh. Eric straightened himself. An apology. I think that might actually be my first. Miss Strong, Eric called to Donna, do you have anywhere you can write this down? Callum is actually capable of saying sorry. A loud grunt told Eric he had probably pushed the joke about as far as it could go. That's quite all right, Callum, he said, dropping the mocking tone. But you do realise you owe me forever now, right? Dragging his heels, Callum moved through the corridor. I can always ask them to expel me permanently. Back at home, Eric was too exhausted to even try to explain the day's goings-on. Instead, he ordered pizza for delivery, let the girls skip their baths, and hugged them just a little bit longer when he said good night. When all was quiet, he headed back downstairs, fixed himself a gin and tonic, and opened up his laptop. For some reason, the nerves he had felt earlier in the day had lessened. Whatever it said, whatever the outcome, he would deal with it. They would deal with it as a family. They'd been through enough to know they could. Steeling himself for the future he was about to reveal, Eric clicked open the attachment in the email. It took less than one sentence to know the letter hadn't been written by Susie. The handwriting, bubbly and large, was nothing like the slanted cursive she'd mastered from a young age. He had enough of her short stories up in the attic to compare it against. Still, he read it through, hearing a young mother's apologies, feeling the guilt of them surge through as he imagined his own wife, 20 years prior, experiencing the same sense of shame and disbelief. She'd signed off simply Mum at the end. He hoped that someday someone would recognize the author of the note and Ethan Lake might finally find the woman he was searching for. He deserved that much, Eric felt. With a mixture of relief and disappointment, Eric penned an email back to the young man, thanking him for the contact, but explaining that the child he had been hoping to find was born in a hospital, so Susie couldn't have been his mother. He wished him all the luck in finding his birth family. Then he poured another drink, went back to the adoption search site, and requested his details be removed from the database. One day the boy might come looking for Susie, and if he did, Eric would be here waiting for him. But until then, he had enough going on in his life without adding any more complications into the mix. Besides, there was something else he needed to get on and sort out. Epilogue. Due to some unfathomable miracle, the shed smelt of clean linen and freshly cut flowers. The open window wafted in the sea breeze, and from outside, along the riverfront, came the sound of early morning people chatting away as they walked their dogs.
I can't believe this is real, Jenny said, moving from one side of the room to another. I can't believe you managed to do this.
Well, it's not me, is it? Eric said. Callum, how do you feel? Dressed in a white shirt and blue jeans, Callum looked a far cry from the sulky teenager Eric had first encountered all those months ago. His hand dug deep into his pockets, although his shoulders were back and a new sense of confidence emanated from him. They look good, don't they? He asked. They do, Eric agreed.
Now stand next to that one so I can get a photo of you with it,
Jenny said, stepping forward and shimmying her grandson into place.
You've already got like 100.
Callum's protest was weak, however, and the grin he tried so hard to suppress peeked through into his eyes.
There you go. Perfect,
Jenny said, straightening up his collar and leaning forward to kiss him on the top of his head. On the other side of the room, Eric cleared his throat, not wanting to interrupt the moment, but aware that Griff still had a business to run. Now, don't get your hopes up, he said, looking Callum in the eyes. It might take weeks to sell all these, and you won't get any of the money until I've paid off the damage to the greenhouse, I know. That's okay. I mean, as long as I pay it off, the rest of it doesn't matter. You okay if I open the doors? Griff appeared in the doorway, apron on, hair cap at a slant. Looks like we've got quite a crowd outside. Eric nodded at him. Well, I ought to go and get my girls. They've been begging me to see these pictures for weeks. He turned to go, but was caught by an outstretched hand. Thank you, sir, Callum said, hand in the air ready to shake. I mean that. Thank you. An unexpected lump formed at the base of Eric's throat. All those years he had felt he was making a difference up in London, working every hour to find people jobs. And maybe he had made some changes, maybe he had done some good. But never like this, he realized. He grasped the hand and shook it. 10 minutes later, and the shed was packed. Eric was sitting with Abi, Yvette, and Mabel around a corner table, from where he could watch Callum talking to the various customers about his paintings and where the inspiration had come from. Mabel was chewing on a biscuit that Griff had somehow sneaked to her upon their arrival, while Yvette and Abi were shifting chairs from one place or another. What are you doing? Eric said, as Yvette took hold of a place setting and shifted it 30 centimetres to the left.
We don't have enough room.
What are you on about? There's plenty of room. Why don't you?
Oh, there you are.
Leaving a spare chair in the middle of the room, Yvette hopped across to the doorway. A youngish man, dressed remarkably similarly to Callum, in jeans and a white shirt, and with a vague sense of familiarity, stood with a large bunch of flowers in his hand. As Yvette approached, he bent down and kissed her, not, as Eric was expecting, on the cheek, but full on the lips. 3 seconds into what Eric was sure was the most confusing kiss he had ever encountered, the pair broke apart.
That's Granny's boyfriend,
Abi whispered beside him. Granny's what?
Eric.
Yvette shifted the extra chair into place beside him.
You remember Chad?
Chad? Eric stared at the man, who barely looked old enough to babysit, and racked his mind, only to have an image jump straight to the forefront of it in a most alarming manner. Good God, Chad. Yvette smiled and scowled simultaneously.
Chad was doing some plumbing work around Cynthia's a couple of months ago, and what do you know, we just hit it off. Again.
A couple of months already? Chad took Yvette's hand and lifted it to his lips. It feels like only yesterday. With a coy laugh, Yvette blushed. Are you ready to order? Griff appeared at the table. Only if you've suddenly started selling alcohol, Eric muttered under his breath. I'll have a fat bastard, Abi said without hesitation. You will not, Eric replied. There is no way you'll eat it all. Fine then, I'll have a wimpy git.
Actually, I just need to run to the car,
Chad said, rising to his feet.
I forgot my glasses and I can't see a thing without 'em. You don't mind waiting for me? Of course not.
Yvette squeezed his hand as he left.
Griff, dear, will you give us a couple of minutes?
No hurry at all, he replied. With the table now clear, Yvette leaned towards Eric, a nervous hitch to her voice.
So, she said, what do you think?
1,000 iterations of, good God, woman, he's a third of your age, raced around in Eric's mind. He opened his mouth, hesitated, then started to speak. You both look very happy, Eric said. I look forward to getting to know him. Yvette beamed. Reaching her hands across the table, she took hold of his.
We are, she said. We really are. And...
She let go and sat back in her chair.
Now that I'm dating again, you know what that means. You do remember our agreement, don't you?
Avoiding his mother-in-law's question, Eric swept his gaze across the scene around him. Mabel had somehow managed to get her biscuit lodged in the top of her high chair, which Abi, while making silly faces and noises, was attempting to retrieve. Across the room, Callum was shaking the hand of some well-dressed older woman who he appeared to be making a sale to. Griff was bounding about as always, the endless smile on his face as he greeted 80% of his customers by name, only to ensure he knew the other 20% before they'd left. This was Burlam. This was his life. He knew what Yvette was saying to him. He knew exactly what her comment had meant, and until that moment had dreaded hearing it more than any other. Yet, with a sense that something was shifting inside of him, he turned back to his mother-in-law and smiled. Yes, he said.
Yes?
She replied, yes. This has been Peas, Carrots and Lessons in Life, the Peas and Carrots series, Book 4. Written by Hannah Lynn, narrated by Rafe Beckley. Copyright 2019 by Hannah Lynn. Production copyright by Hannah Lynn.